Hello everyone. Welcome to the final day of the WardiTV Summer Championship 2025. We got some good matches. Hero versus Maxpax starts the day off, then Clem versus Classic in the upper bracket final. The lower bracket final follows that, and then the grand final to wrap it all up. Hello. Some videos are coming through as we speak, so that is getting underway already. Cool. Cool. First map of the day going to be torches. That'll be coming up in just a few. Sorry guys, just saw a couple things. Alright, I'm going to be going to torches for map number 1 of the day, and we're going to get this PvP started off, guys. Hope everyone is doing well. Hello. And, yeah, we're just getting everyone into this lobby for Maxpax here to start us off. Final day. Today we crown a champion, top 2 qualified to the 2025 championship for WardiTV as well, so a lot on the line. Everyone is here, it seems, and we look to be good to go. Countdown is ongoing, as you may be able to hear. Hello everyone. How you doing on the Twitch? How you doing on YouTube? What's up, Nicholas Jones? Hello, John. How you doing? How goes the wedding planning? Pretty good, honestly. Like, yeah, pretty good. Just sort of like, kind of there. Like, the planning part is done. It's more just kind of getting the house organized and stuff, because we're gonna have some people over the night before and stuff. So, as far as the wedding part though, like, I think we're kind of set. It's yeah, it's getting close. So it's very close. So, you know, fortunately, we're kind of organized. That's kind of the point we're at. Unfortunately, we're gonna have a little pause here just for a moment or two, as you can see. I'm gonna have to open my window as well. It's freaking hot in here. Get some air in. Oh. And as you can see here, it's asking for a pause, so we'll just take a moment or two before we properly dive on in and get up and rolling. Looks as though we're good. Go gets called. We go straight out to some introductions. I do need to do this though. Alright. In the top right-hand corner of the map, we're going to start things off with the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Maxpax. He drops down to this lower bracket after a loss to Clem, while Hero is here after a loss to Classic. Both of them winning their previous round. Hero over Nightmare, Maxpax over Cure. And here we are, best of 5. In the bottom right, Hero looks to launch an offensive in this series to see if he can take down Maxpax, moving to top 3, and have a chance in the lower bracket finals later on today against whoever drops down from Classic and Clem. Obviously, that upper bracket final going to be coming up after this. Should be a banger. Classic and Clem definitely build up a little bit of a kind of going into EWC. They were kind of like the rivalry kind of between each other with the results that Classic was getting, and that continued at EWC as well. Well, here's a map with a ramp, and we both go low ground gateway, both looking for early expansion, seems to be the idea. Obviously, these expansions are much more easy to defend because you've got that low ground wall and the ramp up into that wall. That makes it very difficult to attack into. So a lot of the offensive things that you can do to punish an expansion don't really apply on this map. And so torches is going to kind of give us a little bit of a macro startup. Now, that obviously still doesn't really account for the fact that there's gold minerals on the sides that you can mine through and then open a pathway through to the other side of the map as well. So that is a factor to keep in mind as well. And Hero is going to drop down the cheeky batteries here and try and get his own Zealot across the map to cause some trouble. It's something that Maxpax used to like doing. It is an investment here from Hero because he's building a bunch of batteries, right? This does not come freely. This is an expense, like I say. So you've got to put money into this as Hero. Let's see how well he does. Has to cancel one already. Gonna start chasing around. There's the Adepts. That's more damage output. We are going to go after the pylon, but as a battery finishes in the near future from Maxpax, that battery should not be in too much, or the pylon shouldn't be in too much trouble. Maxpax now targeting down a battery instead, which is always smart. Is just going to go in after the... We actually hit the Zealot a few times. Now we're going to turn back onto the pylon. Maxpax's battery will start to heal. Hero gets a Stalker to show up. I mean, if that pylon goes down, this would be troubling. The new pylon starts up now from Maxpax, who is going to be having a little bit more energy left over. Hero is out of energy, of course. Those batteries being built offensively do not do as much. We're going to get a second Stalker here. Do we have something else to keep powering this up? We do. So two Stalkers going to go for the Zealot now. We might actually get it. It gets turned around by the Adept anyway. And we will get back to this. The pylon still there is obviously going to see these batteries getting energy back. So kind of want to get rid of it. At the same time, you've got to deal with the Stalkers too. Everyone's at batteries are low, but surely we'll have an energy recharge or so soon from Maxpax if he needs it. There's a Phoenix as well. Popping out can lift up and deny a little bit. There's the energy recharge we're talking about, but three Stalkers. He's going to start draining that battery energy rather quickly compared to what we've been seeing before. Stalker popping now defensively. The Stalker of Hero goes down. I gotta say, I think Maxpax has held on to this. I think the chaos is going to start calming. And I think Maxpax is just going to be on a slight edge because his defense is still going to be defense, whereas the aggressive units from Hero are going to kind of just end up in trouble. The Oracle of Hero being seen as well, so the Phoenix figuring out that is that the Oracle is going to be a bit more limited in what it can really get done. There's more Phoenix on the way. I don't know if Hero's ever going to find a chance to really attack with the Oracle, and because it's known about and he's late to Phoenix, he can't play Phoenix versus Phoenix, so Maxpax will just naturally have a Phoenix lead for this portion of the game. Pylon taking damage, the Phoenix pops. Two Adepts and the Stalker working their way through. There's the Phoenix come around, diving into the main base to try and get a little bit of something done. Stalkers and a Sentry on the way out as well. The Twilight Council also building. Phoenix pull back down the bottom. Couple of, well, Stalkers and a Sentry going to sit right there. Again, the Phoenix going to take a few more shots of damage. You just have that blink coming through the gateway, and the probes continue to come about as well. Twilight Council add a couple gates. Going to have ourselves the probes building also here as the blink and the Nexus. And the +1 attack upgrade continue through as well. Stalkers will chase the Oracle for a couple of moments. The Oracle flying by through to the top side. 7 probes going down. This is miserable for Hero, who's just not had enough off the start. He's now down 14 workers. His Oracle hits the stasis while Adepts are chasing his entire mineral line around from base to base. So, again, not really turning out to be enough at all from Hero's point of view. He's in a pretty dismal place. And Maxpax is even going to add the Oracle, which I always like, because there's no battery here. He'll know that as well. And if you're Hero, you can't really kind of play super safe and build a battery just in case. And that's why it's the perfect thing to punish. Because if he does build batteries and this Oracle doesn't do anything, that's still fine for you as Maxpax. You have an Oracle for map control, and you're going to have an opponent who's built batteries and not kind of, you know, gone into more of what he needs to catch up in this game. So you keep your opponent really pinned back, and it is important then that Hero finds a defense on this Oracle. If it flies in, he gets a few workers. His worker count's already bad. Never mind if, you know, we lose another 5 or 6, which is realistic at this point because there's nothing in the main anymore. Those Stalkers moved away from the main. So this main base is barren now. Maxpax is not striking with the Oracle just yet. He maybe wants to see some more units from Hero actually out on the map before he goes. So Hero is getting a little bit of a reprise because, again, if Maxpax knew that main base was completely empty right now, he would be firing up and just going for it. More Chrono Boost on a probe as we see a battery coming down to the sides. A couple batteries coming through the robo facility halfway done. Oracle turns back the hallucination into the main. Then drop the Forge down onto that third base, and again we're just going to get that going. Again, the Observer, the Forge, the probes coming about. Got the Stasis still coming through, the Stalkers and the Sentry gather. Again, Blink is about to finish, +1 is halfway done. Just going to see that Blink completing for now. The Stasis Ward coming back over. Phoenix will get a little bit of a lift up. The Stalker's trying to step through. Come back the other way, firing up again. And you have the Forge finishing up. The Oracle can activate and go after a few probes, so you're going to see 5 workers already going down. And the Stalkers and the Sentry pull back up to that high ground. The Dark Shrine and the Gateways building through for Maxpax. I mean, this is just bad for Maxpax. Sorry, for Hero still. Maxpax is doing the right things. He's keeping himself in a lead. He's extending his advantages. +1's going to kick in. The Dark Shrine is coming online. You know, he's given himself tools to play with, and, you know, while the economies are catching up a little bit, 3 bases each, the setup for Maxpax is so much stronger. That we're really looking at Hero fighting uphill battles. Realistically, I mean, he probably needs his opponent to walk heavily into a Stasis Ward that he can capitalize on. And even if he does that, okay, well, there you go. There's a big Stasis Ward. I mean, Hero has to fight now. This is going to be his best possible chance, so he doesn't really get to pick and choose at this moment. He just has to go and see what he can do. And oh, Stasis Ward going to catch another group of the Stalkers. That's even more interesting. Now, these Stalkers on Blink cooldown, no, so they can blink away. The other Stalkers are on Blink cooldown, though, so that might be a factor as the Phoenix are actually lingering to take this fight. Hero gets an Immortal showing up as well, of all the times. For an Immortal show up, that really is a pretty sweet one, as Hero gets the defense. What did I say? He needed a big Stasis Ward, and boy, he got it. Now, that's not going to win Hero the game or anything crazy here, but it's going to keep him alive, because now he's still down in upgrade, +2 on the way for Maxpax, so we're still working on, you know, a deficit here as Hero. He's still down in workers as well. But now there's a chance where before he was looking as though that army could just move across and kill his base. Now he actually gets something out of this. And that's why it was nice for him to not just sacrifice the Oracle and try to force something when he had it early and could have maybe gone to the other side of the map. You know, and the Phoenix would have known about it, but maybe you get a couple workers. Instead, he keeps that Oracle, uses it very well defensively, and it actually brings him back into this game for the moment. Actually has an army supply lead, like I say. There are other battles for him to face, such as the upgrade disadvantage, such as his opponent just having those few extra workers as well. But at least he's in the game, because he could have had to GG. You know, there was a world where he GG'd a minute ago, and now we still have game 1 on our hands, which is lovely. That Forge is there as well. At least we will start catching up on some upgrades. It's not going to be like +2 to 0 upgrades. It'll be +2 to +1. It's just a 1 upgrade lead. First DT showing up is obviously causing trouble. There are 2 observers out on the map. There's the Oracle. Sorry, there's no Oracle anymore. Actually gets 6 workers, and again, that's just one of the benefits I talked about for Maxpax. The fact this game had gone well for him and he'd had a better start, he'd been able to set up into extra things, and in this case, the DTs are one of those things. So it gives you additional kind of harassment in this later stage of the game. And just allows you to, well, get a few more workers there, and now as you go up to 70 workers and saturate your 4th, Hero is still sitting at 56. We'll have to crank out some more probes if he wants to truly saturate up to 4 bases now. Army Hero up through the center. A bunch of additional Zealots coming through as well. Battery cannon coming about. Our Stalkers will try and settle in. Another Zealot's going to go down. There's a few other Zealots going to start charging forward. The Immortal will be going down. No, apparently not. Immortal actually lives. And I appreciate that Hero's just kind of going for it. He knows that maybe the long-term game is not his. He never rebuilt probes, so maybe just committing right now is the best he's got. I actually do agree with the attack. It's not going to work. I can understand that he felt like this was his best chance on the back of those Stasis Wards before more of the economy kicks into play for Maxpax. You just try and send it and win out. It's not working here. This defense is good enough for Maxpax. A couple of Mortals go a long way. The Zealots are obviously huge. But I can understand why Hero pulls the trigger on this. And like I say, I think if he doesn't do this, I think it is very possible that in a couple of minutes he's just outmassed by his opponent. now it felt as though there was a chance for him to win. He was leading the army supply points of this attack. Now, that doesn't mean you're going to, make it work, but I think this route was as good as any, honestly. So, yeah, it may not have worked, but Hero at least trying to pry himself back into this game will not happen. Maxpax now absolutely securing himself this game, one it would seem, unless we see some really ridiculous defense, and it would have to be ridiculous at this stage with double army supply from Maxpax up against a Hero who is also down 20 workers. Fourth base just got killed by a Dark Templar. And, yeah, like I say, this is pretty much it. We're coming down to this final push from Maxpax that I imagine it doesn't have to be his final push. It's just likely his opponent won't stick around for more than this one. So Maxpax is good to go for a few if Hero can somehow defend, but like I say, the defense is seeming unlikely, as we do have the Stalkers on the left-hand side. Those Archons in the background are going to be absolutely brutal to get rid of. The few Immortals are going to buffer this army up as well. The Zealot count is difficult to get through from Hero's point of view. Everything works against him at this point in time. This is going to be all about Maxpax for this opening game, for this map, and looking to take the 1-0 lead in this best-of-5 series. In the top 4 here of the WardiTV Summer Championships 2025, winner of this gets through to the top 3 lower bracket final matchup. Maxpax will start this one off, though, with that 1-0 lead, taking that one step closer to potentially being a Summer Champion. Alright, we're going to hop into Game 2 in a couple of moments. That was Hero's server preference as well, so we are going to be seeing Maxpax winning on his opponent's server. There's always a nice little bonus as well. I don't think it's necessarily going to completely tilt this series, but it is just that, one extra little thing in your mind that you get to keep kind of, up in your head when you kind of win that game. So, definitely a fun little moment on that as we get ready for Game 2. And for one of our casters to re-log. I'm just going to nip downstairs real quickly, grab a drink, guys, when we get this game started up. Oh, apparently I'm on the wrong map, so take a second, rehost. Maybe incorporeal for map 2. Perfect. Okay, guys, we're in the lobby. I'll just be able to be 1 second. I'll come back and cast Game 2. Incorporeal as mentioned. Let's hop to it. In the top left-hand side, our blue Protoss. It's going to be Maxpax. Up against the red Protoss. In the bottom right side, it is Hero. He's down a game. His opening never really set him up for success last game. And he still gave himself some chances. Let's see what the rest of this series brings for us in terms of what Hero wants to do. Alright, couple of simulators coming up. The gateways will build. We just have our probes coming online as we take a couple of seconds. Nothing too crazy just yet. As we get going on Incorporeal, we're going to have a couple of gateways coming about. Simulator building. And yeah, a little probe just going to come through as well. Gonna take a second to step over. The Cybernetic core is building as well, so we got that cyber core coming, we got the probe on the way, add a gateway on also. Probe nibbles at that other probe, so again trying to get established for just a few moments as the gates come up. Cyber cores build, pylons added. Probe does want to chase down the other probe again, the Stalker and the Adept. Both building up, the warp gate coming online. A couple more Adepts on the way, add that warp gate into play. See that battery coming through as well, so continue to get that up and rolling. Oh, Stargate's building. It's fun because, you know, we used to see a lot of Maxpax and Hero being very Stargate focused, both wanting to expand, both going Stargate, Phoenix versus Phoenix. We're going to get a little bit of that right here, as Hero is going to have his own Stargate coming up a little tad later than what Maxpax has. Maxpax Stargate already there to begin the first Oracle production. Stargate about to finish. The Nexus will come through in a few moments as well. Depth is going to be there. And yeah, Nexus sets up. We are going to be seeing the Phoenix and the Oracle coming around. Stalker coming about also. A couple of Depths will still make their way. As they actually get in, Hero gets 2 worker kills. Should be able to get 3. And that will be that. Sees the Oracle as well, so he knows about it. And Maxpax doesn't know about the Stargate, by the way, until maybe now when this Adept comes in. That Adept Shade wouldn't have gone close enough. So Maxpax does not know the tech of his opponent. He does not know it's Phoenix. So the Oracle might fly across the map into danger, which would obviously not be ideal. In fact, first Oracle already had to recall away from the first Phoenix, so now he knows anyway. But yes, success already from Hero because you've been able to force that back. Being able to force that away and take yourself into a fairly cozy position for a couple of moments. The Adept will attempt to shade on through. And we're actually going to see the Phoenix coming in for a lift. Picking that Adept up easily. Hallucination. We'll actually see the 4 Stalkers. We need to be careful as well, no? Like, there's actually a decent ground army of Hero as well. And we step up here. Take a pretty good first fight. We get a good few shots off. I'm surprised the Phoenix didn't stick around. Yeah, they want to go after the Oracles. Okay, it makes sense. I was going to say, the Phoenix there, if they stick around, could have lifted a Stalker and guaranteed kills. Obviously, if you don't come home, though, those Oracles go huge, and they go huge anyway. 7 workers is still decent. The problem is Maxpax has given up everything to make this happen, and giving up everything is an extremely costly process, as now you're getting chased across the map. 8 army supply lead for Hero. There is a battery for you, and Hero will know that. The hallucination gives him the information, so that part is known about. Forging probes coming through, the Stalker taking a bit more damage. The extra probes coming straight across right now. Got one more Stalker lifted up and picked away at. Adepts are going to come by. The probes are pulled in. And this is exactly what you want to be doing, lifting up one of those Stalkers to take them out of the fight. Even going to lift up another one now, as we are going to commit through here. So the Adept's going to go in for some workers, looking to equalize the worker losses that the Oracle did. But we're taking damage across the map at the same time, so we're still in trouble as Hero. 2 Adepts here are going completely unanswered, and Maxpax will maintain a 5-worker lead, and that's still dropping for Hero because, yes, the Adepts are still in there now into the main base, and again, just no answer to it. Right on the natural of Maxpax was not good enough for Hero to justify these losses either, and I think we've got ourselves, Maxpax coming out of this exchange in a better position than Hero. 14 workers killed, now Hero's down 10 workers in the game, and yes, he is absolutely going to be coming out of this one reeling. He has a few Phoenix, which can be useful to some extent, but not sure if they're going to be able to completely turn the pacing of this game, especially as Maxpax has Blink finishing in a moment. Hero's Robo Facility just recently finished. Immortal now on the way out. Phoenix try to buy some time as Blink is not quite done yet. He'll lift a Stalker there. It's a very hopeful lift. We'll see the pylon as well, so he knows that his opponent is feeling good about attacking, which is, well, never a good sign for you as the defender. What a beautifully manipulated game by Maxpax. He was in the tough spot, and he took a really good defensive fight, found the harassment he needed on the other side as well, and was able to get it done when it really mattered most. These two Adepts going to go, and they should be able to get a bit of work done. The blocking being done is actually really nice. These Adepts should have done so much more, it feels like. Still, that is a 5-worker kill attack. Immortal's coming up. Maxpax looking to poke with the blink, and he will just expand behind it, saying, hey, even if I don't get through right now, even if your Immortal's, supposed to be enough of a defense, I can just get my expansion up back at home and start taking an economic lead anyway onto the 3-base setup instead of the current 2-base eco lead that I'm holding. Maul gets jumped on. Not great. If Hero's going to win this, I think he needs to keep his Immortals alive pretty much no matter what. No battery on this low ground either. It's just a problem. The battery could have gone a long way. Honestly, Hero didn't feel like he had the time or the expenses to, build one. I think it's fair to say that this is all going to go wrong. Let's see, a couple more probes warping in. 11 workers killed. The Prism taking damage. Stalker still coming through. The Nexus and so coming online as well. On a depth, trying to get a couple more workers toward the end here. The Depths will move across. Charge gateways, probes continue up. The Robo Facility on the way as well. Phoenix still settles down. Charge on the way. We got a few gateways coming in now. The probes are building up as well. Depths gonna get through and a couple probes going down. We will see the Stalkers recalling. A couple of Depth Shade back again. And Hero's a 2-base Protoss, guys. So when you look at the numbers, it's like, well, actually, I've seen crazy. Well, no, the 3rd base is really the doomsayer kind of moment here for Hero. Like, if there was no 3rd from Maxpax, it could be, made to be a bit of a believer, perhaps, but Pylon is going to go down, so you pick that off, pull away back over to the sides. Sentries, the Immortal. Gates and a +1 all coming through. Extra pylons and productions. You see the Stalkers there. Just going to get rid of a probe. Some more warp-ins. Yeah, it's nice from Hero to see the attacks, but the reality is this army ain't going to cut it defensively, and Maxpax is going to cheer himself into a 2-0 lead. Again, this game started off way better for Hero, and Maxpax able to turn it around. And Maxpax has a 2-0 lead in a matchup which Maxpax has continued to look good in. But Hero's kind of had the better of Maxpax a little bit as of late, so I think you can definitely say that, I'm not expecting a Maxpax 3-0, but if we see it, then we see it, right? But I'd be a little surprised. I think that, to me, would be a little bit of an upset. Not that Maxpax can't do it, just I feel like Hero has been better in this matchup lately. Can he reverse sweep? PvP is that kind of a weird matchup as well, right? Where everything can kind of go the other way so quickly a lot of the time. So, the couple games we've seen so far, yeah, game 1 was always Maxpax's. Game 2 maybe could have been Hero's. Doesn't take a lot to keep that stuff kind of in play. what he predicts Hero as next game. Yeah, I mean, the thing between these two, right, is that I think my main point is that anything can happen in a game between these two. And I don't think that Maxpax being up 2-0 means that this series is looking like it's going to be his. Like, he made some cool plays in that game too. I do think game 1 was a build that, obviously, Maxpax, again, defended well. So, don't get me wrong, it's Maxpax. It's not a takeaway from Maxpax's defense and how he's playing it. But I do think there's a world where you can look at this and say, it would not be unsurprising to see Hero crank out 3 wins in a row either. Because this is not a matchup where we have one big favorite and an underdog. We have a matchup here which is, you know, 2 competitive players against each other. And just as Maxpax has taken 2 maps in a row, Hero could now take 3 maps in a row, right? Like, that's just kind of their nature. Maxpax could win this 3rd game. It could be a 3-0. I think just in general, like, you can really see these guys go on almost any scoreline against each other, because I honestly think there's no real favorite in any given game. And even if Maxpax won this 3-0, if they played again tomorrow, well, maybe say tomorrow in the Liu Cup or something finals they play, I wouldn't be surprised to see Hero win 2-0 or 3-0 tomorrow either, right? Like, to me, that's just what this series is between these two. It doesn't have to be ultra competitive scoreline-wise every time, but they both can absolutely take a bunch of maps. So, TLDR, Wardy coping, Maxpax GOAT, Hero has no chance. Oh, you know what? I love it. Hey, what's up, Roddy? Thank you so much. 106 months. Hope you're feeling great entering the magical week. Hell yeah, mate. Appreciate the 106. Yeah, excited, man. Excited. Also had Booyah for all, by the way. 31-month resub before as well. Thank you so much, mate. Can't believe you at me, but appreciate the rest of it as well. Yeah, we are on we're on single-digit countdown to the wedding, guys. Yeah, isn't that crazy? It's funny because, like, it was, you know, I remember driving around being like, wow, like 6 months from now we'll be driving down this road on the way to our wedding. I was like, hey, in like a very short few days you'll be there. Probe chasing another probe. Nexus, Sentry, the Wolf Gate coming about as we take a few moments. Go ahead and take it with hella fast. Try to take a moment to remember stuff during it. I will try. Yeah. Might be difficult. Sometimes I can't even remember what happened in the last game of StarCraft 2 we just casted, but you know. We'll give it a go. Stalker, chasing the Adept. Adept does get pushed away. Stalker going to turn around. Get some shots off. That Stalker will take a few hits already. Oracle and the Warp Gate both building into play right now. And we just have the Nexus, a couple Stalkers, the Warp Gate, everything coming online. The Adept is going to be in some trouble there as well. Sentry going to go down. So Maxpax taking a reasonable trade early. Still a couple of sentries available though from Hero, and with that Guardian Shield up, he is going to force back those couple of Stalkers. Hero down a couple of army supplies still. Stepping through, Sentry pops a Guardian Shield, has to start retreating. He's going to be targeted. We get an Adept in return, but we do not manage to get the Stalkers. Goes to the main base, zapping down the battery energy, but it does get turned away. And now a couple of Stalkers on the other side of the map going to poke forward from Hero as he looks to try and get some work done on this natural. Oracle goes very low. Ooh, Force Field's nice, going to stop the Stalkers retreating, but then the Stalkers come in from the other side. Well, it's going to still be a trade out here as Hero and Maxpax go blow for blow. Hero actually maintains a 4-worker lead during this. And he has got Twilight Council ready to start up a Blink. Obviously, Oracle's on the other side. Hero's advantage just kind of disappeared, right? Like, he had sentries, it's kind of what he invested gas into early, and they've been getting killed. And so now what happens is that he doesn't have the sentries anymore, whereas the Oracle still exists for Maxpax. So, despite the current standing being slightly Hero-favored, I do think those Oracles account for a lot. And hey, right now, Hero's defending brilliantly. But that has to continue. And if it slips up for a moment, those oracles will do damage. And if you keep on defending brilliantly, you're also not going to be able to do much else, is what it comes down to as well, right? Which is why Maxpax moves out, feeling the possible opportunity to kind of poke in at the front while the oracles look to poke in around the back. I like it. Just both these kind of plays kind of playing correctly, you know? It's Heroes defending well. Maxpax tries to take advantage of the defense that's ongoing. Hero really can't do much right now. And in the end, Hero's going to end up with a later blink as well, which I think really speaks for a lot as that sentry goes down. A couple of force fields, trap some Stalkers in. The Adept shade through. They're pulling back over. The Oracles are going to dive with the Stalkers, taking the attention. We're going to lose one Oracle there. That Stalker volley will be good enough. 5 Workers going down. The Adept's being dealt with as well. I think Hero's okay with this. He's going to take damage, yes, but he kills a lot of units. He killed one of the Oracles, so that's going to be way less scary from here on out. He's killed a bunch of the ground units as well. Oracle comes back in. It's 8 Workers lost in total, so he's down by 5 or 6. You know what? Initially, I was like, well, I think Hero has a lot of army supply following up from this as well, but maybe not so much. And he's on the later blink, which means that in a moment or two, Maxpax will have blink Stalkers to trade with against Hero's army, and then Hero may not be able to do much else, actually. Stalkers get their pickoff made. Blink going through. Gateway and the Forge still coming about. Stalkers head down to the bottom. We will have the single probe leading the charge with the stasis. Oh no! It missed the stasis. 2 Stalkers get stuck. They do have blink available, so getting out of there may be possible. You can see the few Stalkers here are very close to another stasis, and the Maxpax stasis wards right now put him in a good position. Again, the only benefit right now is that we've not blinked with these Stalkers, right? So when they come out of stasis, they should have blink available, so we should be able to make a bit of a getaway. Or at least try to. But Maxpax is very good at jumping on top and does manage to pick off a couple. Massive stasis across the map. Again, stasis wards are going to be the main play in this game 3 of the series, as Maxpax is obviously looking to win this thing out 3-0. But this Forge right here believes he has the numbers. Now, Maxpax is going to be up against a few reinforcements of Hero, so maybe not quite the case. And I think that was the first mistake Maxpax has really ended up making in this game, because that was a little more committed than needed to be. Though Oracle as well, just firing onto a Stalker as it warps in. Maybe not the most ideal situation. Hero struggling with some of the blinks here. You are going to be seeing the Oracle out of energy. The Stalker still trading on the other side. Hero maintaining a slight army supply lead. Having to warp in slowly from the middle of the map. As obviously Maxpax has a much more kind of defendable warp in. +1 attack on the way from Maxpax too. Going to give him the advantage and edge here in the near future. It's a Prism now at least. I mean, Hero is realizing he has to go, and he's not wrong. He's down a base. He's down in workers. He's down in upgrades soon. He cannot afford to stop. He just has to go, go, go. And Maxpax realistically can pull probes in to defend here as well, to absorb some shots. That is a possibility. He has the better concave. More of his Stalkers firing at a time. Moments away from that +1 attack upgrade coming through. There are the few probes coming by, but at the moment, Maxpax still holds the army supply lead. Workers going down across the map. The Oracle is back, getting damage done. There are the probes again. They might genuinely make the difference here. +1 has now finished up. More probes showing up. I think we're at the point where we can blink onto the Prism as well as Maxpax and get rid of that warp-in potential. The Stalker's a Hero going low. There goes the Prism, and there goes Hero. Not just in this game, but in this series and in this tournament. He's going to fall to Maxpax 3-0 in our opening match of the final day of the Summer Championship, because that was a hold. And it has been a series where it has truly been defense after defense after defense from Maxpax. Game 1, defense super early game. Game 2, he's behind, brings it back with a really solid defense and turnaround attack. Game number 3 here kind of came down to this defense right there as well. In the end, obviously Maxpax, not just defense, it's a lot of things that are putting Hero into the positions where he needs to attack, and Maxpax just needs to defend. But obviously that's where Maxpax feels good, as you can see with the execution here. And yeah, he was the better PvPer today. He made these games go the way he wanted them to go, is what it comes down to. He made the games go the way he wanted them to go and played out the positions he wanted to play. And there's a lot of power in that a lot of the time. So GG's. And now we look at a winner bracket final between Clem and Classic coming up next on Terran versus Protoss. I'll be getting into that TVP in a few moments. Like I say, this has been an excellent one lately. A couple of players that keep on meeting each other and having very good matches, so expecting this to be a lot of fun. I am going to have to try and find the players, because neither of them are online right now on the American server, so I'll go and ping those guys. Hopefully we can get underway. As I just logged in, so I just need to get Clem. Perfect. What Clem? The hell? Alright, is it true that some people still call him the Smiling Assassin? That's Hero's nickname, yeah. He always had a smile on his face, but he had the deadly build orders. Back when he was winning the IEMs and all sorts. Does Dark still play? Dark is in military service, so he can't play in any competitions right now. He only just went recently. Alright, just letting everyone know that we've messaged Clem and we're just kind of waiting for Clem to show up. Get ready to go. Get ready to go. How's everyone doing? How is everyone feeling? You're watching the WardiTV Summer Championships, the final day. So sad this wasn't on a weekend, but I didn't realize the Comeback TV tournament was going to be played in the evenings. So I thought this weekend coming up was taken already, and if I didn't run it this week... Originally, we were meant to have the playoffs last weekend, but we would have had to squish some of the group stages up, and I thought instead of squishing it together, it was better just to take the hit and run off of the, you know, to run off on other days, but I'm still kind of sad. Would it be nice to have the weekend finish, you know? Would have been nice. All good though. Like I say, just trying to find Clem here. Sure he's nearby. He's online on Discord, which is always a good sign at the very least. Always a good sign. Yeah, also a little bit early. That was a little bit of a faster series, to be fair. Ba-ba-bum-bum-bum-ba-bum. Can Classic beat Clem again? I mean, he could. He could. Clem fell asleep. No, he's online on Discord. Honestly, Clem's one of these guys where if he's asleep already, he's not online on Discord. Alright guys, so just like I said, waiting a little bit. Poor Clem. I'm obviously in the upper bracket finals for a couple of days. Didn't have to be here a couple of days ago. But should know he's playing, so probably just a case of he'll be in a few minutes and stuff like that, guys. So yeah, hoping Clem shows up and we can get going. It's the TLDR right now. I'm becoming your second favorite StarCraft 2 caster. Nice. I'm on the grind, man. Grinding up those approval ratings, huh? Clem. I will just, while we're waiting on Clem then, guys, I'm just going to throw us to a break screen just so I can try and ping him a bit more effectively, maybe. And I also don't have... Unless anyone has a fun question or two to fill a couple of minutes, because otherwise I'm just going to sit here in silence. Alright, so everyone's got a fun question. Otherwise, I'm more focused on finding Clem than I am on being entertaining, you know? The current dealio. Alright, yeah, I'll throw us up to a break screen quickly. You can replace Clem, but it might be unfair for Classic. Yeah. I don't want to, you know... We don't want to gift Terran the win, you know? I want to make Protoss work for it, so... Yeah. What's up with Tasia? Is it genuinely back? No, I think Tasia's just been... I mean, I think Tasia plays StarCraft Evo. He just plays some SE2 tournaments here and there for fun. I wouldn't say he's back grinding or anything. Alright, yeah, begins. Let me try and find Clem. Alrighty guys, Clem is on his way, so we'll just be a couple minutes while he logs in, we'll get some videos done. We'll be able to get started up soon. So, we are on track to get Clem actually here, so yay, good news, thumbs up, we like that. It's very good news for us. Because obviously you don't want to see a walkover or anything. And yeah, we're just gonna sit and wait a little bit, guys, because as Clem gets online, like I said, some videos need to be done. Take a few moments here. Yeah, it's going to be Classic versus Clem, so we now know the order of the match is Classic versus Clem. Loser plays against Maxpax in the lower bracket finals, and then the grand finals come up afterward. It is a straight best of 7. No, 1-0 lead from the player from the winner bracket. So yeah, obviously this match is important because you can start that finals with that 1-0 lead. So it actually happened back in the Spring Championship. Maxpax came in from the upper bracket, had a 1-0 lead, and then Clem 4-0'd him after Clem knocked Zaun out of the lower bracket final. It's actually a funnily similar kind of situation where it's Clem versus 3 Protoss in the top 4 to the Spring Championship. Clem beat Classic in the lower bracket semi-final back then after he lost to Hero round 1, so he made a full lower bracket run. Going through Solo Bjorn, then Classic, and then Zaun, and then in the grand final went 4-0 against Maxpax for the tournament. Very cool. Alright guys, like I said, just waiting for... He's definitely coming. Said he's coming, but he's not logged in yet still, so a couple more moments. Best of 7 finals, yes. This is a best of 5 coming up. So, best of 5, then a best of 7 is what we've got left on the day. It's gonna be a fun rematch, yeah. I think every time Clem and Classic play, it's been fun lately. Especially with Classic getting kind of the better at Clem. It's been very fun to see. Why did Clem last beat Classic, actually, is maybe a fun question. Classic won the last 3 matches they played. The last one that went Clem's way was back in June in the WardiTV Mondays 41 in the finals. It was a beatdown as well, if I'm remembering correctly. It's a little bit of a beatdown for sure. What's up, Hala4? Thank you so much for the 45 month resub. Thanks everyone for waiting, obviously, as well, guys. We are at the whim of the players right now. So, apologies. So yeah, Classic has a 3-match winning streak against Clem. There's probably not a lot of people that have like a multi-match win streak against Clem in recent history. Classic's probably one of the very few because... yeah. Hi, says Clem. Woody, is it hard to deal with dead air for you sometimes? I mean, it kind of depends what sort of mood we're in and what's going on. When the dead air is because we're, like, missing a player. It's a little bit more difficult because I'm focused on, like, trying to check if the player's back, right? So it's hard for me to, like, go on a tangent and just talk and just, you know, yap on about something because I'm kind of just low-key in the back of my mind constantly thinking, is he replied to me? Do I need to try and find some other way to message him? Etc, etc. It's a lot easier if we just have, like, a few minutes here and there and I know the players are just, you know, in the process of videoing sometimes. It just depends. Like, TLDR, if I'm doing admin work on the side, the dead air is kind of shitty because, like, it's hard to kind of come up with something and keep on talking while you're trying to deal with something, right? Especially when you're coming up with something from nothing. Like, if I have to admin while I'm casting a game, like, say it's, like, first few minutes and sometimes I look away to the other screen, sometimes I can still say some things about the game and keep the talking going while I sort out the admin issue quickly, you know? But, yeah, when it comes to dead air, it's just honestly not so bad. Just depends, like I said, just depends why it comes around. And some days I'm in a more talking mood and I have a lot to talk about, and some days it's been like every single series there's been like 5 minutes between every single one and there's only so much to say, chat isn't moving, there's nothing to come from there. I think it just depends if you've got something to talk about. And obviously being a solo caster, you know, I rely on chat. So trying to, you know, rely on chat does not always work. And sometimes I have something to talk about anyway, but that's not always going to be the case, right? You know? And honestly, a lot of the time you could say, well, why don't you talk about the match that's coming up? Sometimes you don't know what match is coming up. Sometimes there's only so much you can really say between, like, you know, Classic and Clem. You know, because I've only got so many points about Classic and Clem, which is that Classic's been playing some great defensive games and Clem's been struggling against Classic Storms. Like, to me, it's actually a fairly basic matchup, what's happened lately. And will be interesting to see with, you know, what Clem can do to break down that defense. I don't think there's anything technical. I don't think we have to, you know, to me, there's not a lot to kind of say to prep this kind of matchup. Obviously, you've got a co-caster bouncing off back and forth and kind of talking through your ideas about this, your ideas about that. But I just have my ideas, so without someone to bounce off of, that's, you know, to me, it's not very interesting to go much further than that, you know? How long did it take for me to become relaxed on camera? Even with issues like this, it still feels like you're just chilling in your room. Oh, I am just chilling in my room at the end of the day. I don't know if it ever really took me a long time to become comfortable on camera in terms of streaming, because I mean, maybe it did, like, way back when. It's hard to remember because it's a long time ago. I feel like it's just was being fairly natural. I probably took it a lot more seriously. Like, in the past, I was probably, like, constantly looking at the camera, not daring to never say anything. I think over time I've realized that, like, you know, people understand, and I've got to understand as well. Like, I'm here talking for multiple hours straight in a row. Especially because it's not like I'm just streaming a game where it's like, you know, say a typical streamer streams. You know, sometimes they just play and people just watch them play and then they're like, oh no, this happened, right? But there's that downtime kind of period. You don't really have that while casting so much naturally, you know, because everyone just expects you to fill the time and talk and talk and talk. And that was my expectation for myself a lot of the time too. So I just kind of, over time, I guess, realized that. So I feel like that probably kind of made me more chill on camera, because at the end of the day, like, you guys know I'm just waiting for games. So if you just see me chilling, then we're all just kind of chilling waiting, you know? And get the chat moving by having some pre-made topics in between matches. Yeah, I mean, honestly, not a bad thing. Some days, honestly, some days my brain's not that... Not sure what happened there. Oh. Clem wanted to change game volume, and it broke. Alright, I get this one rehosted. Yeah, I mean, honestly, sometimes my brain is just like... Some days, it also just depends what's going on in my IRL as well. Like, some days if I'm just tired, the time between games, I'm not overly crazy about trying to talk extra because I'm just like, I'm trying to chill out and get like a few moments in before the next game starts up as well, right? I mean, in the past, so we talk about dead air, but in the past, I would always throw up my BRB screen. You guys might remember this, especially when we had music. We would always go to the BRB screen. So this actually changed about a year or so ago when we started doing the YouTube stuff more. Because A, I couldn't play the music as much on YouTube, and B, I became a lot more afraid of using my BRB screen because I really didn't want, like... I don't know why, but I really just felt like it wasn't needed anymore. I think because we couldn't play the music and just having like a blank screen felt very bad. So I try now. You guys probably realize now I don't go to the BRB screen anywhere near as much unless I'm like really hard stuck. So yeah, I think that's kind of a big thing as well, where it's like, instead of just like, if I put a BRB screen up, people don't see it as dead air, but me sitting there and just kind of working out the game and stuff and just being on camera is still, it's kind of the same thing, just I'm on camera instead of throwing the BRB screen down, and then people can see that I'm there. So that probably is, this probably is just kind of a part of it as well, to be honest, so. Alright, so yeah, what Clem did was he went to change the game volume and accidentally hit the exit button. So, yeah, we get into this upper bracket final. In the bottom left-hand side, our blue Terran player is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. And in the top right is going to be our red Protoss player, Classic, as we get into game number 1 of this Best of 5 WardiTV Summer Championship 2025 upper bracket finals. One of these two will qualify for the end-of-year WardiTV 2025 Championship with a win in this series. Obviously, they will still have today's championship to play for, but the win does guarantee them a place in that 2025 championship, which is also very important. Actually, you know what? No, that's actually a little bit of a lie. Because Maxpax beat Hero, Maxpax is already qualified. So actually, no matter what, because Maxpax is already qualified, third place would also take a seat today. So actually, Classic and Clem are officially both now qualified for the 2025 championship. And when I say qualified, the benefit of coming through these events into that event is you get to bypass the group stages. You start in the playoffs. You'll play some seeding matches, but you will bypass the group stages. So you are guaranteed a better place to start off that tournament in. And that's obviously a very big win. That's a big W. So yes. But yeah, just to wrap up, yeah, TLDR, I think actually, like, maybe I should just start using the break screen a little bit again instead of being quiet, but I really just don't use the BRB screen anywhere near as much. We would go to break pretty much guaranteed every series in the past. And I would make the players wait a minute or two because I'd run ads and make sure the ads were done before we went into the next game, but yeah, I became a lot more lax with that, so I think that's a little bit of the difference. Clem has lost the last 3 times he has met against Classic. He has not beaten him since June in the WardiTV Mondays finals that they played in. Can Clem crack Classic? The thing is, the last time they played was EWC, and before that RSL twice over. So it's a big question. You know, Clem is definitely going to come out of EWC and have a look at that series, think about what he wants to change. Recently, Clem has been going very aggressively in this matchup. He's been hitting a lot of the 2 base timings. He's been hitting a lot of the aggressive SEV pulls. So is that going to continue here against Classic, who's such a good defensive player? You may argue that stuff doesn't work as well against Classic, but you may also argue that actually that sort of stuff does actually kind of put you in a position where it may give you a better chance, because the later the game goes, the more Classic's defense seems to excel also. Very interested to see what goes on. Also, I wanted to come back to a message that I saw just a moment ago as well. Poop Steve 420 said, I used to watch What He Wants to Go to Sleep 5+ years ago. What a hit nostalgia be scrolling for something to fall asleep to, and here's voice yet again. Nice. Happy to be your bedtime story tonight. Welcome back to some StarCraft 2 as the Cycle and the Marines gather up together, and we'll have the Blink on the way. It's funny, me and Helen were just talking about this the other day. She was like, we were trying to find someone to put on stream to fall asleep to, and I was like, she was like, it's kind of weird because people like gonna listen to you while they fall asleep as well. And I was like, yeah. I was like, I guess that's part and parcel of being a streamer, you know. Don't really stop to think about it though. Anyways, Clem is coming across the map. It's a lot of Marines. It's a lot more Marines than you usually show up with at this sort of a point, but it's gonna have some firepower to it now. There's not really gonna be much potential to get up to high ground. High ground is obviously very good defensively. No third base super quickly either from Classic, so he's not being overly greedy on the startup here. We are very close to Blink, and Clem would like to get some distance between him and this army before Blink is done. Oh, I think he's in trouble because these Marines are going to start going down. Medevac lifted up. Tank does get sieged, but the Stalker's got on top of the tank, so it cannot fire. Marines will get a few Stalkers in return at least because their Blink's on cooldown, and obviously they stood into range of that tank for a while. I was going to say, I think Clem needs to lift and boost a few moments earlier because he could have made the distance on those Stalkers, but he was a little afraid, and the moment he decided to do it was just when Blink was done. If he'd made that move 4 seconds earlier, 3 seconds earlier even, which was very doable, it was the same situation, he would have been far enough away that the Blink probably would not have reached, and he would have maybe just been a little bit further towards his tank. His tank could have sieged up from further away from the Stalkers, and maybe that just goes that little teeny bit better for you initially. Couple Stalkers really poking away onto a siege tank there then as we put some damage out. The Marines step up to the corner. Our Stalker's in some trouble. Just going to see the couple tanks obviously trying to do their thing as well. Not sieged up, but that's going to be fine for now. we do push the Stalkers away. It's not been an easy game for Classic because it's been expensive. He actually lost 4 Stalkers already, but man, look at the resources lost from Clem, 1,800, so he's actually lost way more in comparison. So Clem had a massive, massive amount lost. The 20 Marine count going down is the real factor there, as he might be hanging on in this game, but it's definitely going to be Classic fairly happy so far. Liberator shows up for 3 workers. Forces are warping back at home as well, less attention of Stalkers on his side of the map. It's another unit that goes down from Clem, and that's one more thing he will not have to work with from this point on. Stalker still pressing up. Stimpack, Combat Shield, and the +1 attack upgrade coming online as well. For Prism, about halfway done. The Storm starting, charge, finishing. Stalker's about blinking this main base. Combat Shields, they have their eyes on, but there's double Siege Tank here. That's a very expensive Combat Shield denial. Combat Shield's arguably the less important upgrade, right, than Stim. I'm just going to put the barracks onto the factory's tech lab just to get that started up again ASAP. It's also the fast upgrade, though, so it gets punished less by having to restart. So I don't think Clem's going to be overly upset, especially because he got a lot of Stalkers out of this, right? Kills the Observer here as well, and that's a little bit of value back in Clem's hands. A bad blink in from Classic gives Clem a little bit of reprieve, and I don't think Classic's going to be blinking in any longer. That said, his follow-up tech is available. Storm is about to be done as Clem moves out to this 3rd base location. Tanks will begin to siege up. And I just want to say thank you so much to Edwin becoming a YouTube member. Thank you so much for supporting the YouTube. Appreciate you dropping the membership. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. As the Zealot Stalker tries to step on through with a little bit of bio. Coming across, going to stand strong for a couple of moments. A little Storm into the mineral line. SCVs take some damage. 7 workers going down already. Marauder's just going to be right there. A Templar taking a few more shots. The +2 attack, +1 armor coming around as well for the moment. Robo Bay and Facility continuing to come online just for now. The Nexus building up. You just see that's a lot of units from Classic ready to go in toward the 3rd base here. Look for a shove onto that position as this army settles down. And Combat Shield finishing soon. Prism going to come across. Looking for the drop into that natural expansion. Ghost Academy going to be placed. SCV is going to get stormed on. It's going to be 13 SCVs down from the storm. Clem is pushing the main army back, but his economy is taking heavy hits already. Rebuilding 3 SCVs at a time, but that's consistently economy. He's not mining during the time that he has to rebuild. It's money put back into the SCVs to get them back on track as well. Clem's struggling at the moment just because, again, the harassment from Classic has been absolutely spot on. Full base setup now from Classic gives him a strong economy of his own. As Clem gets towards his own 4th base, you expect Classic to maybe start thinking, okay, I'm going to start controlling this map, time to take base 5 and so as well. He's at that point where his economy really starts to kind of roll onwards, right? You know, the eco now gives him access to all of the tech, all of the gateways, and all of the future expansions he needs as well. And if you just start expanding, it becomes so difficult for the Terran player to stop that because it's so tough for the Terran to justify a drop here or a drop there, or at least a drop of the magnitude that is needed to really kind of challenge a base that's not just going to be swatted away by the Zealot warping, because we're at the point where we have a lot of gateways as well. Army gathers. Classic toward the center of the map. Couple of Ghosts, couple of Vikings, armor upgrade building as well. Armory coming online. We have the missile turret building through. A couple of additional High Templar will be added in here. And you just have the +2 attack. The extended thermal lance finishing shortly. So again, Classic well on his way to a lot of the tech that's going to help him in the continuation of this game. No problem at all there. Templar gets a storm right over on the edge. There's a little EMP coming down. A couple of Zealots going to run in on the left-hand side. Widowmine goes off. A couple of those Zealots drop right off the bat. Let's stay spread here for a moment or two. Clem eating storms again, though. He's not really pre-siege, despite being in his own kind of base. He needs to get rid of those Colossus quickly. Cannot really afford to take the damage off of those. He kites backwards so far. Storms keep on coming through, but Clem just does not have the numbers. He actually has good army supply. He just has no bio left. I guess a lot of it in production, a lot of it just not here on the field, and he doesn't have a force to stand strong with, and Classic just comes punching through. In the end there, Clem just, again, wasn't quite prestige, wasn't quite ready for that position for Classic attacking in. And that is going to give Classic the 1-0 lead in this series as we go to Magnatha for Game 2 of the BO5. Me onto Classic server preference as well. Going to play West here for this Game 2, as Classic has the advantage then in the series on the server. Let's see what Game 2 gives us. Get this ready to go. Myself the referee, make everyone else an observer, wait for the players to join us here. Losing 20 Marines early game is pretty bad. It is. You know, at the end of the day, this completely stopped Clem from getting out onto the map and really doing much else, right? Is what it comes down to. As you ready up in GLHF here, kick off into this game number 2. Again, loser of this has to play Maxpax to fight their way into the finals. Maxpax already lost to Clem in the upper bracket round of 4. Let's take ourselves into the next game, as we have in the bottom right-hand side. The Red Protoss play here is going to be Classic. Up 1 in the series, taking on Team Liquid's Clem in the top left-hand corner. See what his intentions are in game number 2. Yeah, what's up, Black Bear on the YouTube with the super chat for $. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Thank you for the support as we get ourselves into this game 2. Is Clem still the best player in this game? Well, Clem's still very good, but he lost a Classic at the World Championship this year. He's on the losing streak against Classic in general. I'm still in that top 5 bracket, but I don't know if you could actually put Clem... Would we put Clem top 3 right now? It's tough to say. I think there's a couple of matchups and opponents he struggles against more than others. And then I think there's others who he actually really excels at that a lot of other players struggle with. I'm thinking, like, I would give Clem the best chances to take down Serral than pretty much anybody else, right? But then Clem clearly has an issue with Classic, for example, as well. And it's not true in all TVP. He walloped Maxpax the other day. I actually think if this was Clem versus Hero, I actually think Clem's favored there as well. I think specifically how Classic plays is a real struggle for him, so... yeah. Hard to say that Clem is the best, but... he's absolutely right on up there in the topic of being the best right now. Just a better EWC performance would have secured that statement. There's a little triangle. Serral beats Classic, who beats Clem, who beats Serral. Yeah, and you could argue that those 3 are definitely up there right now. Obviously, Maxpax, in terms of online stuff, is very good. And then Hero's obviously been there a lot lately, too. It's funny, we have Kira and Solar came in 3rd and 4th place at EWC, but they're not really translating that into online events. They're still struggling, especially Kira struggles against Maxpax a lot lately. Solar's back to being a very up and down player, has seen some success, sees some failures. You always thought Clem is the best one? Honestly, until like a couple months ago, it's probably a pretty fair statement as well. I mean, our World Championship was 1 month ago, and that obviously really resets the kind of standards and the statements and the facts that we kind of put out there, right? So it's been a recent kind of re-evaluation of where the scene is at, perhaps. Anyway, we can get ourselves into this game number 2, and we see what players would like to get going. 3 minutes in on Magnatha, a fairly large map. Definitely one where the Protoss probably looks at this and says, cool, I can take a big macro game. If I survive through the early stages, I have a lot of bases to take. It's a drawn-out map. I can probably do what I do best, which is to take a lot of bases and expand. Couple of Stalkers going to go hit in the bunker. As the Cyclone and the Marines will be finishing, we get the Blink on the way up on the side of Classic. Gateway and the Probes building as well. A couple of Stalkers going to head down to the bottom left side of the map, so work their way down over there as the Probes trying to get a little bit of a catch on a Reaper. Stalker going to shoot, the Reaper will take a few shots of damage. And I see the Reaper going to get onto a Probe already, so a couple of hits there. Stalker able to take the Reaper out. Banshee and the Cloak and a couple of Marines continuing also now. Yeah, Nexus will be building. A Simulator and the Pylon building as well. Marines just jump into the bunker. Banshee and Tank building. Again, we see a couple of extra Stalkers building up right now as our Blink continues through. Marine, Tank, Banshee. Obviously gives Clem a big aggressive opening, perhaps. Definitely a pathway through to this next step of the game. Guys, before anything happens, just want to take a little note. Watch on the YouTube right now, hit that like and subscribe button. Get the likes in especially. It takes a moment to scroll down and hit like. I don't actually ask for too much anymore, but it is the finals of our competition today. Let's get some likes in here. Maybe a few more people show up to watch the games. Maybe we can break some good numbers later on getting towards the finals. So hit those likes up. Show YouTube that should be showing everyone some StarCraft too. Appreciate it. Just while we have a moment before this game truly kicks off. The Robo Facility is Chrono Boosting out an Observer. If you're on Twitch and you want to feel useful, you guys can follow and spam some emotes in the chat or something. I mean, there's nothing you can really do on Twitch to help apart from just watching the games, but you know. If Cell was playing, that'd be 5k viewers. Look, the day I convince Cell to play in a Wardy tournament will be a great day. It ain't today. Look, Clem is playing Mech versus Protoss before Cyril has played in a WardiTV tournament, okay? Like, you know, that's where we're at in terms of the levels of crazy right now. This mech play has seen some love lately. Q has been using it a fair amount. Hero Marine was using it a fair amount as well. The Hyper 5 Rotor Banshees are really kind of one of the core parts of this. The mobility and harassment and just firepower really does a lot to... It really does a lot to just kind of make this game playable and to make this mech style somewhat viable in a matchup where mech has traditionally been trash. You know, it's traditionally been absolutely a way to throw the game. And sometimes it still looks like that, but like I say, this has had more success lately than it, you know, you would have typically put it on. So we'll see what happens. Triple Banshee currently hidden around the top side of the map, making their way across, looking to cause some trouble. It is just going to be Hyperfly Rotors with the cloaking, so we're going to get speed, cloaking, and then Magfield Accelerate, and all the rest of the mech stuff will come up behind this. But the focus right now purely on the Banshees. Stalkers take a second to blink back. The +1 vehicle weapons coming through. The Magfield is on the way, as mentioned, and there's going to be a few Stalkers here. 3 Banshees can take fights, but the Observer being there immediately definitely scares the Banshees, and he would rather protect the Banshees than force something right now. Trading with the Banshees maybe not ideal. Stalker's looking for the blink in. Clem's going to get greedy for the Nexus, isn't he? And he doesn't even get it. Loses the Banshee because of it. Gets away with the other 2, but yeah, he wanted the Nexus, and he was just... He knows that he was there for too long, right? At the end of the day, he knows that realistically Classic was going to show up. The Observer was already out, and there's no way that he wasn't going to be coming over, but he just felt like he was so close to getting it. Classic also sprung at the exact moment to make Clem feel as though he was definitely going to get it, but then just not get it as well, right? So really making sure he guarantees himself at least one of the Banshee pickups. Philip Reigniter on the way. Add a couple Cyclones and the vehicle weapon upgrade to that as well. And we just have Clem's production tab looking busy. Uh-oh, no Observer here. Clem can take out High Templar. He's going to go for 1, he's going to go for 2. Doesn't go after the high energy High Templar. Only lost 1 Banshee there. I wonder why he didn't target the highest energy one. Maybe just didn't really take the moment. Maybe just came across those Banshees all of a sudden and was like, well, let's just try and get what I can. 2 High Templar is nice. And to be fair, I mean, I guess the other 2, if they were left alive, would have kept gaining energy right now anyway, so... 3 more factories. This mech play really doubles up as the immortal count grows. Of course, we expect immortals to be a major factor against this mech because they do bonus damage to everything apart from the Hellions. Stargate on the way from Classic 2, which is probably a sign of where we're going to end up in 5 minutes' time. Fleet Beacon, get a mothership out, and obviously later in the game, genuinely heading towards Tempest is very good. Carriers too, honestly, just Skytoss in general can be good for mech. You really force the air transition, and Clem's not exactly going to be wanting to make an air transition. He really wants to kind of keep building this ground army as long as possible. A couple storms there are going to be reasonable as well. Cyclone's still locking on. Stalker's taking hits. We continue to chase back for the moment. Uh-oh, the sentry going down. The few Hellbats are going to try and push through. And the Cyclones are putting in work right now. The Storms are trying to do their thing. We saw the other day some Storms against Q absolutely destroyed his mech army, but Clem is just face tanking them, trying to get forward. He has enough Cyclones left that he's still a threat on the map for sure. He pulls back. None of his tanks are siege, which is maybe a little scary, right? Some siege tanks would have stopped these Immortals perhaps chasing through. Upgrades are about to be finished from Classic to help him out there as well. Another couple of lock-ons, tank shots, and Blue Flame to help with the Zealots. Clem's push maybe halted for the moment. He made some good progress. He traded decently. Can he keep up with that? 87 work is a Classic. There was a base down that right side. I would have loved to see Clem just have 4 Blue Flame Hellions on the map at the same time. Say 4 Blue Flame Hellions hit the bottom side Nexus during this. That's a dead mineral line, right? And he had a lot of Hellbats initially. I feel like you could have split 4 off to hit some harassment elsewhere, and that's totally, Clem's range of ability of something he can do. Has a couple of Hellions on that right side right now, for example. What is nice is that Classic doesn't have map control, so he does not see the movement, the swing over to the left-hand side from Clem. So he's completely positioned on the right. By the time he gets to the left, he could recall here, is pretty much his only chance of getting in position. Instead, he's going to come across and run over, but tanks will be sieged, so Clem's more or less going to have what he wants right now for this fight. We are going to recall into it. Clem begins to pull back a little bit. It's just the Stalkers that get recalled through. Classic, what did we do that for? I don't know if he's just trying to set up like as strong a position as possible, or what the idea was there. The Hellbats are tanking up. They need to. There's a lot of Immortals. You do not want to let those Immortals kind of hit those siege tanks and hit those Cyclones, because that's where the mega damage is going to come from. A couple of tanks still in the middle of this are doing absolutely insane work, and Classic's army is beginning to disappear. A few more Zealots will charge in. We do still have a few Hellions left over. One tank remains at the end. The Stalker gets the final shot off. Tank going down. But now we jump onto this Nexus, and Clem, yeah, he is looking pretty darn decent. That was a great fight for him. I'm not sure what Classic was doing with that recall. I think he was just trying to set up a surround from all angles, and then it just got a little bit disjointed. He didn't come in from that top right side for a very long time. And I actually think his biggest issue with the Hellbats. The Hellbats bought so much time. So many Immortals were just shooting at Hellbats for such a long time rather than getting through to the core of that army. The siege tanks must have fired 5 shots apiece at least before they even came under any sort of trouble, which in a StarCraft 2 fight is a hell of a lot. Immortals will want to step over toward the rest of this army now, but there goes the Nexus. There goes that portion of this. 5 more Cyclones, few Hellions. The Medevac continue to come online. The army up to the top. Clem going to move into position. 2 upgrades still coming through. The Cyclones will lock on once again. Just going to press forward. A couple of more are going to be there once again. It's the Hellbats in the front line, which I think are genuinely going to do a lot. This time we try and step the Immortals forward more aggressively as Classic to target Cyclones, but that only makes them more of a target as well. As soon as the Hellbats start to fade, Clem is like, no, I want to get out of here. He knows the importance and the value of these Cyclones. He starts to step back and kite them a lot more. And like I say, it's really letting the Hellbats take the brunt of the damage. They are such expendable units. As Clem obviously has Classic down to a 4-base Protoss here against the 5-base Terran. The mech is working for this game number 2. Mech VP is actually happening. Oh, that's not good. Losing the power to the robo facilities. Well, yeah, the Immortals were starting to become a big factor. They've definitely been one of the things you want to rely on. Now you got a Hellbat drop on the right side as well. As Clem continues to push through, this army is melting, and this means he breaks onto this base, and you cannot realistically survive here as Classic if you lose another base. The economy obviously in tatters as well because of the Blue Flame Hellbat drop. GG, Clem ties the series 1-1 in this best of 5 Mexit happen to get a game number 2. Reckon with mech. Reckon and mechin'. What can you say? Game 3 then will come up. It's going to be on Pylon. A place in the finals up for grabs here. Today's prize money, guys, is a $5,000 tournament. First place taking home $1,300 of that first place prize. Second place, $750, which is what you will be guaranteed if you win this series. Third place, which you're guaranteed even if you lose here and lose against Maxpax, is $500. So, take some chunk of money, and obviously, like I say, lose-lose right now versus win-win is the difference of about $1,000, basically. So, fair amount on the line when it comes to online events. We'll just take a second here, throw our lobby link out. We're just missing Clem anyways, so it shouldn't be too long. What's up, Grim K? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub on the Prime. Good to see you. Thank you so much for supporting. Let's just get ready to launch ourselves into Game 3 of this series on Pylon. Let's get this going. If you guys enjoying this stream, obviously, you get those primes out and consider supporting. We dropped down a few subs. We were so close to 700. We were at like 680. I really felt like we could maybe hit 700 during this tournament. Maybe we still can. You guys feeling generous today, drop your primes, gift a couple subs. Helps out a lot. It is going to be reduced sub cost soon. For September, if you're a new sub. So if you're a new sub, I would generally suggest holding off a couple of days and get yourself a September discount. But if you want to support the hype up to 700, maybe we can get some action going. Maybe we can make a little bit of a shove to 700 today, towards the end of our Summer Championship. For now, though, we're locked into this upper bracket final, as it is 1-1. In the bottom right corner, the red Protoss player is going to be Classic. A 3-series winning streak against his opponent is now tied at 1-1 in this upper bracket final. There's a very good chance this match is replayed later today as well. Maxpax ain't going to be an easy opponent in the lower bracket final, but I think both these guys do have that potential to beat him down and to give us a rematch, so maybe the rivalry between these players could continue further. Top left, blue Terran player from Team Liquid is Clem, as we get to Game 3 of the series. And thank you so much, Hawksberry, for the 5-month resub on the Prime. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Does he make it happen twice? He might, honestly. He might, he could. Hey, what's up, Romino dear? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Happy day to you as well. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Hope you're doing great as our Proby heads to the top left-hand side. Early game scouting will reveal that the barracks is in fact at home. SCV takes a good few nibbles, but does pull back. Let's just have that one probe moving around as well. So, settle down right here. Cybercore Nexus building up at the moment. Reaper out. Heading down to the bottom right side of the map. Just going to have a factory on the way through as well. Currently coming up to finishing in a few moments. Reaper will just step through. Just looking to see what we can do. Hellion on the way up as well. Stalking the Twilight Council coming about, the cold probes going by. And Reaper will step out for a moment or two. Reaper Hellion here going to be the early game plan of Clem as we go out down to the bottom right hand side initially. Order Command coming up, Wouldn't Mind coming in. Reactor coming through, the Reaper Hellion going to hit the Adept there initially. Stalker stepping forward. Blink still continuing through, the Warp Gate coming up as well. looking reasonable for now as our factory starport continues to get settled in. The reactor coming up on the barracks as well. We just have the few Reapers making their way about. A couple Stalkers going to be there too. Keep the Reapers at bay for now. Aliens will gather up. Widowmine is just going to be annoying. Actually going to save it. I like it. You know what? I'd rather see this Widowmine saved and have the chance to come back in than kill one probe there. Tries to go into the main base right away, which I think is a little greedy. Couple Stalkers still nearby. But it is nice because you've got that Widowmine just able to sit there and just be a threat, right? It keeps Stalkers pinned. And more importantly, the position is between the natural and the main. So there's not just one entry point you have to deflect this medevac from, it's potentially 2 entry points. So you got to keep a good couple of Stalkers back to make sure that this doesn't get out of hand. Reaper Hellion doesn't do too much overall. The defense, the wall off, etc. good from Classic. The batteries were in fact made. He'll take the 3rd Nexus now. Now Clem is going to get to cloaking. He has got his siege tank popping out. Actually gets back into the natural. The Widowmine. Uh-oh! Okay, we have the Observer. Woo! If the Observer isn't there, that Widowmine might have actually fired. I think it might have just burrowed with like 1 hit from death and been invisible. So I think the Observer was necessary there. Still a decently sized probe pull. Some resources will be lost from that to guarantee that Widowmine going off. But man, that was very scary. Classic pushing that one to its limits as we sit tied in this game 3. And Classic starts up his charge for the next step of the game as the Stalkers will step onto the map. Clem. A 4th gas is going to be suggestive of maybe throwing down a few more factories and maybe seeing a little bit more mech again. I guess we'll probably see as well Hyperflight Rotors dying. You know what, the Banshees in the last game, they killed a couple high tempo at one point, but other than that, the Banshees were not super crazy, right? Like, they were around, they threatened a little bit, but I wouldn't say the Banshees were that big of a deal. Which is kind of wild, because I feel like a lot of the times when we've seen this mech style work, it has been off the back of the Banshees being successful. This game, we're going to build a 3rd Banshee with no Hyperflight Rotors starting, so just going to maybe skip that part of this. Oh, he's going to get Hyperflight Rotors anyways, but the first 2 Banshees are going to arrive much sooner on the map than before, so a little bit of a different approach in that regard. Banshees get through, 4 probes going down right off the bat. You can see that Hyperflight Rotor is still taking along. So actually going to see more than just the 2 Banshees. I wonder if this game he wants to show the 2, just make it look like Cloak Banshee opening, and then have that follow-up which has like more Banshees attached to it, and maybe that's where Clem really tries to find a bit more additional damage. Obviously the mech continues through. Classic's information on this, he has an Observer nearby. He's not actually seen the additional factories, I don't believe. Well, he saw this one floating away. I don't know how much he knows. I think he should have a pretty good guess at it, especially after it just happened in the previous game as well. So I think he does know, just hasn't explicitly seen the factories. Storm, +1 attack, building through. The Banshee's still yet to make a reappearance as Hyperflight is not far from being done. Once that Hyperflight's done, man, there's so many scenarios. You saw in the last game a couple of times the Banshees should have been in trouble, but because of Hyperflights, they get out of reach of the Stalkers. They're able to outrun them. Actually does make a pretty big impact and a pretty big difference. So, Prism loads up, and it will be Classic onto the map. Stalkers will bling forward. We'll try and get into position. Here's the couple Cyclones, the +1 vehicle weapons, all coming through for now. Prism just comes across the map as well. Let's see the Phoenix and the Oracle both making their way about. Actually going to get the perfect catch. Okay, that's a shutdown. The only problem I will say is that you are doing this with the investment of a Phoenix. But hey, that's Hyperflight Rotors and Cloak and 2 Banshees that go for nothing so far. We did lose a Phoenix, but he's making another. It's not exactly what you want as Clem, and now Zealots hit the main base as well. Much stronger start this time from Classic, getting some damage done. Actually going to see some success for himself. Going to completely deflect the Banshees early. And like I said, the Banshees didn't do overly much last game, but they were still a factor, and you start to kind of be there to deal with them. The Prism here will go down, so that is going to be a nice shutdown. Clem no longer having to concern himself with that Prism sat in the corner, looking to try and come back over again. two Immortals still building through. The +1 attack upgrade is finishing in a moment to give Classic a little bit more firepower on this army. And Classic is starting to move out, man. Clem's army supply is huge, by the way. 99, 101 to 71. Obviously, Classic, how many gates we got? 9. So you can warp in like 20 supply at once, which may just be what he's looking toward. But he's actually building a Stargate and a Fleet Beacon. He doesn't have the money just to go for like a 9 Zealot warp in to buff his supply up. So I'm not sure if he attacks, he'd really have a good time. It's also very tank heavy from Clem. He's really focused on those tanks initially and getting that kind of baseline kind of defense up and that ground army secure. And now he's going to maybe look more toward the Cyclones and kind of, you know, the mobility of this army that can go a long way in the longer term. Classic taking, honestly, not the best of fights right away there. Cyclones will finish off the Immortal as well. And Clem, he was actually looking to kind of position forward a little bit there. He's able to get himself a reasonable little trade, a 40 army supply lead. Just wondering if we're going to be seeing Classic able to kind of look good enough over time still, as a couple of Banshees find an awkward moment. Oh, there's the Hellions looking to run by. It's a good warp in. They came from a little bit too far away, too much pre-warning. Ideally, the Hellions maybe wanted to run bottom left, but Clem clearly just didn't get them off in that direction. We have killed 7 probes in total. The Banshees succeeding, and hey, Clem is maxed out right now. 200 to 160. That said, again, we're building high-tech units here from Classic. Specifically, the carriers is what I've really got my eyes on. The carriers are the one thing that are absolutely looking to do a lot of work in this game. They can hard carry. Because Clem obviously is going to have Cyclones, but that's going to be his anti-air for a bit. Ideally, against the carriers, he's going to want to add in Thors, produce Vikings, and that's stuff which Clem is not really set to kind of, you know, do at the moment. The Templar's trying to get forward, and actually still able to. The tank's not sieged up yet. If they got sieged, these High Templar would be in a bit of trouble coming forward like that. Some of the high-energy Templar getting blown up from afar. Having to drop a lot of storms on just a couple of units here and there as well is not exactly ideal. The Stasis Ward popped by a single Hellion, or 2 Hellions, sorry. Maybe this next Stasis Ward is going to be scanned, so we see it. It's a better storm, but it's still not that great. Single Hellion does pop, but I was just being a profit on that one. Sword coming, obviously. I was talking about a single Hellion earlier. Like I say, the first carriers are here. 1 carrier, 2 carriers, I feel like still manageable for Clem with this army. But obviously over time we're going to want to make sure we've got a much more solid defense against this. So again, to the point where that is going to be more and more important. Clem is just going to send it though. He definitely wants to push in. He definitely wants to take advantage of the position he has right here and the chance to maybe just go while the carrier count is low. The first carrier is getting blown up. The interceptors are already gone. Clem about 15 supply ahead right now in this battle. Liberator showing up as well. Do we want to siege the Lib, or are we just going to leave it as anti-air against the Interceptors? More carriers on the way. I think the big thing here is that Clem did not really knock down too many tech units. He knocked down a lot of the buffer, but the carriers stay alive. The Immortal count is still huge. And I think because of that, Clem is not going to be able to continue forward with this attack. I think he's going to have to hold up and step back a while in comparison. He's building missile turrets. He's getting a fusion core. So he's going to prep for some later game setups here instead. And he is starting to build Vikings as well, so again, an air army up. The problem with the Vikings, of course, is that Storm is going to be so good against those. Also, as you get the Hellions in for 6 probes, this is what's so deadly about the Blue Flame Hellions. It's also just so nice because it's such a cheap way to do so much damage as the mech player. And they're super mobile as well. Like, it's actually really tough to stop Hellions. This is a reference which probably doesn't make it easier to understand, but because it's quite unique, but there was a unit in Battle Aces that was a little car that ran by, and it wouldn't be able to attack anything, but it would zap workers, and Blue Flame Hellions kind of feel like that. And when this unit came out in Battle Aces, it was super OP, especially in the hands of Clem, who always just had 1 or 2 ready to go, run by into your mineral line, and oh, you know, you have no economy left. It was so frustrating to play against. The Blue Flame Hellions aren't quite as crazy as that, but they have the same vibe, because they're fast, they get there quickly, and very expendable as well. As right now you can see the Hellions getting after a couple of those Zealots, the Immortals stepping over, the carriers overhead, +2 vehicle weapons and ship weapons coming online, the Vikings still producing Starport and Command Center on the way. Classic pulls back down toward the bottom left side. This Hellions getting in again, just a few probes, right? But it's adding up. And it's keeping Classic in a position where he has to keep on rebuilding those workers again and again and again. And it's just annoying, right? That annoyance of having to rebuild into it. And Clem just able to also keep track of the army because he's seen where the army is at defensively against these Hellions. That gives him some information as well. And this entire scenario is just going to be an information gathering game for Clem, where he's constantly just on the look to see what his opponent is doing, what his opponent's looking to do next. All of that kind of goodness as the units move up the right-hand side there from Classic. Couple medevacs come boosting across. Why doesn't he add Ghost to the mech army? Ghosts are just expensive, man, is what it comes down to. Like, it ain't easy to build Ghosts. You've got to build extra barracks. The fat Ghost Academy has to come online. It's just not easy to get to, right? He wants to focus on an air army, which is maybe going to have more high impact straight away against these carriers. Those Storms, though, of all the units that were spread out here, the Vikings were not. And so he eats some major Storms on them and has to pull them back all in the same direction. The Interceptor count's getting very low, but that Viking count is still getting stormed. Can they actually get through it all? Classic still maxed out as Clem tries to fight his way forward. I tell you what, again, the Interceptors are gone, but we've got nothing to deal with the ground army after. The Cyclone count is not high. We're going to get through here now. A few Vikings still alive, so obviously we need that. And Clem is just not recovering on supply anywhere near as quickly as Classic, who has had a much better approach in this game. Getting to the carriers has definitely been a solid solution for him against this mech army. It's forced Clem into a different composition, and it's not allowed for those drawn-out ground-on-ground fights that Clem is really benefiting from over in game number 2. Now SCV's evacuating from a base, but this is looking dismal for Clem, who is pushed right back in his natural. Again, of all the splits he had here, he kind of wants the Vikings clump so they all shoot the same carrier at the same time. And the Vikings got pushed back, and as he got bullied backwards, like I say, he never really freed himself from that position. GG gets called, and Classic is going to take a 2-1 lead, a map away from Classic going to the grand final of the Summer Championship. Crazy business. All right, we will get into that in a couple of moments. Game number 4 coming up is going to be on the beautiful map of Ley Lines. Central West, Central West, so it's Classic server preference as well. There's never been a Protoss winner of the WardiTV Summer Championship. In fact, the only Protoss we've ever had win a WardiTV Championship level event has been Zest. Zest was the only guy to ever win one of our tournaments of this scale. Again, we run the Winter, Spring, Summer Championships most years. Some years haven't had all 3. And obviously our end-of-year championships as well. Some years don't have it all. Some years only have a few of them. But we've never seen a Protoss win outside of Zest. He was our 2021 champion. He was our 2021 Spring champion and the 2020 Spring champion. But there's a severe lack of green Protoss victories when you look back at the stats and the sheets of WardiTV history. As we get ready to go into Ley Lines for game number 2. Not 2, game number 4. I'm thinking about the fact it's a 2-1 lead, but not in favor of the guy in the bottom left-hand side. The Red Terran player, repping Team Liquid, he will have a day of TVP ahead of him if he loses here, because he would have to beat Maxpax into the rematch against Classic if he loses this series. Let's see what he can do. Clem in the bottom left, taking on Classic in the upper right. Now had mech back-to-back. It's worked once, it's failed once. Classic definitely feeling like he adapts quite well from game 2 to game 3. In terms of how he wants to approach it, in terms of what he can get done. I think there's definitely some positives to take away from there if you're Classic. Happy with the adjustment, happy with the switch. Trying to boost on a few probes. Get that Nexus rolling. It's because Zest is best. Yeah, Zest was a beast, man. I wonder if Clem ever considered PvP. The thing is, Clem still does fine against a lot of the Protoss, you know? It really feels like Classic has made the formula. He's made the concoction of Protoss versus Terran that really is the answer to Clem, you know? And this is not the first time, right? Clem's also seen this kind of happen to him in TVT, where Clem is such an aggressive, multitasking-based player. If Classic can play at the level where he can match the multitasking to play defensively into the long game, he is able to kind of take away Clem's strengths and advantages, and that is where Clem then struggles, right? Like I say, that happens in TVT as well, where Clem, it's not so much about the micro and the multitasking as it is about having you know, you can defend from behind, and that was something Clem always struggled with in that matchup in comparison. So, yeah, it's definitely kind of a how Clem plays kind of problem, especially for versus Classic. Because like I say, Clem is not struggling anywhere near as much against some of the other Protoss players that are out there. Multitasking doesn't matter when you can mass cannon turtle into the ultimate army. I mean, that's very true, but that's not even how Classic is playing. He's not turtling at all. Like, Classic, the reason Classic is doing well is that he's able to defend well enough while still being able to apply pressure on the map. He's making defense from offense because he's putting his army on the map, but able to control good enough fights and control Clem's army positioning well enough. Because of that, that's very difficult for Clem to get to the other side. Sounds like Clem versus Cyril, but in reverse. Yeah, it kind of is. Several struggles, though, to, like, you know, sometimes deal with all the aggression of Clem and to get to that comfortable macroing position. And so Clem can overrun him a bit, but if he does get there, then obviously the game can become a lot tougher. Anyways, let's see where we go here. Game 4. Again, Classic, a map away from Grand Final territory. You see a gateway coming down. There's a couple gates building up. The blink coming online. Tech lab coming through. The cloaking will start. Banshee and a couple of marines on the way out. The battery will drop into the natural expansion. Again, continue to chrono boost out that blink. Banshee, siege tank. Just going to be seeing the cloak coming online as well. Stalker's gonna pop. Sentry comes over. The hallucination will begin to make its way out to the bottom left-hand side here. So just gonna be seeing the Adept gonna take a little bit of a dart in toward the top left-hand side. A couple of Marines will pop out from the barracks. Again, Banshee, tank, cloaking, continue to come through for the Moan. The blink coming in. Next is in the Forge building up. We got a couple of refineries coming through as well. Banshee going to be seen by the hallucination. We cloak. We see the Stalkers in position. He's trying to figure out if there's detection or not. There are observers out, though. Clem is right to be cautious. Keeps that Banshee back. He's back to meching, guys. He believes that this is the way forward for him in this matchup right now. So Clem is going to keep it rolling mech style. It's very cool, but it's crazy to think that he just does not think the bio games are going to go well enough for him. Obviously, we saw talked about Classic adapting, but I genuinely feel like, you know, you go into this one, this is time for Clem to adapt as well. What does he think he can do differently so that Classic doesn't just get up to that army which he could not deal with as easily in the last one? Right? You know, these are important questions to start asking ourselves already. Again, Magfield Accelerator on the way. The Siege Tank's building. And I guess my next question again is kind of on the Banshees. And this time I think we're going to pull away from Banshee production earlier. But honestly, both games previously, the Banshees have not done as much as you would have liked to. There's been moments they showed up, but typically it was later in the game where they really started to do some probe kills at a point where worker kills are less meaningful because the deeper you are, the less impactful 5 or 6 workers here and there is. 5 or 6 workers when you're on 50 workers is a lot worse than 5 or 6 workers when you're on 80 workers with a bank already established, right? 2 more factories in production. We will have the armory finishing soon. Prism coming back over. Again, just bringing this Prism all the way down the bottom side, heading across in toward the main base. The Fusiliers ready to unload. A couple of SCVs will begin to draw. And she's getting to work. Yeah, pretty good defense, but at the same time, we're going to poke in at the front. Classic, way more aggressive this game. This is not going to work, though. The siege tanks lasted way too long, I think, already. Although the prism gets a warp in, maybe this does have some potential. I mean, 19 SCVs went down, so maybe it's worked well enough already as it stands. Orbital Command going to be in some trouble. Does Classic just right-click it down, or what is our plan right now? Siege tank is going to have to move further up. That exposes it to the Stalker blink. A lot of those Marines, obviously not really a part of the long-term plan for the mech, but hey, they are putting out damage, and the damage is adding up, and Clem is going to survive through this. He is going to live past at least the first wave. We have a bunch more Zealots just warped in. There's a single tank here still. A couple of Hellions do move into Hellbats. See the Stalkers diving into the tank. It will not go down quickly, but it does fall. The Zealots obviously a big part of that. We're only on one Stalker remaining. The fact that this is mostly Zealots, I feel like, means that this is held, honestly, from Clem's point of view. He comes forward. If he scans for an Observer, he might find the triple kill. He will get the Prism. Does he see the Observers? Does he go for the scan? He does not. Clem does come out of this with a defense. There's the scan. The other two Obs already got away, though. As Classic had just accumulated them all together. Looked for the fast bust. This used to be one of the better ways of busting down a mech player. If you hit early with a lot of units, they just can't be set up in time. I do think the Cyclones are a big part of this, being able to be a little bit better and effective. The Hellbats were there to help against the Zealots, and honestly, the tanks survived a long time. Like I said, I didn't love the first wave of it for Classic, because the tanks were quite far back, and it took him forever to start removing them. Now, Banshee just going to play around the edges. We're in a scenario where, remember, the Stalkers went down in that fight, and Stalkers are not cheap units to rebuild. So if you have to go rebuilding Stalkers here, that is going to come at an expense, and that is the kind of thing you do not really want to have, you know, on your hands that you're having to pay for, basically. 7 probes killed as this Banshee has a successful time. He is probably going to go down on the escape. He does not. Banshee will live through to harass further, perhaps, further down the line in this game 4. As Clem takes a 50 supply lead, and Clem knows it as well. He understands that Classic invested into a lot of gateway units early. The tech is going to be delayed, and he not only has delayed tech, but he's also going to have a lesser army, because we've already seen Clem hold off an amazing fight. I mean, Classic's going across the map too, so he's out of position. I mean, maybe base trading is one of the better options for Classic, but it's not like he's base trading with a lot of stuff either. He actually recalls back home, so he's going to get back over there ASAP and try to survive. The SCV's pulled back and try and defend over here. The Blue Flame Hellbats will zap down the Zealots quickly. Storm is not done yet, and Clem is realizing it too. He is not afraid. He's stepping on in. Like I say, the SCV's having a little bit of trouble back at home, but the reality is that there's nothing here to defend from Classic. Well, there is. There's something. It's just nowhere near enough. You can see the Immortal even being chased down by Blue Flame Hellbats. This mineral line is on fire of the blue variety. And the Nexus may even die as well before anything more serious happens. The Storm came down. The defense finally made it home by Clem, so he doesn't have to worry about that anymore as Classic becomes a 2-base Protoss player. A few Stalkers still trying to step forward, and Clem will just get a few lock-ons onto them. Oh, the Stalkers are going to blink in. A move of bravery as Classic just has to make a desperate play. But it will not be good enough. We will go to Game 5. Clem and Classic will go the distance in this series. And we will be tied up 2-2. Alright, guys. Game 5 on the horizon between Clem and Classic. He will get this one started in a couple of moments. Our 5th map is going to be Tokamak. As Clem brings it back for a second time. He's never been leading in this series. Can he take the lead now when it matters most to win out and go to Game 5? Check everyone about. We'll just give it a second and we'll get this game started up. Watching mech win is fun. Do you think he's going to mech a final time in this Game 5? Or is it maybe time for him to try something a bit more drastic even? Or does he just go back to more regular bio altogether? Classic's obviously throwing different things at the mech as well. Like I say, from Game 1 to Game 2 there was already an adjustment. In this Game 3 was a completely different idea of how he could bust it down. Classic readies. We're just waiting for Clem to do the same. Getting to Game 5. Our upper bracket final delivering in a playoffs, which has honestly been a little lackluster at times in terms of the matches that we've seen. This one is definitely starting to look a little better. Counting down into Tokamak. get this started. In the top right, a red Terran from Team Liquid. It's Clem. In the bottom left, our blue Protoss. We have Classic. Hearthstone with the raid as well. Welcome everyone from the Hearthstone stream. We're in Game 5 of Clem and Classic in the upper bracket final. The loser moves down to the lower bracket final to play against Maxpax, ahead of the grand finals today of the WardiTV Summer Championship 2025. And it is proxy time from Clem. 2 racks proxy in this final game, so we get all the way to game 5, and he's really going to crank the aggression out. The probe will scout across the map, so we will move to the other side. Barracks finishing soon, Clem. Likely going to throw the tech labs down, likely going to move into Marauders. Barracks 1 completes, tech lab goes down, the probe about to scout what is up. Gonna recognize the complete lack of anything over on the top right. Marauder tech lab, the orbital coming through, we set all of that up, the Nexus Cybercore and Zealot coming in. Probe going to try and nibble at that SCV. Again, there are the Marauders on the way out right now, bringing that through at the moment. Stalker on the way up, just going to be seeing a couple of SCVs nibbling. Concussive shells, building, Marauders producing. Probe is going to find it, so Classic sees that is going to be Marauders. I mean, Nexus already coming down the low ground, cancels it instantly when he sees the Marauders, so he's now going to play a high ground defense. Robo starting. Obviously, there is a battery right there as well. Probe going to take a shot. Going to go up here, 2 Marauders. It's interesting because obviously you can get to a Marauder count soon that's going to kind of bypass the battery damage, that can shoot through the battery damage essentially and kill Stalkers. But that comes at a cost of committing to a lot of Marauders. And I actually think I like what Clem does more here. Lifts the barracks, going to have a high ground barracks so you can see and maybe shoot with the Marauders a little bit. But generally just wants to try and slow Classic down and keep him on that one base while he will expand himself, send that barracks back home, factory on the way to follow up, and just begins to transition here. So, I mean, it is a heavy defense from Classic. He's built 2 batteries now in the main base. Obviously canceled the Nexus quite far along as well. That's important because it wasn't just like a blind robo straight away, so it's not like the tech is super fast here either. And we can come across here and start chipping at a gateway, apparently. Prism is on the way up. I mean, we can actually, surely we should target one or the other first of all, but if we hit the pylon, we could have depowered the warp gate before warp gate was done. Maybe you can't reach the pylon with enough Marauders there. Obviously, the Prism Micro should help this situation. One Marauder gets pushed back. We can't actually retreat away. Sentry has to pull away, though. This warp gate's still in trouble. It's kind of a big deal. It's your only warp gate. Okay, you got 2 gateways. It's one of your 2 gateways. It's like half your production right now. Marauder's going to go after Stalkers. Obviously, Micro is big. Clem realizes it's time to just finish off the gate, take what he can get here, as the Marauders will get cleaned up. Clem had a lot of lacking supply. He's down to 3 or 5 army supply against 15. And now Classic begins to move across the map. So Classic will come to the other side. Clem's going to have a Cyclone. He's building a Viking. Obviously, there's no tech from Classic. It's just the Prism. There's no Blink or anything like that. The Reactor finishing up on the barracks in a moment. A few Stalkers unloading the barracks overhead. The Stalkers would like to poke up this ramp onto the Natural, as the Cyclone is going to lock onto the Prism for a moment or two also. Some people going down, another Stalker building. The Cyclone just taking a few more shots. Viking still hanging about right there. SCVs are going to pull to the front as well. The Immortal's big. I say he didn't have tech, but hey, an Immortal's a pretty big deal. That takes away a lot of the potential ahead. Defending this that I thought Clem might have had. He's going to pull more SCVs, but loses one Cyclone already. Locks onto the Prism, but he'll be forced away with Cyclone number 2. I don't think Clem is going to survive this breach of his main base as Classic looks to book himself into the grand finals today. The Prism is going to go down, though, so hey, maybe I'm actually the one speaking a little bit too soon. That is going to turn into a defense. Wow. The SCVs sectioning off that Immortal. I tell you what, even these 2 Stalkers surviving on low HP may have been a surprise in the end. What the hell was this? A defense in the end? I thought we were done. And then a couple of Marines come through, man. This looked so bad for Clem. He lost one Cyclone, the other was half HP getting chased away, and suddenly he gets a defense out of it. That is absolutely crazy. The Prism's still building. Gateway and the Probes coming online. Stalker, Sentry nibbling up at the barracks. A couple more Stalkers stepping over here. 3 Stalkers and the Sentry's just going to hit the racks for the moment. Cyclone Marines and a Viking back into the center of the map. Clem pulled a defense on thin air. Yeah, I'm going to have to rewind this game because I'm actually not sure where the defense really came from. I guess, honestly, just the SCVs putting in overtime, man. Those guys are going to need a raise after this game if Clem ends up winning. Tank will siege, Raven on the way, as Clem builds into the next stage of this game. A bunker on the way up, which may be essential as Classic is coming across the map. There's some aggression in mind. He's got an Immortal, the Prism here, freshly made. Still no gateway upgrades. You can see Charge on the way out, but that's going to be a while to finish, so it won't be ready just yet if Classic's intention is to attack. He does have Force Field potential, though, as he drops an Immortal and 2 Stalkers into the main. Prism will take shots, though, and gotta be careful there. The last thing you want is to obviously lose the Prism and to get your Immortal stranded. Good positioning from Clem keeps him safe defensively for the moment. Get 2 factories up over to the right-hand side. The tank settles down, a couple of factories still building in. The Banshee, Tank, Marines all joining up. Gateway's Nexus Charge online as well soon. That's just going to end up building a 3rd base, which obviously makes a lot of sense right now. We're finally getting to a point where this game stabilizes. A 3rd seems to be the direction to go as Clem throws down factories again. Some more mech from Clem. This is now 4 games in a row. The Raven will not be shy about showing itself flying through the 3rd and toward the natural, but that means the Stalker Warping can come in plenty of time. Could have been a bit sneakier. Probably could have snuck around the... I don't know if that pylon gives you vision right to the bottom side. Doesn't matter. The Raven will just sit here to the side of the 3rd, but honestly not really a safe place either. The lack of blink may be it's difficult to catch. Next is still building as the armory comes online. Banshee, Hellion, Cyclone producing on through. Stalkers, Zealots will take their opportunity to knock at this set of rocks to just open up this space a little bit. Chance to move in toward the natural expansion here. He's going to step forward. Uh-oh, tank's not siege. Clem, not ready for a fight. He's just going to pull the SCVs into this. He will. Oh, 2 tanks are so exposed. He does get one of them away. He gets stuck on the bunker. Oh, horrible fight for Clem. It couldn't have gone worse. The bunker buys you a little bit of time. SCVs start to drop. We've got a Viking in the mix. Something was shooting at the Warp Prism here. The Immortals will go down. Oh, this is a messy fight. We've got Zealots left over. Banshees are putting in some work. There's no detection for the Banshees. Clem has to run up into the main base. Needs a few reinforcements to pop to help him out a little bit, perhaps. Banshee's getting caught up, not able to fight the whole time. More SCVs pulling in. We're now 26 SCVs down the drain. We have no damage onto the Prism. So the Warping will succeed for a huge amount of additional Zealots here. The Banshees are good enough to clean up the Stalkers, though, I think. Are they? One Banshee will go down. Oh, no, it's going to be safe for the moment. So we're actually lacking the anti-air to deal with the Banshee. The Stalker micro to get the kill. Cyclone locked onto the Prism will not get the kill, though. Another Warping available in the main base, and Clem will die as he wasn't ready for Classic to attack. Wow, I mean, honestly, this was super defendable for Clem. If his tanks were just siege, he was in the worst possible place. The worst possible place he could have been. Just out in the open, unsieged tanks was not ready for Classic to run into this fight. And it looks as though Classic is going to, maybe this time, actually cook himself into the grand finals. Another warping of Stalkers. Cyclone has to pull back. We do see the Prism surviving. GG. Classic will go to the grand finals here. And it will be a Clem Maxpax rematch in the lower bracket finals. Let's take a rewind on that early fight, though, because I still think that was pretty crazy. Now, that really was just... If Clem wasn't here, unsieged, this game is still being played, but... Get a little bit out of position and it costs you. Let's look at this defense one more time. This was whatever. It was this Immortal showing up that really made this troublesome. Right now, Clem on the map has a Cyclone, a Viking, and 2 Marines. So you have really the bare minimum units, and it doesn't look good. The Viking's going to get shot down, and this Cyclone dies. These 2 Marines are hitting an Immortal that's barriered, so their DPS is wasted. The Immortal steps up, gets rid of this Cyclone. We've got a Sentry showing up as well. Stalker's still about. The SCVs are going to surround the Immortal. This is where I thought it was over, because there's a Cyclone and 2 Marines and a Dream. But what happens is these Stalkers chase this Cyclone. I thought this Cyclone was doomed. But actually this Cyclone means these Stalkers didn't fight for so long. The SCVs surround on the top with the Cyclone coming back in to lock onto the Sentry. Now the Cyclone does die, but during this the Marines peeled off the Stalkers and hit the Immortal surrounded by SCVs that's also stuck. And then a new Viking pops out, new Marines help to get rid of this Prism, and suddenly it's a hold. Isn't that a ridiculous defense? That defense initially is absolutely ridiculous. Just a lot of, like, there's like 3 different things happening at once that basically add up to Clem completely nuking that army of Classic compared to what was meant to happen. That was a ridiculous hold from Clem, but obviously not enough to win the game. I mean, he put him in a position where the game could absolutely be played out. Just, obviously in the end didn't play out. He got caught on siege, and that is going to do it. Alright guys, we are going to go to game number 1 of a Clem Maxpax best of 5. Put this set up in a couple of moments in the WardiTV Summer Championship. We will have Clem and Maxpax starting up here in just a few then, guys. So we'll get that ready to go. How did the Stalkers escape? Yeah, I know that too. Like, I don't know how those Stalkers got out of there when the units were at the front, but like, whole situation was utterly ridiculous. Utterly ridiculous. Alright. Clem and Classic go the distance. Classic to the finals. Clem to the lower bracket final to play Maxpax here. Maxpax looking for revenge. He lost to Clem in the upper bracket semifinals, so that's why he's been down in the lower bracket already. How's Clem and Maxpax's recent history looked like? I think it has been Clem really getting the better of him, but there's a lot of series between these guys I don't often see because there's a lot of online events. Yeah, Clem won the last 2 meetings, Maxpax won 1, then Clem won 2, Maxpax won 1, Clem won 5. The last few months has been very Clem favored in this matchup. Will that continue through today in this big matchup with grand final positioning on the line? And again, Clem and Classic are already guaranteed to take the seeds into the WardiTV 2025 Championship. So that is already guaranteed because of the fact that Maxpax plays top 2 in the European League, which is where more of the seeds come from as well. Very exciting. Last Fantasy, Persephone, Torches, all feed through. Guys, I'm going to be just one moment. And then we'll come back and get into the series. I'm going to start this series off on Ultra Love, it seems. In one of this E05. Ready to go. Lower bracket finals. Players are ready. Maxpax versus Clem. And Clem had some good games against Maxpax the other day. Wonder if he feels the need to play mech against him. I don't imagine he does. But I suppose we will see what comes out of this. Top right-hand side, as we enter the lower bracket finals. An all-European affair, looking for a slot in the grand final of the WardiTV Summer Championship. We're going to start off with the red Protoss player, top right-hand side, Maxpax. Maxpax wins this, will be guaranteed our first WardiTV Championship winner, that is a Protoss, since Zest did it in 2021. It's been 4 years. His opponent in the bottom left-hand corner, the blue Terran player, Team Liquid's Clem. What's up, Niven? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 78-month resub. Big one. Thank you so very much. Coming up to 7 freaking years of subscribing. Crazy. Thank you so much. As our CC starts, barracks on the way, refineries in production. We get this underway for game 1 of the best of 5. I feel like Clem's got to come into this with a little bit of confidence. Not saying that you should ever be confident against Maxpax overall, but like, he's had a good running record against Maxpax as of late. Especially in the longer series, Maxpax has not quite been able to figure out Clem like Classic has been able to, for example. So, be interesting to see what flies now between the two here. As two Titans of Europe clash. It's not even a Monday, believe it or not. It's when we usually get to see these players playing each other. Yeah, like I say, Classic winning in that grand final. PvP against Maxpax would probably be pretty darn fun. Not gonna lie, I'm cheering for the Classic Clem rematch. I don't know if Clem's just gonna keep on playing mech, but honestly, the games are great any which way you look at it, so that was just kind of fantastic through and through. Nexus on the side, but we'll continue to build. Again, Adept. Gate building at the moment. Nexus on the way. Reaper in the factory coming online as well. A little bit of everything coming through for now. Little Corona boost as the Stalker comes along. Get that underway. The Adept going to be there pushing the Reaper back. Stalker just going to be there, push the Reaper down a little bit there for a moment or two. A little bit of fun aggression, then the Hellion Reaper will be able to force the Adept away. We lose one SCV, the Reaper actually out there to catch the Adept, and some back and forth micro avoidance. Some shots will be good enough. Adept falls into the Twilight Council tech here from Maxpax is unsurprising. And Stalker and the Warp Gate still building through, just having ourselves a couple of Reapers and the Hellion gathering out the front of the natural. These will hop through and actually attack a Stalker for a little bit. They're going to continue to threaten the main. I was going to say, do we really think we can kill a Stalker? We seem to think so. The Hellions are going to show up. One more Reaper going down. The Hellions will dive in. Stalker dies. And now the Hellions will have a shot at some probes. Obviously, still Hellion count going down will make this dangerous. We should still be able to get at least one more worker here, I'd imagine. Reaper's going to follow up as well, so they're going to finish off some of the low HP workers, help those Hellions with their duties. It's going to turn into 7 workers killed. My goodness, what a dive from Clem. 7 workers, got the Stalker to begin with as well. For 3 Reapers and 2 Hellions, we get an Adept, a Stalker, and 7 probes. That's a ridiculous attack. That's an absolutely ridiculous attack. If these Stalkers come through looking for the medevac and will intercept the mine drop at least, which is a much-needed moment of respite for Maxpax because he could not deal with having to pull probes after that much damage is taken super early. That is going to be a huge start from Clem in this opening game. And just a bit of harassment, so offbeat from the Clem we've been seeing play against Classic. Completely different way of things playing out. And Clem, gotta be happy with the first few moments here against Maxpax. Game 1 looking bright at the moment. Not done yet and not anywhere close to it. It's a good start. One battery stops all of that, and that's the beauty of StarCraft because, you know, Maxpax doesn't feel like he can just blindly place a battery in his main base against Clem because, believe it or not, despite Protoss being utterly OP, according to the community, you can't just waste resources because you will just die and fall behind in the game and lose. So, yeah, battery in the main base that early on is a pretty huge investment, realistically. That's why that's why Clem knows he can probably make this attack happen. Like, yeah, battery stops it. If this doesn't happen and you build a battery, then, yeah, waste of money. WardiTV is going down. A couple of Marines will be dropping. It's going to be having the Marines going to be there to poke that Prism as well. Shove that back. The Banshee is going to loop around the top side. So we get a few SCVs. Maxpax drawing himself back into it a little bit as he gets some damage done. Banshee cloaks, and we are going to be able to hit the probes away from the battery. That one ran back into reach for a moment or two. And then we are going to see the Banshee continuing through to the main base. The Robo's on that low ground, so you know the Observer might pop there. As we'll go for 1, 2 workers at least. The Observer playing catch-up. And get 4 probes, which is really not too bad. Plus the Banshee surviving out to the top side. Now some Stalkers unload into the main base. They're going to try and blink forward as well. Tank in position to fire. Tank and a couple Marines in position to push it back. Nicely done as well. Charge still producing. Getting that underway. Banshee, Tank, and Marines all coming up for the moment. Banshee going to be there as you get a little scan out, and we just have this other Banshee still kind of stuck between bases. Clem's defense looking reasonable. You can see the Stalkers thinking about maybe coming in from this side. The tank is well placed, I think, to hold the natural, though. It's in a good defensive position. There's a lot of tanks in the main bases. Clem is going to add on factories. We're going to mech it versus Maxpax as well. This is not something he did when he played against Maxpax the other day. He was just playing more aggressively and more biocentric, but yeah, he is really making it happen mech style today. I kind of low-key love it. The Observer there sees the Banshee move around a little bit. Nexus drops down onto the front. That's going to be our 4th base building through. 2 more factories being added on as well, so we get that underway. The Orbital Command will come floating forward to drop onto the 3rd base as well. So just going to take that into position and just take a moment or two from here. And the extra Cyclones coming up. Interesting to see Maxpax maybe about to attack in is like I say, going to be a little scary when we've been considering the fact that this has been, you know, a very mech-heavy army, and it's a lot of tanks. I'm not sure if Maxpax is ready for that. Tanks want to focus the right-hand side. The Zealots on the left are nice. A few Marines, again, not going to be a big factor in the long term of this game, but short term, right now, defensively, it's good damage output, and they absorb some hits. And it helps you to kind of transition through to the more techier units that the mech army is going to need over time. That's a hold for now. Only 4 SCVs lost there. The Archon went down. The Prism will try for the main base instead. And that split of kind of trying to deal damage could be just what you need as Maxpax to maybe make an opening. The Stalker's at the front. The Prism recalls instantly. The Banshee's going to get onto the map as the units pull back here. Again, a few SCVs go down, but nothing too major. The Refinery on the 3rd is in trouble in the minimap. But these Banshees are going to show up. They're going to find probes arriving at the fresh new 4th base. No protection here. And into the natural as well. Also no protection here, and that's a ton of workers going down. Clem's Banshees finding gold in the heart of Maxpax's economy right now. There's going to be an Observer showing up. Some Stalkers arrive, but then over to the 3rd base we go. Feedback. Banshees can sit in between the bases, and I believe can live here for the moment. One more feedback, but it will take a little while to truly clean those up. So for now, at least, those Banshees can sit there and just be something to draw the attention of Maxpax away as Clem continued affair. A little bit of a lag spike there, I believe. Hopefully no one lagging out too hard. Hopefully nothing too impactful for us at the moment. Oh, Marine tank. We'll step forward a little bit. Clem's going to find this army of Maxpax right there. Once again, Clem's stepping forward when he maybe needs to be sieged up. First storm coming down. Clem does step away from it. No major damage taken. More Cyclones, the Hellions, the Medivacs all coming through as well here. The Prism will continue over and loading a couple of those Zealots down. And they're going to swipe into this mineral line. A couple of SCVs will drop. A couple of factories coming through. Cyclone getting settled. Again, the factories build. Cyclone's going to be there. Zealot taking a few more shots of damage. Stream dead. Why does my Twitch keep dying lately? Okay, well, let me just cast this out because we're still live on YouTube again. As just see the fight starting out. We do see the couple of storms coming down already. The Immortals getting chased out over the other direction. And we are going to be seeing both those Immortals continuing to just push on through. Going to recall just a portion of the army, but what about everything else? Like, yes, that's your Immortal and High Temple, but this Archon gets abandoned behind as well. Not exactly ideal. And yeah, guys, welcome back if you're on Twitch. Sorry, I don't know why, but lately my Twitch just stops streaming for a moment. I just have to turn it off and on. It's kind of weird, I'm going to be honest, as we do see the units continue to chase on through. The couple of Stalkers going down, another Storm dropping into place. Continue to push straight into this now. And we do get ourselves onto that right side base. This 5th is going to go down, so that is going to be a pickoff right now. These Zealots will make their way to the bottom. Nice counterattack, but we've got to save yourself on the other side of the map, Maxpax, and the tank siege are going to make that difficult. The Immortal barriers are popped. Clemson, some Hellions back, but it's a lot of Zealots, and that is genuinely going to cause issues, and that might be your way to still see success in this position, right? SCV's pulling back. Clem having to evacuate that 3rd, 4th base. Finish for him, trying to push his way on location over here. Like I say, Maxpax doing a lot of good. Can Maxpax get in? I don't say if Maxpax had those Zealots over here to help fight, I wonder if he could have maybe taken the fight, man. Archon just melts. The other Archon is already low. The Zealots are just disappearing, and the Immortals are not exactly doing a great job of living up to their name. As the Hellions did a fantastic job against the Zealots that did show up, but it is going to be a cleanup from Maxpax. He will push this back and push this away for the moment. +3 attack. 2 more Immortals continue to build up for the moment. Just going to be seeing the, again, Cyclone Hellions, the +1 vehicle plane, all coming in as well. Belt charges. SCV in trouble. A couple of Cyclones coming through for the moment as you just have a little bit of a fight coming in. Those couple of Zealots going down again. The Zealots have been the savior of Maxpax. Those run-bys have been devastating to Clem's economy a couple times over, and I mean, Clem is going to stabilize. Don't get me wrong, his economy's still fine now, but it's been those hits and those pullbacks that have cost him heavily for the most part. Comes army up to the top. The Zealots are going to charge through. The Zealots will go down. Just going to see the couple of Hellbats firing up as well. Medivac taking a little bit more damage, and this army to the top left is going to go after the Nexus. This will go down as well. Those few probes going to be in trouble. I mean, this is nice. Going to knock Maxpax down to a 4-base Protoss player. Clem's base going to be in trouble in a moment, though, because Maxpax is just going to come straight across the map. Can Clem pull back in time to defend this? Most of his army is that army in the top left, so he's not in position at all. Obviously, Maxpax loses a 5th, but Clem may lose a 4th. He drops a Hellbat into the mineral line over here. Maxpax starts to pull back. He's afraid of Clem's army arriving. He's afraid of what that might mean for him. The Cyclone's getting some lock-ons, baiting through some of the Immortal shields. There's a lot of energy on those High Templar. Storm's available, drop some feedbacks as well already. The Hellbat's trying to come around from the left side. Cyclone lock-ons remain, and you do see the tech units starting to get very low. Those Immortals especially are getting extremely low, and the Cyclone's still locked onto them, doing mega damage. The Archon going down, 3 Immortals left. A new Archon shows up from the left-hand side as Maxpax gets the reinforcements here. But will that be enough? The Cyclone lock-on good for 1 more Immortal. There's 1 High Templar remaining, and is not locked onto. It's the Stalker that's locked onto. He loses the Observer as well. Clem pushes this away. Staying strong on 4 bases right now as he tries to make his way across the map. Hellion Cyclone looking for the attack into this base of Maxpax. There's a Storm available and it hits dead center on the Cyclones. That's what you like to see, as that is going to be a great grab right there. Now we've got the Zealot going down, the other few Stalkers coming across also here currently. It's going to be seeing 1 more Storm dropping straight into place. +3 attack is going to come up on the Forge. Just going to be seeing the Zealots building. A Prism on the way. Hellions going for some workers. Not fun for Maxpax. His economy's not great right now. Going down to sub 60 probes. Again, that's him maybe having to stop and rebuild a little bit. Barry, even look at the workers killed in this game. 63 probes to 52 SCVs killed throughout. It's been multiple times over. The aggression on both sides that has thrown this game into the mayhem that we've seen. A couple of those Zealots getting busy as the Hellion Cyclone pulls back around. Cyclones continue to come up. More Cyclones on the way. The Hellion's still producing through. Take a couple of moments. Stalker's going to get on top of the Orbital Command. SCV's going to try and pull in. Orbital will go down again. The Cyclones are going to lock onto a couple of the High Templar. So they drop one Storm off. There's still a good amount of High Templar here. Again, Clem losing an Orbital is a big deal. His main base is this base on this left-hand side here now, so that's just relocated. So he's actually not got a lot of actual command centers standing. Again, just a couple of Zealots going to pull Clem's attention away, get a few SCVs. Clem trying to chase this army down. Not the first time we've seen him chasing a Maxpax army out to the other side. The Ghosts, the High Templars are completely drained of energy here, and that will be the Immortals, the left in the background. Just as Clem pulls away with those units defending on the right, more Zealots show up. But all the Immortals went down. Again, the tech units of Maxpax struggling to stay alive in this series. In this game, opening game so far, has been utterly hectic. As the medevac goes back up the left-hand side, a couple of Hellbats still joined together. Tank Cyclone will move over as well. The Stalker stepping through, the High Templars coming across. Medevac in the top is going to again drop a couple of Hellbats by as Maxpax's army now is High Templar, Stalker, Zealot, so a lot more kind of fluid mobileness, rather than fluid mobility than kind of the techier units that he had before. And to be fair, like I said, those tech units were not exactly surviving through the fight, so I don't mind this little bit of a different approach. Again, Clem is losing SCVs hard as he loses out on the right-hand side again. Has a consistent position of a consistent problem position for him as the Cyclones try and shove through. Not sure we got enough to just run into the Stalkers though, and I actually think Maxpax is drawn himself back into this well enough. Clem's army does not remain strong enough. He does not think he can stay in the game with those SCVs dropping, and Maxpax turns this game around from an absolutely brutal starting point, which was so many workers lost in the early game. The early game was terrible for Maxpax, into the next stage of the game, which was... I mean, the next stage of the game is not pretty for Maxpax either, really. Like, there was a lot of moments here where it just looked great for Clem, but Maxpax kept Clem on the run. He kept Clem pulling back defensively a lot of the time as well. That is going to be that as we get ready for a game number 2. Man, Clem really cleared out the tech units so many times over, but never managed to, punish that on the other side in the end. Game 2 coming up in a second here. Just getting Clem into our lobby, and we will be good to resume. Guys, Twitch is back up. Sorry for the crash on Twitch. It's happened the other day as well. My Twitch just stopped streaming, and my YouTube's absolutely fine. I don't know what it is. I might have to just change the server that it's connecting to on Twitch via my streaming software. It's, yeah, it's a little, I don't know. Like, literally, I just click stop and start, and it comes straight back. So I don't know what it is or why it is, but a little unlucky. Always love the minus 500 viewers because Twitch just decides to misbehave. Anyways, all good. Game number 2 of this lower bracket final, fighting for a spot into the top 2 of the tournament. Loser leaves with $500. Again, you win this, you get plus $250 and a chance to then more or less double your money up into the finals as well. Maxpax is going to be up 1 game in this series. Magnath, a big map. Not sure if Clem wants to move away from mech on a map like this with how he's been playing today. Take a few moments to get set up. Couple of refineries, the barracks coming through. Gateway coming about as we settle ourselves into this second game of our series. Follow a probe across the map to start us off. Away we wander. For the moment. I always wonder why meching Terrans don't leave 4 Zealots back at home to deal to help a lot with to help with Zealots. I think it's definitely a possibility, right? I think it's a little weird because it's almost strange because it feels like if you leave 4 Hellbats and like 2 or 3 Zealots show up, great. But then you're almost inviting him to send even more Zealots, and then your Hellbats get wiped, and then you have even more Zealots to deal with. I don't know. I actually, it's a good question. Maybe would it be that effective, especially in that game where it's like it's one specific base that keeps getting struck by the Zealots on repeat. He just did not manage to kind of leave anything over there for a few moments. Hope he gets a few pokes. Few shots already. You don't know why Zealots are nearly indestructible? Because melee units need to be something, otherwise they just suck. Melee units either need to be super fast, aka Zerglings, and super cheap and expendable, and a lot of them, or very powerful and strong, and they don't just insta-die, because otherwise them being melee is kind of nerfing themselves. You know? I mean, Zealots that don't last very long are completely useless units, right? And there's this very fine line where you say they feel unkillable right now, but the reality is against a proper army, Zealots melt as well, you know? It's just Zealots against the right number of units feel unkillable, which is probably how it should be. But, you know, you've got the right amount, it means the melee units actually genuinely have a shot at doing something. A Liberator is not an option. Just very expensive. In this last game, Clem maybe he had moments. I mean, to be fair, like Clem never got off of 4 bases, and switching into starports, libs becomes very expensive at that kind of point in the game already. So yeah, I'd say that's one of the scenarios where building Liberators is just, like I say, a bit of an expenses. The Hellion drop is going to be about as figured out as it can be. The proxy starport actually did build a tech lab, by the way, as the Hellions are going to drop in anyway, and 2 Stalkers and a Sentry will try and make the defense. I actually think that Force Field is going to hurt the Stalkers more than it hurts the Hellions, as the Hellions going to load up back into the medevac. 6 probes go down, so Clem's still finding some value here. And we'll go for a couple more. We'll have to lift up again. Saves the 3 Hellions. 3 is the magic number. That is the 1-shot range for a Hellion against a probe. We've got 3 of them shooting at once. 6 is not bad when you still have the medevac and the Hellions available to harass again. Not bad at all. What is crazy is that Clem is building Cloak Banshees off that starport now. That part of this is actually a little bit ridiculous. Robot facility on the way. Should be able to get an observer out in time, but it is essentially forcing the observer. The Stalkers find it, so never mind. No cloaking, just the single Banshees. The medevac's going to try and boost for the natural, perhaps. 2 Stalkers there, trying to keep away. Knows this medevac's HP is important to keep somewhat decent. Going to threaten the medevac back toward the main, but the Hellions will try and dart the natural, but there are units in position there. I'm now going to have to make it a getaway. He gets past into the natural. The Sentry misses its force field. Probes are up for grabs. It's barbecue season. 6 workers going down. And that's going to double up the damage done in this game. Mistake by Maxpax. Misses his force field. Did not have the units walling. And that is going to be Clem finding just a little tad extra than he was maybe meant to. Because, like I say, I think Maxpax had set himself up correctly to deal with this. Fortunately, it goes also wrong in the end. Tanks gathering. Again, factory still coming through. The refinery's coming up. Reaper will go down. Little grenade going to bop a Stalker over to the side.
Game paused.
I'm going to PP. I was very scared there was a GG for a moment, but we'll take a quick little pause here. Hopefully nothing serious and we can get back on track ASAP. What's up, Captain Bad Truck? Sorry, Bad Rock. For some reason I thought it said Bad Truck. Captain Bad Rock, how you doing? Thank you so much for the Prime sub as we ready up and go back into the action. Thank you so much for the Prime, as we are going to be seeing the starport flying back into the main base. We'll get home safely. Tank in a good position, gets a first good volley off onto the Stalkers. Tank here will siege maybe just in time to stay a Stalker kind of blink into the main. We actually have 2 tanks on that ramp right now. 2 more factories on the way, guys. It's mech. It's mech all day, apparently. We played 1 game of non-mech, and we have just been playing mech ever since. Mech this, mech that, mech everything. What a ridiculous day this has turned into, as mech versus Protoss is becoming the norm. Our bunker helping to deflect the Stalkers. And difficult to blink onto that tank, because the 2 tanks high ground do cover the low ground tanks. So if you blink for that kill, you're going to take a lot of damage in the process. Tank sieging. Marine Cyclone coming about. The tank still setting up a little bit. Charging the +1 upgrade coming through. Now Stalker's going to go in after that over command. The Marines and the Cyclone still gather up together. The siege tank stepping over. SCV is going to pull across as well. Those Stalkers actually taking a beating. Getting a couple more kills in already. Armory finishing up, refineries on the way. Marine Cyclone continues to build through. +1 attack, Storm on the way up. Nexus building by. One single Stalker just going to take the watchtower for a couple of moments. Again, the +1 vehicle weapons. Backfield on the way in. Again, +1 and Blink, both building for now. Nexus halfway done. The assimilators and the pylons coming up as well. Storm is moments from being completed. Vernal Pre-Igniter has started up as well. I mean, we just know where this mech army is going to. We've seen it from Clem already. Maxpax right now is a little low on the supply count, but he's going to bound back nicely. His bug count can do a bit of work as well as he gets to that 4th base. I'm sure that'll be rectified. Get that probe count going a little bit higher. Obviously, he did take damage early in this game. Once again, it's not been a bad starting point from Clem. Maxpax smart not to go chasing after the pickup on that Zelda, because we were ready to kind of make something happen. Units show up from the other side. It's just Hellbats and Marines that get into reach of those Stalkers. And maybe it wasn't as scary as it first looked as though it could have been. Cyclones are going to chase Stalkers down. With the scam, we have the range. And we are going to get some good pickoffs there. The Zealots will go down on a follow-up, and Clem with some good picks right now. Storm is now available. Should help Maxpax a lot in some of these upcoming fights. There's our first. Good split, though, and the Cyclones don't instantly drop to it. The Hellbats can take a Storm as well, so does some of the Marines. We don't have endless Storms right now. Keep that in mind that we've already dropped 3 of them, so we have a few left over, but we are running out. We're using them pretty freely. Maxpax not afraid to kind of put those to use. The tanks are going to show up, never going to get a chance to siege as the Stalkers kind of came forward. The Stalkers being forward, though, and once against those Hellbats that seem to be doing some mega damage. Tanks, again, still just never siege, just fighting all the way through. The Archon will go down. Both the Archons will go down that the High Templar morphed into. And Clem was thinking about getting to that right side to hit that Nexus. Will not be able to, though. Clem will want to try and get a 4th base behind us. He moves up the high ground. There's not a lot of units right now. Gets the High Templar that just warped in. That's an insta-kill. More Zealots coming up as well as we look for control in this left side base, and this does seem to be where we're hitting. The Nexus on the right side is under fire from the Hellbats that we talked about, and just a little bit of a split here of units. Some of them trying to fight off the Stalkers, the rest going after the Nexus still. The High Templar in the background is going to end up dying here. Gets one more Storm, just kill a Cyclone or 2 with it, but I mean, you can see the probe count just going down as the Hellbats have their way on this mineral line. The few Cyclones as well. And Clem is up 128 to 86 supply. The Hellbat drop is available into the natural now. Just some additional damage, and these Hellbats are roasting and toasting. And it's a sunny day to be a probe. It's warm weather outside. Unfortunately, probes do not have anti-burn built into them, so they aren't dying. As again, we get aggressive here as Maxpax trying to chase this army a little bit, but I only see this backfiring. Again, look at it. Honestly, the Hellbats are surprising me. They're doing so much. Alright. What happens if we build Colossus? Do we think Colossus... Because to me, a lot of the issues we're having are the Hellbats. What if we have Colossus that can just kite the Hellbats from range? Is that maybe, possibly, something we go into. Like, Colossus is obviously not on the track record of ideas that we're playing with right now, because it's you know, you're building storm armies up and all of this and that, but like, maybe that's where we need to go to be honest. Like, maybe that's the plan. Maybe that's the plan. Just one. I mean, obviously, some of the we haven't seen Colossus yet, and we've still seen Mech lose a bunch of times as well. But just wondering if that's maybe possibly the way that could maybe make this a bit more secure, because I just see these Hellbats constantly being a problem. Heading into ley lines. Winning with the bugged unit. Cyclone seems pretty balanced to me, man. Bugged, but in a good way. One of the best bugs you've ever had in StarCraft. Making a useless unit usable. I love it. Kind of a little bit silly. Do we genuinely think, though, they'll ever change it at this point? I actually think at this point you can just justify the Cyclone actually just being used as a good thing. Maybe this is the change the Cyclone needed to be viable. Maybe the fact it's working versus Protoss is a sign that we've gone too far, though. We've tried so much to make Mech viable versus Protoss, now we found something. Maybe it's time to get rid of it. Like it kind of goes against our grain, you know? I don't even know if Mech's viable versus it's just a fresh style that the Protoss is still figuring out, this version of the Mech still. Does this mean that I can too justifiably play Mech versus Protoss, or is this just a case of Clem has a really perfect way to control play Mech that works for his style? I'm willing to bet you would probably have an even easier time making Mech work versus Protoss at your level. Because for 90% of people in the chat or more, realistically, it doesn't matter what style you play. If you just macro well, you will probably win games whatever you try and play with. You know? Generally. I honestly think Mech control it's not easy, but I actually think it's going to be easier than trying to play Bio versus Protoss. I mean, if you hit stand in a bad storm, you don't instantly lose all your units with Mech like you do versus, you know, with like you do with the Bio, right? So you can take your mass entry build to the ladder, yeah. Macro well enough with it, you good. I mean, there are some extremes that maybe goes a bit far in that idea, but you guys are smart enough to know what I mean, I'm sure. All watching StarCraft. Have some amount of brain cells on the side of us. We've managed to find StarCraft, you know, and enjoy it. Probably nibbling at the SCV. As you just see the engineering bay block onto the natural. Nexus coming down, Cybercore coming up. As the orbital command builds through the factory and engineering bay, building the reactor on the way by. A probe just steps into the Nexus there and still cancel on the engineering bay for the moment. Adept. Just gonna move about for a couple moments. Settling down for a little bit here. Well, Marines moving over. Cyclone on the way through. Marines gonna get there. The Adept gonna take some damage. We'll be seeing that pushed away to the side for a couple of moments. Just taking a couple of seconds here to settle down. Marines and the Cyclone going to come pushing over. Starboard on the way through. And you see the Marines with the Cyclone actually can be pretty powerful. And the Cyclone should be able to stay locked onto that Stalker. We have the vision range for it. Oh, the battery saves it. Wow. Obviously, the third base location is over there, so that works out. We are going to turn around onto the Adept. I mean, the problem is Maxpax has to kind of step over here. Otherwise, you can just walk into the main base as Clem. And you kind of want to avoid that. Sentry pops its Guardian Shield. Cyclone will not stay locked on, and these Marines will try and pull back. The thing is with chasing the Marines, the Cyclone adds a lot to this. The Cyclone makes it not quite so simple chasing these Marines down. As you're kind of seeing now, a second Cyclone shows up, Stalker goes down, Sentry goes down, and Clem getting some value in these early stages at the moment of game number 3. Looking for a lead in this lower bracket final. The Cyclones, the Marines coming back through, getting 3 more shots off. As we gather ourselves together. Blink finishing soon. Medevac tank Marines in production. The Cyclones will lock onto the Stalkers here. One Stalker going down, the other will return fire. The Cyclones and Marines together going to try and push up. We've run out of battery energy. It's one more Stalker kill, and the Cyclones are going to get away with it, aren't they? Look at them go, and one more lock on even. Okay, Blink's finishing in 10 seconds. We need to kill these Stalkers right now, or we're in trouble. Don't tell me it's going to happen. Oh my god! It was so sick from Clem. The Cyclone micro was very good. He lost one right at the end there, but come on, he did so well. And now a Cyclone lock on and a Siege Tank to get another Stalker kill. That Cyclone goes down too, but man, beautiful stuff. As Clem does work in the early stages of the game. 3 Stalkers on the map currently for Maxpax does not feel great. Warps in a couple extra. Resources lost is favorable to Clem. It's not super out of reach. It's only 400 difference. It's kind of wild. Like, that macro was nuts from Clem. He got so much value from those 2 Cyclones. And Clem adds a 3rd CC. Cloaking coming up for the Banshees. And we'll see what his next step is. Obviously, killing a bunch of these Stalkers does limit the amount of Stalkers you can arrive with and harass with blink-wise. So, and obviously losing the Cyclones is damage output from Clem loss, but it does mean, you know, if you're reliant on tanks, as long as we haven't lost tanks here, I think this means the Stalkers will struggle to do too much else right now. Command Center in the main base will be finishing soon. The Observer Corona boosting out of the Robo facility. Charge is still coming online. I want it to be about halfway there. Another factory will place. 3 games in a row in this series that Clem will play mech. He's had a good start. I mean, that game 1 was a good start from Clem. Played mech and lost it in a long, drawn-out back-and-forth affair. So do not just presume that this this lead at the start is going to be golden for Clem all the way through. A good start, but that's all it is for the moment. Stalkers gathering, Banshee cloaking coming online. Prism Chrono boosting off the Robo facility. Stalker Sentry Zealot stepping through. Just going to be having the mag field coming about again. Banshee and the Cyclone coming up as well. So it's going to get that through. The Armory will be on the way. The Engineering Bay coming about. +1 on the way through as well. Templar Archives will be finishing soon. A couple of Banshees around the top. Also coming down, the Medevac in trouble. Actually getting a little caught there as Clem's trying to push into his 3rd base location. They'll siege up 1 tank, a couple of Zealots trying to challenge on in. Not really in good enough numbers to be that terrifying, and there's the Banshees, and there's no answer to them in position. Needs to actually target fire properly with them. Right now, they're not doing anywhere near the damage they should be. Still missing the Observer. It's showing up in a moment, man. This is so much missed opportunity. This is what, 7 probes? This feels like it should have been so much more. The Orbital here on fire. As Clem has to pull SCVs in for the repair for mode. May actually need to get the SCVs back to repairing. Tank steps forward. A couple Cyclones coming through. The Orbital Command! It is not going to go down! The SCVs will save it in the last second. It was so close to being doomed. Zealots in the main base. At least we'll see Maxpax continuing, but we almost had a GG mode and lose that 3rd, and Clem's in major trouble now. This is very survivable. Obviously, the Banshee's going to come back in. They're going to look for damage to undo the damage that Maxpax is finding. Chaos ensuing once again. Clem's obviously super busy, so his micro's not being perfect with the Banshees. He gets a few more workers. We end up 58 to 60. Clem army supply lead, a similar position to what we've seen in previous games. What a save in that CC. Like I said, he left a couple SCVs repaired, and I was like, I actually think we really need more, and that was very true. Tanks getting jumped on instantly. 2 tanks die so fast. Banshees will show up here for a bit of defense as well. Cyclone's locking on. Stalker's only not going to be ideal. Getting chased down. Even Hellions have something to say. Splashing through and actually going to chase. Looking for more. Prism into the corner of the main base. Beautiful position and may actually get more out of this, although the Stalkers are still being hunted down. Oh my goodness. That's actually crazy. Stalkers are dying back at home. The Prism is set up, like I say, waiting for a warping opportunity. We don't have money yet, though. Clem does have a couple units in the main. 2 Cyclones, 2 Hellions poised to deal with the warpins in the next few moments as we have the Prism actually getting found. That will not go anywhere. That is Clem pushing back to clean up there. What a save on that command center. If that 3rd base falls, this is such a different game. Clem is... I mean, if Clem has to rebuild a 3rd before he continues to mine off of it, like, it just puts your position into such a weak spot in comparison to what you're playing right now. Just takes away so much, and then you really are probably even pushing across the map looking to be forced into a fight, and having to force a fight against a Protoss who can play defensively, it's not fun, right? At the end of the day, it is just not fun. There's a lot of Cyclones this game. We have seen some of these games be very tank focused early. Obviously, he lost some tanks this game. We've seen him go into a lot more tanks than this, but this is just very heavy on the Cyclone build. There's a lot of Stalkers, and we're going to scan looking for the Observer. We're not going to risk it. High Templar there as well. Just going to peel away to the side. These are not super speedy Banshees. Oh, the Observer comes in from the bottom. I think Clem only stuck around here because he had the scan, so he was like, I don't see the Observer arriving. But because it comes from the bottom side, it means he actually doesn't see it coming. So he does lose one Banshee. The other took a big shot, but did live just about in the end. That's one vehicle weapons coming online. A couple of these units trying to get back on that right side will not succeed. As Clem pulls back down to the bottom looking for a 4th base. Looks like the Prism just died over here, I believe. Again, good shutdown on the Hellions. You saw how deadly and devastating they can be when they turn up the heat in those mineral lines. Keeping those away from your mineral lines in the first place, preemptive measures, is absolutely a route to success. But what about over here? This is a lot of Hellions. Maxpax out of position. Hellions will move into Hellbat's command center in trouble. High Templars are showing up. Clem might just look for the kill on the base and get the hell out of here. Banshees get stormed to death. As, Clem is looking for more. He starts to engage into the army a little bit. Again, using the Cyclones in their range just to get what is essentially free damage if Maxpax can't return fire. Another storm coming down. The Cyclones taking hits once again. Stalkers around the bottom side looking to cut off a retreat of the Cyclones and everything else. And we will actually succeed on that blink in. How much goes down, though, for Maxpax? Because obviously he just blinked into Cyclone lock-ons. There's not a lot of pulling back you can do there, but he's continuing to chase, and Clem's army will be hunted right now. Again, a few more lock-ons, just trying to find as much as possible. Clem has reinforcements, but they are going to need to come and join up. He gets a few of those units away. I think that's important. I think if he loses everything there, this could actually get pretty tricksy for him, but that is not the case. A couple Hellions and the Cyclones together will gather back up. A couple of Zealots still taking some shots. Stalkers wanting to push through. A couple of shots coming about. We are going to be seeing the units trying to push up this ramp. In we go. Cyclones trying to fire. One more storm coming down. Are we going to keep on trying to push for this? Yes, we are. Cyclone's going to be forced to split away once again. Still just got that Immortal taking a few extra shots of damage. Clem's supply is hurting a little bit, though, and when the supplies get this close, it has oftentimes been trouble for Clem in the previous games. The Warbins of the Protoss arrive so quickly. Clem's planetary force is a big factor here. SCVs need to start repairing this a little bit more seriously, I think, guys, as we are going to be seeing the repair is not going to be enough. Clem needed to get those SCVs there a little bit sooner, and he will not do it. Maxpax is going to take the game at number 3 as Clem loses his 4th base. And Maxpax seems to be getting the answers needed against this Clem mech army, because this was, again, a good starting point from Clem. And he did a lot of work, man, and he just could not. That final fight, there's just no fast reinforcements showing up for the mech player, right? There's no sudden, like, oh, here it is, this is what I need, here's my extra few sites. Like, that doesn't exist, and as the extra Zealots and Stalkers pour through, it becomes less and less playable for Clem, whose mech army needs to be in good numbers. You're just never getting to that point again. Maybe with the Planetary staying alive, you can find a hold there, but obviously it was not looking pretty for that exact reason. GG's. I'm with the early GG again. I don't think you're watching the game. He's GGing when he has lost a 4th base. He's going to be down 2 bases, and he has no army left. There's nothing early about this GG at all. Like, he has 0 fighting units, and the units that are arriving are going to get outmassed. Like, completely. He's completely... The supplies are the same, but the supplies being the same doesn't mean anything in this scenario. It's what is there on the map, and Clem does not have an army to fight anymore. Now, he might be tilted. Because I think he's going to do one of the craziest things he could possibly do here. Heading into game 4 on Tokamak. In the bottom left, the red Protoss player, up 2-1, a map away from the grand finals, is Maxpax. His opponent in the top right is going to be the blue Protoss player, Clem, for the PvP. Okay, I'm going to be missing negative. He's going to get destroyed. I want to be proven wrong. I don't think he beats Maxpax PvP. I don't think there's the slightest chance. You know, there's a lot of times where I feel like the off-race play is like, oh my god, and here we go. This actually does not excite me at all. I think this is basically a forfeit. And I say that so I can only be surprised if Clem can make this competitive. Let's see. Okay, wait. Down at the front, as we get settled in, a couple of assimilators will come through. Just going to have ourselves the builds being picked here. Going to be double gate versus double gate. Maybe PvP is Maxpax's weakness. Yes, the matchup that Maxpax has not only been renowned for years, but has recently expanded his horizons in and become a much more solid player all around in because he's been comfortable enough to actually step away from just one gate expanding. Clem's throwing down the pylon. It's proxy time right from the get-go here as we get into game number 4 of this best of 5. Lower bracket final. Winner of this plays Classic in the grand finals. Sentry and Stalker building up here on these gateways. We get those underway. Stargate and a couple of Adepts coming up as well. And it's just going to be seeing Maxpax already kind of playing into a very comfortable position, right? Stargate before expand, very safe. Pylon from Clem is just going to be a fake out. He does not put anything on it. So if Maxpax is in the main base, he sees a lack of a pylon and he gets afraid about a proxy straight away. Clem's going to throw a Stargate down of his own. So Stargate versus Stargate is going to be, obviously, a lot of the time Phoenix versus Phoenix, but it doesn't have to be, because obviously if you don't know about it on one side and you don't start building Phoenix, you can go Oracles first. I would say Phoenix versus Phoenix is one of Maxpax's specialities. He was one of the players that really pushed the limits of Phoenix versus Phoenix, figuring out how the micro wars work there to almost reliably win that kind of composition warfare. I think if this goes Phoenix versus Phoenix, then I get worried for Clem, but he should build a Phoenix here. Because in this case, a Phoenix is a much better scenario for him than an Oracle, because he could shut down Maxpax's Oracle, have a 2-3 Phoenix lead, and force Maxpax into Blink, perhaps. So I do like the Phoenix here from Clem. I think that is going to be the right call for the early stages. And Maxpax is going to go Oracle number 2 as well. Well, Oracle heads to the upper right-hand side. You're going to be seeing it heading in. And it's going to activate for one probe already. Stalker Sentry, and the Oracle gets a good couple of shots off on the gateway units there. That can help stop the recall possibility. We're going to see the Stalker and the Adept showing up on the other side. The Phoenix will get the Oracle, does not recall away. That's going to be a good shutdown for Clem immediately, so I guess the Phoenix to lift up the Adept as well. But 2 Adepts do get into the main base. Low HP, we've got another Phoenix, that's huge. Because that stops the warpins. Sorry, that stops the one-shot. So the battery will then be able to stop these Adepts from getting any kills. Good defense from Clem. Shuts it down. An Oracle down. A couple of Adepts down. Starts the Twilight Council. We'll trail there. We'll have the Phoenix lead, like I say. So this is the benefit that Clem gets from this. You get 2 to 3 Phoenix. They're going to be able to harass a little bit. They're going to keep control of the map. The one thing you got to be careful of is the other Oracle, but he does have a Stasis Ward in the main, and he does have... sorry, not Stasis Ward. A Shield Battery in the main that protects you there, so he only really has to be careful of the Oracle on the natural. It will not be able to do much in the main apart from Stasis Warding. Twilight Council finishing soon. Stalkers will step up to the high ground. The probes will pull away from the natural. Adepts are going to be back in, and there's the Oracle at the same time. The probes are already pulling into the main mineral line, but we've got to deal with the Adepts as well. And they will start comboing up, but at the same time, Clem is on the natural of Maxpax, so maybe there's some opportunity there. As the Phoenix will be here too, going to force the recall. It's going to be Stalkers that come back. We force fill the ramp, we lift up one Stalker. Battery gets a recharge. Clem does have the damage to kill this through the battery, but it takes a very long time. Probes are pulling in. Clem's lost a bunch of workers. Felt like he probably needed to get a few workers himself there as he has to step back. A battery will be low energy if he wants to go again, but I wonder if there's just too many units there now. It's not like Clem has a nearby warp-in available. Phoenix can threaten the main base, get a few probes, maybe start drawing back into the eco game a little bit. Because obviously right now he's trailing. You get a few workers here. It helps. That's all the Phoenix energy for now, though. The Oracle's still going to town on the other side, so it's still a 5-worker lead for Maxpax in this game number 4. As Maxpax seems to be slipping closer to the Grand Finals against Classic, and we may have a PvP showdown for our first Protoss WardiTV Championship champion since 2021. Blink Chrono boosting on both sides. Maxpax is going to be a little bit close towards that. Again, the worker count is slightly in his favor. Stalkers will get through. The probe gets picked off already. He's going to take that down and now diving onto the pylon in the center. We'll see our Stalkers coming to the bottom left-hand side. Maxpax just pulling away and actually going to play defensively here. This Oracle, man, has just done work. It's a 7-kill Oracle. Will go down now. A few more probes. A little bit more distraction. Maxpax lost a couple workers as well, but overall, he's 6 workers ahead coming out of this. And heading to the Blink phase of the game, he'll be on Blink sooner. He's got a better economy. Robo coming up earlier as well. It keeps him very safe in case of a Dark Shrine play from his opponents. Does bring that option to play. Clem adds 2 more gateways. So what gateway count are we going to in total here? 4 to 4. So it's going to be pretty even. If Clem keeps adding gateways rather than throwing down a 3rd base, obviously that aggression is something we can really look toward. But there's no sign that that's going to be the case now. 4 gates is fairly reasonable. The biggest difference currently is the Robo. Obviously, cutting that as corner a little bit as Clem can be nice. Maxpax can also use it as a, crank out some Immortals defensively. That also works. But it does give Clem the opportunity to just kind of mass Stalkers a little bit and maybe take a numbers advantage into a fight across the map. That's what he's going to try and do here. Remember, there's no nearby warp-in because he doesn't even have really a pylon nearby, so as he attacks in here, he needs to just make numbers work right away. He's going to have the Guardian Shield to help out. He will be able to threaten with the Phoenix. Looking for a cancel on the Nexus. Maxpax blink back super defensively. Maxpax gives this Nexus up. He feels like Clem is committing to the aggression right here, which it's kind of true. So he's just not going to risk it. He's not going to let this base continue through. He's not going to try and fight out in the open. And Clem successfully knocks down base 3. Is about to throw down a base of his own. And that is going to equalize out the economy timings a bit. 42 workers each. And the army supply actually favoring Clem. Again, that Robo and Observer investment, something which you're not really benefiting from too much right now as Maxpax. You're going to see the Protoss Stalkers trading out for a few moments. Going back and forth. Clem gets a few Stalkers from the top side. They're actually kind of big because they can jump on the low HP Stalkers of Maxpax. Does Clem want to keep on chasing in? He will blink forward, and he is going to get a few more shots off. Maxpax has to step away. Phoenix on the other side is going to try. Oh, he lifted too many. We can't lift two workers at once because you don't have the damage to get through the battery. Then loses a Phoenix because of it, but the blink in means that Clem has the opening to kill the 3rd base. See, this is why I called Clem out at the start, because it means I'm very genuinely excited anytime anything goes well for him. I set my expectations low in case it's a bop, and I get very excited when it's not, because Clem right now is controlling the game against Maxpax a little. Dark Shrine on the way up from Maxpax, though. That's going to be a major tool, because you're going to see those couple of Adepts put some work in. Wow, Maxpax chasing hard. He's going to get turned on a little bit, but the Immortal makes it so difficult for Clem to justify turning and fighting. Clem still has the disadvantage of no Robo facility, right? So The Immortal is going to be better. The Robo coming up now from Clem, and then you're going to be behind on the Dark Shrine. So that's kind of a tech choice behind at any point is kind of the situation for Clem. And that's the one thing that Maxpax will retain in his favor. And obviously DTs have huge potential to deal damage. So the Dark Templar are a very threatening unit to add into play. Clem obviously has the Robo facility coming up, but even if with observers, you still have to be in the right place. Clem hits here. I don't think that fight's going to be it. Hitting the Immortal for a while, taking Stalker hits in return. One Stalker going down. More DTs will build up. The Forge and the Nexus coming online. More probes being built as well. Obs will sit out the front. There's the Obs over to the side there. Actually, Maxpax's going to get a push up towards Clem's third base. Clem's going to step across to deal with this. He's a bit down on army supply here. Does not have the Immortal either. This Clem is going to have DTs in the natural. They're going to go straight onto the Robobaps. Nope, just going to split into the mineral lines. He's losing the fight at the front, and now he's losing a lot of workers in the back. Maxpax, like I say, that tech advantage. First, he got the Robo down ahead from his early game lead, and then it turned into as Clem builds the Robo, he builds the Dark Shrine, and now the DT is obviously doing mega damage. Clem trying to chase. He knows he needs to chase this army down because the DT damage is huge, and he's actually going to do fairly well at it, just he's down 13 workers to follow this up, which means that his reinforcements are going to be much less than what Maxpax has. And that's why, like I say, why he's chasing so heavily right now, because he feels the need to do some serious work. His main base still not even mining as those DTs do get dealt with. Maxpax will sit. Immortal and the Stalker on the way up. Extra Stalkers moving back down to the south side. Again, Immortal, Adepts building through, the Stalker coming through there, a couple of gateways being added on. Taking a few more moments. Stalker's going to step down the bottom. Couple probes going down. 2-3 workers going down right away. The Adepts going to get picked away at. But it's more probes lost from Clem. Adepts are very expendable when you're keeping your opponent's economy down. Clem's going to try and get to a Forge and get some upgrades. You see Maxpax making the switch into A+1 of his own. But also the charge. He's going to have Zealots on his side very, very shortly here. Stalker's coming back across, Obs going down. Nexus drops into the front, just going to get that put into place. Charge on the +1, continuing through. A few Stalkers coming back up as well. And as we take position, charge. We'll finish shortly. Nexus still building by. Stalkers will fire. A couple shots going through. Going to go back and forth. Let's just take a couple of moments. The charge, the armor, the attack. Going to come by for the moment. A few Stalkers going to go fighting over for a little bit. Fourth base of Maxpax, fourth base of Clem. We are still in this game then as Clem, but the numbers are against him. And again, that charge as well. And just having Zealots in the fight should make these fights much more amenable to Maxpax than they're going to make them for Clem. Here we go. As Clem just tries to get into position here. Again, he had to recover from all of those worker losses to the DTs. That's really what's caused this kind of discrepancy in the army setups, is that Maxpax has had the freedom and created the freedom to kind of set up into the future army. Clem very much so has not had much of a chance but to keep on building Stalkers. The upgrades even until the +1 armor finishes from Maxpax. Is Clem going to get the Immortal, but you can see the army supply dripping down. Not ideal just yet. Zealot Stalker going to loop around the red side. Pylon going to get taken out. The Nexus in some trouble. Stalker still fighting. Sentry goes down. Clem, can he find a defense here with the Blink Stalker Micro? He's working through the Zealots effectively for the moment. Is it going to be enough? Supplies are staying very similar. Clem is honestly taking a very good fight so far. Warpins into this fight as well. Clem's starting to get some Zealots of his own. His own charge is not far from being done, and Clem is going to turn Maxpax's army away from the fourth base. He will push this back down the right-hand side. Another Zealot going down as Clem playing against the odds at the moment, but he's going to take a supply lead after, honestly, he was in a lot of trouble when those DTs hit, and now he's taken a few good fights in a row to the point where he is pushing Maxpax not just away, he's pushed him across the map. And ooh, Maxpax darts down to the south, but Clem dives left. I thought Clem might have made a play on that base, and that Maxpax was going to have picked the wrong base to fall back to. In the end, doesn't happen, and we are going to reposition. Clem going to go to the right side now instead. There's a prism on the way up the right. It'd be nice if he could catch it, but I don't think he has any vision to see it coming in. Obviously, a prism into the main base can be extremely frustrating for him, because DTs are still an option to start harassing. And if that warping comes straight in there, that can absolutely be an issue. So that's something that Clem is going to have to work on. There is the prism warping in. Just one DT into the main. Again, an issue. You have to... I mean, we have a cannon though, right? Oh, he just built the forge there. Sorry, I thought he had the cannon there when I saw the forge there, but yeah, it's just the forge. No cannon, so a few probes going down again for Clem, whose economy taking hits. Maxpax recalls to this left side. A few Stalkers recall right away there. We are going to be seeing these Stalkers fighting. A few probes just walking past. This is awkward because Maxpax only recalled a portion of his army, so Clem can take a very good fight initially. Probes must be pulled. Maxpax is losing 14 workers. DT, what? Who cares? The Immortal on the right side might be something Clem can just blink onto and get rid of. It's going to move command right into this Stalker force. Now we see a force field of Q coming down because Clem has already blinked. Maxpax blinked to chase this down. +2 attack for Clem feels better than the 1-1 upgrades of his opponent. The Prism still lurking on the other side of the map. Clem is on a 20-worker lead. Army supply in his favor. Stalker stepping over. The Zealot Stalker going to be right there. Clem has to give this up for a second, maybe. Steer with a couple of units in front. Some of his Stalkers are hurt. There's much healthier Stalkers from Maxpax than there are for Clem. Maxpax will finish the +2 attack, making an armor upgrade lead for himself right now in this situation. Prism takes a few more shots over to the side. Stalkers keep on gathering. We do see the additional Zealots. The Stalkers still building through. Man, Clem has honestly survived through so many miserable moments of this game. It's actually been pretty ridiculous. Income advantage was Maxpax's until 2 or 3 minutes ago. Army size has not always been Maxpax's, but I feel like there's been multiple times where his army quality has been significantly better than Clem's. Clem has taken so many better fights than Maxpax. And now jumping onto this left side 5th base. Clem has a massive army on the right side. He's just going to let these Zealots do as much as he can. Does he probably still has recall to try and get away with, perhaps? He's just going to try and run it out instead. I mean, everything from Maxpax is on the left, so the bottom side base is in a ton of trouble. Clem is happy to keep this army distracted for long enough, as should have probably done with cleaning up that Zealot, as DT going to try and make a play for the cannon, and it will go down to potential harassment from Maxpax coming through to turn this around. He does lose this bottom side base. The Zealots in the main base as well. Clem has to come and handle this. A couple of Zealots warping in defensively. Well, Clem's just lost a ton of work as the DTs and the counterattacks in general from Maxpax once again doing work. But now Maxpax starting to lose his natural. Clem is going to kill this Nexus, blink into the main, or blink out apparently. Oh god, force field coming down. Clem's going to lose a lot of Stalkers here. Does he have a true getaway available to him? A couple of Zealots are going to try and do what they can up in the main base as well. The Stalkers pulling back out to the right side. Continue to escape out of this at the moment. Zealot Stalker still gathering up. If he deals with all of this harassment, if he shuts this down, Clem has a worker lead. More Zealots, it's going to be good. We are going to defend for now. Clem's going to re-engage into the center. Army supplies are probably the closest they've been in a while. Clem has a good fight onto the Zealots, though, and I think he just has more Stalkers, which is really going and working wonders. He might need to pull back, though, as he runs out of Zealots. He wants to obviously not let these Stalkers be taking hits. Needs a few Zealots of his own to help out. Good blink micro still. The individual Stalk just getting brought back every single time. The Zealots will fall, and Maxpax's army supply is not there once again. Clem chasing, might even blink in after the Stalkers. It'd be dangerous if there was Zealot reinforcements arriving, though. There are a few, but maybe just not enough. We blink, we chase, and Clem wants to take this army down as the Stalkers keep on punching forward. Stalkers will keep on dropping. Stalker after Stalker going down at the moment, and we just chase. A few Zealots here may not be good enough in numbers just to actually contest this at all. Of course, Clem is a mile away from any of his own reinforcements showing up. You see a few more probes building. Clem is still on that worker lead, and he will get a couple more Zealots going too, doubling the army supply right now of Maxpax. This game has been utterly ridiculous. Clem has been... This is one I'm going to have to look back over, because I'm absolutely convinced Clem was in so much trouble. Stalkers gather, observers overhead. The pylon takes a nibble. Now, I think at this point Clem is far enough ahead that it's looking solid, because Maxpax also isn't really rich enough to just build DTs and the counterattacks constantly anymore. That's what he was kind of relying on a little bit previously, but now I don't think that's really an option for him either. Zealots reconvene. Stalkers gathering up. Zealots setting up through the center. The probe still building. A couple of Zealots just going to fight through on the top side. The Stalker's going to step in. The cannon is going to go down. I mean, it's nice because obviously you've still got DTs as the threat, so it forces Clem into rebuilding it. Clem loses a few workers, but again, we're beyond the point where a couple of workers are going to change things. That sentry full of energy going down, intercepted by a couple of Zealots already. Our Stalkers will step up. A couple of Zealots in the front. I mean, the numbers just aren't fair anymore. 106 to 44 army supply. Clem stepping forward, and he is going to come through. A couple of Zealots getting jumped on. Stalkers getting jumped on. GG is called, and Clem will PvP his way to tie up this series. And what a ridiculous game as well. Like, just an absolutely, utterly ridiculous game. Like, this wasn't like Clem took an early lead and just ran with it. Like, Clem lost, I think, the first 15 minutes of this game. Maybe not the first 15, maybe not entirely, but like, there's a lot of moments where he was in bad position. Crazy. Clem, ties it up. Ah, you know what? I was wrong. You expect me to apologize for saying Clem gave up freaking toss? I didn't say he gave up. I just said I think it's as close to a forfeit as you can get. I mean, Maxpax is meant to be freaking godlike in PvP. Like, his PvP's been somewhat untouchable lately, honestly. He completely dismantled Hero earlier. Like, you know, I'll happily be wrong. I'm not going to apologize. I still think it's a freaking crazy move to make to play the role Protoss when you're down 1-2 against Maxpax. I still think it's crazy. How am I meant to know Clem's a freaking PvP god, you know? Also, it genuinely saddens me that Clem looked better in this PvP than he did in the TVPs. Like, it genuinely makes me sad because as much as I want to believe that TVP has some hope, this genuinely just makes me wonder how screwed up that matchup is. Like it's just messed up, man. Like, you literally can't say anything right now. Like, TVP is in trouble. This matchup is genuinely in trouble. Like, I can't defend it. Like, I've been on the borderline with it for a while. You can't defend it. If Clem comes into this game, is losing at multiple points, but is able to draw it back in PvP against Maxpax, who's the king of PvP. And yet when he had multiple leads in TvP earlier today, albeit with Mech, it just didn't even look close to that points. Like, it's just rough, no? It's rough to accept that, you know, our matchup is so down the drain that this is genuinely the better approach for top tier Terrans. It's crazy. It's Pylon, and it's back to PvT apparently. As in the bottom right hand side, the red Protoss player is Maxpax. In the top left, Clem was playing a one-map Protoss wonder and has tied it up and is now 2-2 in the top left. I feel like Clem's like, you know what if I just try and play the non-mech style? I haven't actually done that against Maxpax yet today. Crazy. We had some ridiculous series today. Some of the playoff days were not so great, honestly, but today's games have been absolutely bonkers thus far. As Clem and Maxpax get into it here in Game 5. Why would he go back to Terran? Probably because he genuinely was not in a good position in a lot of that game. Probably because Maxpax probably made some mistakes of his own, and if he didn't make those, Clem wasn't going to be able to capitalize and get back in it. I don't think Clem wants to run that same risk. I think Clem probably looks at this and says, you know what, I was in a bit of trouble, let's be realistic. Like, this wasn't a smooth game where he played great every single point. Like, he got into trouble. He put himself in trouble a few times over, and he was able to pull it back in certain ways, but it was not a comfortable win by any stretch. It's a feels-good win, because winning when you're down feels good, but it doesn't make you feel comfortable about doing it again, you know? Cracked on the barracks, factory coming through, command center is going to build in the main base, so we get that up and online. And do you have the Adept going to chase down the Reaper for a couple of moments? What does Clem want to do? Tech lab on the factory starport building. I mean, he's obviously, like I say, he's mech'd a few times over today. Are we going to continue that vibe? Or is he going to try? Like I say, he's not played mech against Maxpax. He did not need to play mech against Maxpax in the upper bracket semis, where he won 3-1. We're going to fly a couple of pros. We'll take some shots. Going to throw some grenades down. The gateway coming down as well. Got Cyclone Marines in the medevac building through at the moment as our command center will finish on the high ground. The Adept should be able to get out of trouble here. Marines will not be speedy enough to play the catch. However, the Reaper is hunting. The Reaper would love to get the Adept kill, obviously, but he's going to go to the Watchtower instead. Might actually still find the Adept, but it will regen shields by then. It's actually very smart from Maxpax too. He puts it back, but he doesn't reveal it on the tower for a few moments, just in case that Reaper's there to spot it. It gives you a little bit more time to get preparations made. Each tank will build the Viking on the way. Command center building on the natural. Again, Marine tank Viking building up. Robo facility and gateways coming through. The Blink still building. The Adept shades across into the natural here. As we are going to see the Adept firing onto that orbital command. So a little bit of damage being done. A couple of depots will take some nibbles up here. The SCV gets stuck on the corner. Stalkers hitting the Reaper. Going to get a kill. And that tank going to siege up as well. Uh-oh. Stalker's in a little bit of trouble. Fun push from Clem getting here early. Blink not ready just yet. That pylon is in trouble. The battery goes down. We're actually going to get rid of the pylon here. That powers the gateway at the front. Next pylon will be the one that is powering the robo facility. If we can survive that long through this, the tank going to not go after the Stalkers. Retargets onto the probes. He retargeted that tank twice. He saw the opportunity to kill Stalkers, realized the probes were stacked and away from the Marines, went back onto the probes, clearing the probes way more quickly, allowing the rest of these units to stick around that little bit longer as well. Blink is seconds away from finishing. How much can Clem do here? He's already killed 10 workers. More Stalkers going down. We're going to have Blink and one Stalker on the map. Units are just into the main base. I mean, there's an Immortal on the low ground. A couple of Marines need to try and pop that Immortal's barrier realistically. Would be great. Probes are going to pull in again, but this is horrible for Maxpax, whose economy is already down the drain. 18 workers lost. Stalkers Blink for the Cyclone. And Clem still has the medevac to evacuate with if he wants to. Viking just going to go after probes. He's going to boost the medevac away. It's low, though, so he's just going to save the medevac. Or save the Viking one more time. Medevac will go down. We try and target down a Stalker, but that will be it. But, man, the damage is truly done. 20 probes lost early. Clem takes control early. And it's not just 20 probes. Look at this unit lost tab. 8 Stalkers. You're playing Blink, and you got 4 Stalkers on the map at 6 minutes. It's a horrible place for Maxpax. What can he do here? He doesn't manage to catch many of Clem's units returning home. He needs to be careful because he's walking into tank range as well. He did get that one Immortal out. He's way too poor to build another Immortal. He's poor in general because of the worker damage. It wasn't just workers lost. There was a ton of time where probes were pulled off of mineral lines early as well. His army pulls back over. Tank Marines gathering up. Reactor Engineering Bay on the way through. As we do see the Stimpack building, the Marines joining, Stalkers and Immortal gathering together. Factory drops Tech Lab. Impact, Combat Shield, +1, all coming through for the moment. Just going to be seeing the Hallucination Planet now. Marine Tank gathering a couple of Vikings. Will lift back up into the skies as well. Hallucination stepping up. Marines in position. I mean, what do you do as Maxpax to recover from this? The problem is you can't even, well, apparently you're going to take a fight into the natural. The Vikings will land, the tanks get knocked down, but the Immortal will die, the Stalkers are in trouble. Oh, that's not good. You got rid of the tanks, but the Marines are good enough on the follow-up, and Maxpax knows it. He just types out GG. What a turnaround in this series as Clem doesn't stim a single time in the best of 5 against Maxpax and wins it 3-2. Not one stim pack was cast in this series. This is like playing hard mode. If you ask me to win a TVP best of 5 without building stim, you might think, you know, like... it's like double ruling. It's like, you can't win before 5 minutes, and you can't use stim the entire series. Like, that's how Clem actually won this. Absolutely ridiculous. Clem down 1-2, rolled Protoss. I thought it was over. I'm not going to lie. I genuinely did not think he could take Maxpax into PvP in the slightest. It looked over in the games. He kept it up. He played it incredibly. Comes back in and full of confidence. Clem is... I mean, Clem's confidence when it's there just improves his gameplay so much. Actually ridiculous. Alright. Clem Classic is our grand final, the rematch. Clem Classic is our rematch grand finals. Guys, I'm going to take a couple minutes. We're going to come back. We're going to do a little sellout. And then we're going to go into our grand final of Clem vs. Classic. I'll be right back with you. Alright everyone, welcome back. Our WardiTV Summer Championship comes down to Classic versus Clem. Clem run back in the Spring Championship from a 1-0 deficit against Maxpax, 4 in a row to take it down. Can he do it again here in the Summer Championship? As Clem looks to join us as a multi-time Summer Champion. Clem won Summer Championship 2023. And he also won the Spring Championship this year as well. So like I say, looking good. Looking good. It would be 3 in a row seasonal championships for Clem if he wins this one. So yeah, that's coming up. Classic vs. Clem. It is best of 7 in Classic. Does get the 1-0 winner bracket advantage, guys. So there is a 1-0 winner bracket lead for Clem. To mention Zergberger over on the YouTube gifting 5 memberships, going out to Captain Ben, Quambok, James Scanlon, Matum, and Jason. Thank you so much for the gifted memberships on the YouTube. That's what I'm here to talk about, guys. I'm actually here to sell it a little bit. So, just before we go into the finals of our tournament, just basically want to do a TLDR that, again, the usual stuff, really. It's nothing special, but these tournaments are basically ran because of your guys' support. So, the WardiTV Summer Championship, we do not have some sponsor. You don't see some VPN logo over here or Raid Shadow Legends over there or anything. This tournament is completely run off the back of you guys supporting the stream. And the TLDR is that the more that you guys support, the more events we can run, the more prize money we can put into tournaments. The other TLDR right now, and the full transparency take, is that we are not doing well when it comes to tournament viewership. And a lot of our attempts to kind of keep these tournaments rolling with higher prize pools has come from ad revenue lately. But recently the viewership is a little bit more down low. It's not looking good. And it might just be post-EWC, but in general recently it's just not been so hot. So this is more of a cry for not necessarily help, but just more of a, again, letting you guys know that truly these tournaments will change. Prize money will decrease if we don't get the support needed. And that's, again, just a full transparency thing where we will just knock down prize pools, we'll run less events, and so on. So if you guys enjoy the tournaments, these things are just not guaranteed. I talk to so many people. I see so many people talking in other chats and Reddit threads where they just assume these tournaments are going to happen no matter what, and it's just not true. Like, it's just not the case. These tournaments are not guaranteed. So if you like it, consider supporting, whether it's a Prime sub, like me, oh god, how am I going to say that name? Mia Kurayami comes in with the 18-month resub on the Prime. BGF89, 9-month resub on the Prime as well. And AdamLion85, thank you so much for the gifted sub. All of that goes a long way to helping, obviously. That's the exact kind of thing that we need because, again, these tournaments don't happen without you guys. I know I've ran tournaments non-stop for multiple years at this point, but the reality is that we do have to slow them down if the support isn't there. And again, I do a lot of what I can do in terms of ad revenue, in terms of taking sponsors, playing silly games on the stream and whatever to make extra money for the prize pools. A lot of my previous money came from obviously when I casted events as well. Obviously they're not in plentiful numbers anymore, so this is just a reality check of like, if you enjoy these tournaments, this is a genuine message to support the tournaments. We are going to have later this year the WardiTV 2025 Championship, hoping to run that at a $10,000 prize pool. We have the Korean Royale Season 4 coming up as well. And we have the WardiTV Fall Frenzy. All of these are going to be big tournaments that will still happen this year. They're guaranteed. But again, just trying to get the message across that they don't continue without support. So that's pretty much what I want to say. The other thing I just want to mention before I'll do the shoutouts is you can check out the Patreon page. Because obviously you guys can subscribe, donate. Even if you just follow, like the stream, subscribe to YouTube, anything like that. Stick around during ads. It helps a lot. It does not have to be monetarily. Just showing up and watching is amazing. But one thing I do want to mention is, if especially you want to see tournament prize money, patreon.com/WardiTV, 100% of WardiTV Patreon pledges go into prize pools. There's no cut for me. I even put more money in because I guarantee transaction fees are covered. So if you guys put in $10 on Patreon, $10 go into the prize pools of the tournaments. It's the best possible way you can support the players that are playing in these events, because 100% on the Patreon goes directly in. So if you don't even like me, if you think my casting's crap or whatever, but you like the tournaments and the players, consider the Patreon, because then 100% goes towards the players as well. But Without the players getting paid, we don't have continued tournaments. So if you want to check that out, that's patreon.com/WardiTV. I'll put it into the chat. So, yeah, that's just an option as well, just to let you guys know. Again, any support is appreciated. Like I say, it all goes a long way. Support however you see best. And if you can't afford to support, I appreciate a lot. You guys don't have money. Just keep on watching. Tune in when you can. Watch a YouTube VOD if you get the chance. Viewership is one of the core factors that will keep this going as well. But like I said, just a little reality check and a little bit of being real that these things are not guaranteed and we do need money to make it happen. I don't usually come out so strongly when it comes to stuff like this. I don't usually come out and be like, look, we need money. It's just the reality. We tried to do a crowdfunder for this early this year, and unfortunately it kind of popped up just as everyone else was crowdfunding for things, so it kind of flopped. So could just really do with a little bit of extra prize money to help the players with is the TLDR at the end of the day. All right, let's do some shout-outs. Thank you so much, LaCroix Drunk, coming in with the fresh new sub. Spotmog as well on the 3-month resub on the Prime. Now guarantee them turn. That one Prime made the difference, I'm sure. Yo, thank you so much. Also, C-Code gifting a sub out to you, Thermal, as well. And King Inky on the Prime, thank you so much over there. I also need to get my Streamlabs open because I had a donation before I didn't read, but while I'm doing that, we actually have a bunch of YouTube Super Chats. We had Jeff on the $100 on the YouTube Super Chat. We had the $9 from Black Bear, and we had Zergberg on the $50 after gifting the members as well. Thank you so much, guys, on the YouTube for some super generous Super Chats. And then, very quickly, we had a £25 donation earlier as well. Where was that on my list? From Puglife 2050. Mate, sorry, this was an hour ago and I just completely... I saw it and it was middle of games. I just completely forgot to come back to it. I apologize. Puglife 2050 with the £25 donation earlier says, thanks for keeping the dream alive, Wardy. Lots of love. Thank you so much as well, mate. I appreciate it. And sorry I didn't come back to it a little bit sooner. Alright. Thank you for listening to the start time. Let me get the games hosted and we're going to get ready for this grand finals. I appreciate it. Want a little hype train on Twitch? Incredible. You know it's a good day when the hype train is alive. Damn it. Wrong copy-paste. Alright, lobby's coming up, guys. Again, appreciate you listening to me sell out for a few moments. I like to think we don't sell out as much as we used to. Also, pre-warning, WardiTV Mondays this week is going to be the wedding sellout stream. Yes, it's gonna be my last stream before I get married, so we're gonna do a wedding salad stream. Helen even said that for I think 10 gifted subs, she will answer any question you want with an asterisk next to it, say not actually any question. Don't be weird, you freaks. So, yes, isn't that exciting? Yeah, what's up, Bridget? Thank you so much for the sub, appreciate it. And Mindforth gifting a sub out over to Late Chrononaut as well. Thank you so much for the gifted sub, I appreciate it. Yes, guys, grand finals coming up. Bachelor party for Wardy. Yeah. Sure. We're just waiting for Clem to join the lobby. We will be into the games. Like I say, I appreciate you guys' patience. Like I said, just wanted to take a few minutes to sell. Instead of just trying to push it into the start of a game and put in a negative tone, like, you know, I don't mind saying, you know, remember to sub and Patreon, this and that, but I think when we get real, doing it in the start of a game of a grand finals is not ideal, so just wanted to do it out of game. Let it stand on its own, and now we can jump into this grand final. I'll wait for the game screen to come up and do my proper intro, just because it'll probably go on YouTube, and then that makes a nice little intro for YouTube as well. We need to sell out. Look, you just gotta do what you gotta do as a streamer, you know. So, gotta do what you gotta do. Sell out. I don't sell out that much. I don't do subathons or anything like this. I don't got the stamina in me anymore, but you know. My selling out is like, I just run fun tournaments and you guys like them and you're like, woo! And you subscribe. Alright. Let's head in game. As we're going to start off down to the bottom left-hand corner. This is the grand finals of the WardiTV Summer Championship 2025. Who is going to be coming on through? Apparently the in-game dings are going to go off again for some reason on YouTube. I've really not got that set up correctly because they're re-dinging, but that's okay. Extra love for the YouTube guys. See, spawn on YouTube, you get a second ding on the stream. Isn't that incredible? Alright, real talk. Let's get into this. It's the grand finals, WardiTV Summer Championship 2025. Both of these players auto-qualified to the playoffs of the WardiTV 2025 Championship with their performance in this event, getting up to the Grand Finals, top 2 in this tournament. Who will take it down? In the bottom left corner, the red Terran player from Team Liquid. This is Clem. And in the top left-hand side, the blue Protoss player is Classic. Wardy Ladder Subathon? No. Marble Subathon? Ooh. Okay, I'll do you guys a deal. If you guys get us to 700 subs a day, I will hardcast a couple rounds of marbles. How about that? I don't know if I can do a bunch of marbles, because I actually have to go and do some housework. Because, we got people coming over for the wedding next week, but, if you guys want to hit 700 subs, I'll give you some marbles. A bunch of people are like, what the hell do you mean marbles? That's why the real OGs of the stream stand up. Yo, Dank Badger, thank you so much for the fresh new subscription as well. Super appreciate it. And Bite Pusher with the £5 donation also says, thanks for your work. Thank you so much for the support, mate. Appreciate the donation. Thank you very, very much. And yo, what's up, Valet's Way? Thank you so much. The €5 says, congrats on the wedding. Thank you so much as well. Super excited for it. I'm at the point now where, like, for months I've been stressed and planning it and dreading it, just because of all the stress of planning it and stuff. And now we're close enough, I'm like, oh, that's going to be so nice, It's awesome. Hey, what's up? Thank you so much. Chicka DDD, continuing their gifted sub. That's awesome to hear as well. Always love to see that. Wardy's getting married? Yes. In a single-digit amount of days. We are on the countdown. We're less than 10 days to go. It's very real. Holy! Okay. We're going to talk about this game in a second, but I got to give the shout out to Delthus for the 29 gifted subs. Oh, okay, that's 700 subs then. Okay, well, we'll play some marbles. You guys are so eager for I mentioned marbles one time. Everyone's just like, okay, Wardy, I'll take up the challenge. Yo, C-Rocks on the 5 gifted subs as well. I will read the names out individually later between games. For now, let's talk StarCraft 2. Super appreciate it, guys. Thank you so much for the love. Let's talk this game, because it's getting serious already. There are a couple stalkers across the map poking, and Clem is in a little bit of trouble early. SCV going down. And this command center in a bit of trouble as the Marines are hurting as well. He really needs the extra little bit of tech to come out to help him out with this, is what it comes down to. But the Cyclone just started. The medevac is what we've got. He's going to come in from the top side and try and surround the stalkers. But if the stalkers just cancel the command center, they might just be in trouble anyways, Clem. I don't think they've got the DPS to do that. And Clem is going to force Stalkers back. The Stalkers' biggest strength against Marines is always going to be the fact that they're going to outspeed them so they can kite them. So coming in from the other side is an answer, and that is going to be the solution here. A Hellion and Marine went down. Another Stalker shows up as Clem wants to go across the map. He's going to lose another SCV at least. The Cyclone this time, though, will show up, and no recall available. So this Stalker will go down. Chasing for an SCV. He gets both of them. Annoying for Clem. Massive delay on his command center early. As we just see the medevac coming through, Marines gathering up. A blink upgrade is halfway done. The rest of the Marines continue to pour out. We'll see a little bit of a jump forward onto the pylon as another Stalker warping in. We will see these Marines stepping up. A couple Stalkers going down. We'll see a few more probes getting pulled in as well. The Marines pull back. Cyclone about to show up as well right now. As we're just going to see that Stalker going to go down. Nice catch. We're going to get another Stalker as well. We try and warp in with the Stalkers to block the Cyclone in, but it does slip through. So many probes are still pulling. They can probably leave at this point as the Cyclone is going for some big damage. He will boost in the medevac to get the distance, and that will allow for one more Stalker kill. No, does not have the vision or the reach, but he gets the medevac and Cyclone out alive. Gonna try and high ground here, looking for the Cyclone lock on again. This time it does go down. The Stalker shot is good, and Clem will not be able to make this into too much else. I mean, this feels bad for Classic, but the reality is Clem lost a lot early as well. He's down 13 SCVs. The command center was delayed significantly. He lost a bunch of SCVs early. That tank in a teeny bit of trouble. Blink about to finish, but do you want to blink in? Oh my god, he blinks to the healing shrine. Tank actually still gets the kill on that first Stalker. Blink only on cooldown on a couple of the Stalkers. So he didn't really want to lift into the medevac for the retreat, and that is going to be Clem losing the tank. The Stalkers are still going strong, and we are going to be seeing Clem getting cleaned up as he tries to retreat away for the moment. Well, Banshee was looking to get into the main base, but apparently he thinks twice about committing in just yet, so not going to pull the trigger on that one just for now. Man, that was a... It's been a pretty hectic first few minutes. Chat going crazy, the game going crazy. Marine Tank Banshee gathers up on the natural at the moment. The command center about to finish in the main, as we will see the Raven on the way through. Charge being built up as well. We bring that online. Those couple Banshees and the Marines gather. The tank is going to siege as well. And we just have ourselves this army collecting. The Raven will be popping in just a few moments' time. And we'll have ourselves the couple of Banshees nearby as well. Command center will finish momentarily. The Raven is about to complete. And I've not seen a lot of Ravens today. We have seen a lot of factories though. And there they go. Clem dropping double factory down. He won 2 games with Mech against Classic earlier, so it was actually a very entertaining series, that one too, with a lot of back and forth with the Mech play. A lot of different ways that Classic approached playing against the Mech as well. I think most notably was one of the main factors. So yeah, he really went for some aggressive plays. He went for some more defensive setups. He did a lot of different things to try and help out in that scenario, as we do see Marine Tank Banshee gathering together. We will have the tank sieging. We do have the SCVs pulling down the low ground. And the Mech continues in. Classic is going to opt for Storm. Storm seems to still be the go-to then. Obviously, he knows that Clem's likely to do this at this point. If he's had some time to think about it between matches as well now. He still wants to go for the Storm, it seems. So not going to switch it into anything else. Still believes that's one of his better ways of splashing down these units and being able to clear a pathway for the rest of the ground army to get the work done. Again, a couple of Hellions, Siege Tank coming through. That's not a Siege Tank, that's a Cyclone. It's been a long day apparently, 4 hours in. Getting old, man. 4-hour streams. I'm seeing Siege Tanks instead of Cyclones. Oof. Alright, well we do have the Interference Matrix. It's not Interference Matrix either, that's Blue Flame. God damn it, my brain's frazzled. Reset! We're game 1 of the finals right now. We've got to take a moment and actually talk sense. We do have our Prism loading up a couple, the High Templar, and yeah, I got check me out. I got the name of 2 units correct in a row. We're back at it, guys. Cancelled the shenanigans. We're back at saying the correct thing. Stalkers will move across the map. Real talk for a second now as a couple tanks siege up nicely. And you got that Mag field obviously finishing is going to be big. If this is going to be an attack in, no Blue Flame yet. Storm drop on the mineral line as the defense against the army was good. We lose 9 SCVs to the Storm drop. I think as Clem, you just kind of got to absorb that and just kind of rebuild and go. Defending against the main army, I think, is a main part of this. He pushes that back, does not have to deal with the majority of this, loses no units in the process. When he gets Blue Flame, things feel a lot better for you then as Clem as well, because we've seen just how effective those Blue Flame Hellbats have been all day. Absorbing damage, that part you don't need Blue Flame for, but actually able to push some damage back out as well, especially just clearing the Zealots super quickly, is a pretty big deal. So, expecting that to be a continued factor, as you do see the Prism loading up, pulling out to the sides. Medevac, Alien, Cyclone, vehicle weapons. Building for the moment as the army continues to gather up. We move to the middle of the map, up that right-hand side. You see a little grab out in the front as well, as Cyclones will get some initial lock-ons. Obviously, do not want to walk head first into the storms. A lot of Clem's army supply right now are Marines, which are not exactly super useful because they're not stimmed, they're not combat shielded. They are really just buffer from the early game. Well, Clem's had this happen a couple of times today as well, where the tanks have been very far forward before sieging. Just lose those rather quickly. Auto turrets from the Raven have been pretty good too. That Raven will go down now as Clem has lost control of it. Zell's going to counterattack into the natural. It's been one of the things that Maxpax did very successfully against Clem. Those Zell counters were hard for Clem to deal with. It's another nice storm, but it's also the last storm. I lie. And Energy Recharge gives us one more into the Hellbats again. Need to get through those Hellbats, stop the Zealots from being halted immediately. It's not good enough right now, though. High Templar going down, Archon going down. The few Stalkers going to be locked onto by Cyclones. A new Immortal showing up. It might just be time for Clem to turn and run away, but he's actually got reinforcements rallying up across the map, doubling the army supply of Classic. He might actually have a push in here, which is going to look good for him as Classic. Does he have a way to hold on? There's a few Cyclones only. It's not that many. I actually wonder if we're getting to the point where Clem's not outmassing his opponent enough. This new Siege Tank showing up as well is going to be interesting. Hold the position a little, maybe. Gonna try and siege it up here. The Stalkers will blink in. Honestly, forcing the blink into the tank, I feel like, has been pretty successful today because it allows Clem to then just whack those Stalkers down. You can see the Hellbats still absorbing so much damage. It's taking so long for a mortal Stalker to shoot through Hellbats, and that's what's keeping these Cyclones safe for long enough to really get the real damage done. I think in the end here, though, Clem's army is going to be getting a little bit washed up, and I don't know if I was going to say it's GG time, but the issue that he has, I think a lot of people are going to look at this and say, oh, that's a weird GG, but so much of his army supply was in medevacs, and he only has like 2 or 3 Cyclones on the map against 7 Stalkers, 4 Mortals, so Clem was really desperate for this army to not get cleaned up in such a way, and that's going to be why he types out GG. Again, I think that's one of those moments where you look and you're like, it's kind of that's kind of early, no, but actually think when you stop and look at it, yeah, it's kind of early, but I also think it's kind of right because, like I say, he's down a lot of supply. His army that stands does not stand up to Classic anymore. Wow, I really felt like Clem was getting it done there, but Classic just getting a few more units in again and again, enough to see him through to victory. And now a 2-0 lead. Man, I wonder what happens if in a couple of these fights he's able to get those tanks just further back and actually get those sieged up in a safer position. I really feel like that would have been a little bit of a different approach. Would have been crazy. Yo, thank you so much for the gifted subs. Delphus going for the 29 subs. Out to Bane Sub of Platypith. The Zizaz. Oh, I can't even say that. Ziziva. Trollet Lol. Eponymous Elias. Flenick TyScript. Rotato VT. Life on End. Magin. Shonda Wolf. Wingent Tidello. Zedretna. Bisharpo, Spurious Platypus, Emerald James, Viper's Fang, JR Vink 31, Wester, Rexstorm, Shane Annie Games, Desp, Todd Jejon, Grand Bases 1209. There's no time to go back and fix the names, I'm saying. Relicath, Rickamit, Black Random Guy, and Tuwitch. Thank you so much, Delph, for the 29 gifted subs. Pushed us up to 700. Which is, like I say, the first time we've hit 700 subs in a long time. So thank you so much for the generosity. And then C-Rox with the 5 gifted subs to Melskill Loco, Watch Lulu, Camulate7651, Terror 1984, and Pellinor. Thank you so much, C-Rox, for the gifted subs as well. Thank you, guys. Let's dive into game 2, but obviously it's a 2-0 lead right now for Classic. He gets to start up 1-0. Let's dive into this next game on Ultra Love to see whether Clem can get a map into this finals. It felt like we were so close to seeing this series going to 1-1. But obviously not how it ended up going, as we have in the top right corner. The Blue Terran player representing Team Liquid. This is Clem. Bottom left, our Red Protoss player, Classic, now has a 2-0 lead. He's 2 maps away from being our first WardiTV Championship winner as a Protoss since 2021. It's been 4 years since we have a major WardiTV or championship level WardiTV event, which is open to all regions, have a Protoss champ. Oh, take a moment. We will breathe. What's up, 9-4? Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Gefalence. Thank you so much. The generosity. Okay, Classic got a 1-0 lead coming from the winner bracket. He's now 2 maps from victory here. This is his 5th series against Clem, which if he wins would be wins in a row. He's played 4. The last 4 have been wins for him. RSL twice, EWC, and earlier today in the upper bracket final. We're building Orbital on the way, Cybercore coming up. Probe Nibbles. People takes a few shots. Nothing too crazy just yet. If I look away, every game ends. Don't look away. You're the reason the games keep ending, goddammit. We could have had so many better games in the entirety of the playoffs and you just haven't been watching. Gosh darn it. Well, we know who to blame now. Like, if that's the case, I'll pay you to keep your eyes glued to the screen, okay? Maxpax going to move off the Tech Lab factory, ready to swap onto it. A Cyclone obviously can come up in the early stages. Starport will build as we get that up and running. I just want to take a quick moment. I actually just got an email through a couple of new Patreon members, including a massive one as well. So thank you so much if you became a Patreon member when we did the sellout a little bit ago, 20 minutes ago or so. I appreciate you guys. I see you. Thank you for supporting. Again, those Patreon memberships go directly into the prize pools of tournaments, so super appreciate it. Thank you so much. Don't do that, Wardy. That's how we end up with 4-hour map fire kick games. You guys don't want a cheeky little 4-hour Clem versus Classic PvT? You guys aren't into that? Okay. Fine, I'll not stay here and cast all day for you guys. Ugh. These guys can't be wait to get rid of me. It's like the moment I end, someone else comes online you guys like or something. Okay, maybe 4 hours is a little bit excessive. Hallucination on the way across. Banshee and the Marines coming about. The cloaking coming through. Robotics facility will be on the way up as we just take a moment to settle here. It's a little bit different, though, because we've seen the Banshees super quickly. Once like, it just feels like the Banshees are a little bit fast because he put the starport onto that tech lab a bit sooner, but... Well, a couple of gateways coming up. The Robo Facility and Blink both coming online right now. The Sentry and the Stalker will be there to push the Reaper back out the other way. Two additional Stalkers will be added. We do get ourselves, what, 3 gateways or so in the next few moments. Just going to have the army trying to push up to the top side of the map. The Robo Facility about to finish. And... yeah, we just stop and breathe for a moment or two. Obviously, just take a couple moments. Still waiting to get the true setup here. Obviously, Blink comes in. Classic can get aggressive. Clem is just going to have Tank Banshee, Marine, to play defense with. He's had a lot of like heavy tank openers today, and not surprised if this becomes one of the same sort of situations here. That Banshee moves out around to the bottom side. Cyclone locks on. The Stalker's taking a couple of shots. A couple of those go down. Going to see the Banshee continuing over. Another Banshee in the tank continuing through as well. Marine still in production. That third Nexus finishing up on the bottom side. That Stalker is, the Stalker's taking some damage, and the Cyclone gets another lock on. Good Blink to save it there. Clem obviously just pushing aggressively right now and has a lot of firepower. Gets the tank sieged up. How close can he get, though? The problem is the longer it takes Clem to commit, the more Stalkers there are. Oh, that's very close. If that tank gets caught by those Stalkers, that's really bad. But now the Stalkers are around the back. Clem can push forward more easily and get in position. That's big. Loses the Cyclone. Oh, the Stalkers show up from the other side already. Clem is not even going to siege tank number 2. Classic going to lose a lot of Stalkers, but is it enough? One Banshee in the sky still putting in work. We'll get the Observer, lets the Banshee stick around, but I mean, all the Marines are going to go down, and that's not going to be what Clem wanted. Those Stalkers looking for the reinforcements, coming back in at the right time. If both those tanks get sieged, that's so much more of a dangerous scenario. To have the double Banshee together is going to be dangerous at the moment, chasing down some Stalkers. A bunch of Stalkers to the right side need to show back up and help out. New tank arriving as well. Man, the damage Banshee is really insane in these scenarios, but they're not target firing. We will cloak up again. The Immortal obviously wants the siege tank, so it can't get too involved. Oh, the Stalkers are so low as well. The Banshee might be able to chase them a bit. Maybe able to get the Immortal now as it runs back on its own. He kind of wants to get the Stalkers because they feel like more guaranteed shots of damage. But there's the Observer. No, he doesn't even shoot at the low HP Stalker in the end. And that is not an extra kill for Clem, who is feeling not great about this sequence of events. He's going to drop the factories again, but Classic says this is a good enough start for me that surely I just spam up some gateways. He is going to get Storm. I actually imagine Classic has aggressive intentions on his mind because I don't think he's going to let Clem take a third base easily at all in this game. Right? He's had a good start. He's cleaned up a bunch of units early. I was going to say I'm not sure about attacking in right now, but he's going to get a tank on the Banshee. The other tank on the high ground's a bit too far away. Clem will try to reposition it back down to the natural, perhaps. The Marines and the tank still just gathering together, just seeing the Storm and the High Templars coming through as well. The Prism, the Gateway is all building up. Have ourselves the Observer taking out Clem. Yeah, it's not looking super pretty. Maybe we'll get a burst of inspiration coming through soon as the factories finish. I just feel like if it doesn't work in the previous game, how does it start to work here, right? It's kind of what I'm thinking on. Stalker Zealots, High Templar stepping through the storm about to complete, the Observer coming across. Prism has a couple High Templars and a couple of Zealots both coming over there, so taking a step by to the other side. The Magfield Accelerator and Infernal Pre-Igniter both coming up as well. And here we go, just going to dive in here. That's what I mean by just not giving it time to set up, right? This is a game where truly I think Classic can be this aggressive and be successful. And alas, it's closer than it should be. Those cells don't have charge. Doesn't matter. He really is genuinely just super far ahead this time around. That early game defense was it. And Clem is truly going to be facing down the barrel of defeat right now as Classic will have a 3-0 lead. It's danger time right now for Clem then. It's danger time. Maganatha, as he is in trouble. There's not really much else to say. He is just straight up in trouble. Classic looking good, looking for his 5th series win in a row against Clem. Classic really... I mean, right now we're seeing a very different kind of Clem because he's genuinely just playing mech every game, but that's because Classic's gotten to a point where Clem doesn't even believe in his bio against Classic anymore. Classic has shown that he's able to kind of deal with that kind of style, which is why Clem's been doing the mech, which worked a little bit earlier, but it's not working now at all. Classic about to send his 3-0 streak versus Clem to 4. No, it's a 4. He's already on a 4-0 streak. It's about to be 5-0. He played RSL twice, EWC, then once already earlier today. Clem needs to tap out to fix his rapid fire, apparently, so we'll just take a moment for him to get that sorted, and we'll step right back into this series. Why do they have to start with an unfair advantage? Because Classic has not lost a series in the winners bracket, whereas Clem did. So it is Classic's advantage for winning that winner bracket final and being, you know, having he's not lost a life yet, so you get to exchange that life loss that you never used for an extra map in the grand final. Everyone has different opinions and different ways that they think this should be, but at the end of the day, I think I genuinely think it's usually fair to give someone a slight advantage for coming from the winners bracket. I personally don't really like the double elimination. I don't think like the double elim final works in StarCraft 2, because I think it gets weird when you replay a series and the same maps get used again. So that's not one of my favorites. I just like the 1-0 lead. I think it's fair without being extreme. Isn't the advantage for not having to play a series before this series? I mean, yeah, you get to play one less series, but like at the same time, you get to the grand final and you're still the player that's lost, you know, who has not lost at all, whereas the other guy has lost a life, right? Like, yeah, the winning bracket is a more direct pathway to the grand final as well. But how can you make a pro team league to compete EWC in other competitions? Not on my... I can't do anything to compete with EWC, bro. It's a few orders of magnitude out of my league. Why no Cyril? He doesn't play online tournaments that much. He very rarely plays the WardiTV stuff. Alright, he switched to Protoss. In the top left-hand side, Clem's going to try and PvP it up. It worked when he was down 1-2 against Maxpax in the lower bracket final. Can he get a PvP win against Classic in the grand final? Classic in the bottom right. Double gate opening on both sides as we get this started up. Probably heading to the upper right side. We'll just see the probe across the map from Clem. I wonder if Classic just wants to proxy it up. I mean, at the very least, he's going to build a pylon here. Probe is going to stay fairly nearby. I mean, he goes off to the right side, so he could come back over here easily, but maybe he is just a hidden pylon. And Cyber Core's coming through. Get that on the way. Maybe the Robo, so we are going to proxy here as Classic. He wants to do something deadly that relies on his knowledge of the matchup and relies on his opponent having good knowledge of what to do defensively against it. Before he gets into any sort of crazy micro pepper, Clem plays home-based proxy Robo, or home-based proxy? Home-based Robo facility. So Robo at home is a good setup against a proxy Robo. Robo coming in on both sides. A couple of Stalkers coming up. The Warp Gate's building. That Stalker going to go forward for a little bit here. Just chase that probe down the left. Home-based proxy new meta. The proxy's so hard, it's built at home. They'll never expect it. They'll never expect it. Gateway, Warp Gate coming through, Gateway coming online, the Prism coming up for the moment. Couple of Stalkers coming across, couple of Depths taking some damage. Depth shade across, Stalkers coming through. Again, the Gateway and the Stalkers coming about, Warp Gate's on the way. Just having ourselves the Immortal producing from Classic, but Clem has a Prism. So he's playing 3-gate Robo, which is interesting. Because obviously his opponent's playing aggressive Robo and an Immortal on the follow-up. Now Clem's going to be a bit out of position here. Classic has a lot of his units at home. Clem needs to turn around, really. He needs to go and deal with these Adepts, which are in the main. Prism is so far across the map, though. Dear. Stalker's going to warp in, so the Adepts can be dealt with. Clem probably needs to start an Immortal up. I mean, like I say, he's going to have a little bit more production with the extra gates. He's poor right now, and Immortal's expensive, and the Immortal's going to show up in his main. He's going to have to pull probes, as he shows up on the other side. Man, he just does not have that many units. The Immortal starts swinging. I don't think Clem's really prepped for this at all. Because he was committing to the 3-gate Robo, he doesn't really have, like I say, the units in position to deal with this. GG and Classic will be the WardiTV 2025 Summer Championship champ. He is going to take it down and be our first Protoss champion in an event like this in 4 years. Classic gets it done. Knocks down our spring champ in Clem, and he will win the Summer Championship. Putting some green on this championship list, guys. We got this page made on Liquipedia so we could kind of look through the previous history of the WardiTV Championships. These are championship level events, so our seasonal championships and end of year championships that are open to all regions. They're not region locked or anything like that. And as you can see, it has been since 2021 where Zest swept the spring and summer. 2021 where Zest took the spring championship and the end of year championship. He also won spring championship 2020 back then as well. That was the last time this page got filled in green. Well, this page got filled in green a few weeks ago when it got made, but in theory, the latest update to this page would have been back then in green for our Protoss players. So Classic just 4-0, man. He figured out what Clem was doing with the mech a little bit towards the end. He got some good starts in these couple of games, and from there, he just played it out. A solid performance with the 3-2 earlier, and then a 3-0 essentially in the finals. It was a very, very solid set of games. As we wrap up the WardiTV Summer Championship, Classic Clem both qualify into the WardiTV 2025 Series Championship, and they will start deep in the playoffs for that as well. They will play seeding matches against other players. So, that'll be a factor. Guys, we are going to do some marbles, as I promised, for hitting 700 subs. We'll do marbles for a little bit. I just need to update it. So we'll do some marbles. Thank you so much for the love today. Obviously, we did get a huge amount of love going through. A bunch of super chats on the YouTube. Some donations on Twitch. The subs obviously powered up a lot as well. If you did enjoy, and you do obviously, again, want to keep on watching these tournaments and keep on supporting them, again, I urge you to Prime sub, to support just in general. just support. Keep on watching as well. That works too. Tomorrow we actually have the Leo League Cup. So yeah, tomorrow we have the Leo League Cup August finals. Let me just show you guys this. So this looks like this. This is what you guys can watch tomorrow. We're going to be having these series. So Maxpax, Trigger, Hero, Bjorn, Cure, Rogue, Classic Hero Marine, semifinals, and finals. So this is going to be tomorrow's stream. Going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. Should be awesome. So yeah, tune in tomorrow for tomorrow's stream, and then we'll be back on Monday for WardiTV Mondays. That will be my last stream for the wedding. So we're going to stream on the Monday, and then the rest of the days that week I have to use for wedding prep time. And then after the wedding, I'm going to be gone a few days as well. So we're already going to stream on Monday and then not stream for about 10 days-ish, give or take. Maybe a little bit longer, but that's pretty much where we're going to be at. So we've got tomorrow's stream and a Monday stream, and then we're going to be gone for a little bit, okay? But it's just because of IRL. Alright, guys. Congrats to Classic Amazing win. He played well, man. Honestly, like, he played really well in the winner bracket final, too. I know the grand final maybe was not super exciting or epic or anything, but the winner bracket final was very well fought. So, yeah. Alright, guys. Like I said, I promised some marbles. It's launching. If you've never seen us play marbles before, guys, this is an interactive thing that you guys can get involved in as well. We've not played marbles in a long time. For some reason, it's doing something to launch, but we're getting there. We're getting there. We'll do this for a little bit because, like I say, I got some stuff to do. I can't do loads and loads, but we can do a little bit, okay? Yeah, I'm feeling it. It's been a while. It's been so long since we hit 700 subs as well. It's good for us to celebrate a little bit. Alrighty. Like I say, guys, a couple moments as we get set up. Couple moments as we get set up. What's it doing? Alright, guys, one sec. Oh, no, we're good. It's loading. The marbles is loading. Alright, guys. Marbles. We've not done marbles in so long. It's genuinely been a while. Oh, I don't want to do that. Season 63. We played back in like the early seasons of the marbles, man. It's been so long. Alright. Alright, let's race. I'm connected, right? I'm pretty sure I'm connected already. Yeah. Alright, let's pick a map. I can't remember what a good map was even. It's been so long since we played marbles. Can I search for maps? There's one that I remember was fun. Well, there's a bunch I remember was fun, but it's been so long. What's even this? Oh my god, season leaderboard and stuff, crazy. All right, let's just try. Let's just pick one. This is a game Slowy was cheating in all the time. Yes, it's exactly that one. I'm trying to think if there's any of these I remember even. Oh, let's go Pixels Race. I feel like this used to be fun. Pure race type, max races. Absolutely, as many as you want. All right, play. All right, we've not played marbles in a while, guys. So if you want to play, I'm not connected. This isn't connected on YouTube. So if you want to play, you have to !play in Twitch chat. Okay? So !play in Twitch chat. YouTube viewers, I'm sorry. I don't know how to connect it to YouTube, honestly. But if you're on Twitch, you can join on Twitch and just type !play. And then you get a marble. Hey, I can't remember what the hotkeys are. How do I check what the hotkeys are? Here we go. Forward. So I can move around like this. I can go fast like this. I can slow-mo with T. Toggle cursor, tab. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, that's good. That's good. Tab's good. View first, second, third, fourth, etc. Swap camera. Okay. You target, go spool, toggle names, left alt. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for, the names. Alright. Alright. Alright, guys. !play on the Twitch chat. Give you guys a couple of moments. And join in. 43 marbles. So once you are in, your marbles will race down this course. There are obstacles. There are treacherous pathways. This one is just a straight line. It's actually pretty... Usually, the straight line ones are pretty crazy because you get a lot of speed and a lot of marbles go flying off the edge. So, yeah. And the first marbles in here are the winners, okay? So basically, once you type !play and your marble is ready, all you have to do is cheer for your marble, okay? That's all you gotta do. It ain't complicated. Get your plays in, guys. Get your plays in. What do you win? The glory of being a marble champion. What do you think you win? What do you think you win? Ay, ay, ay. Hang on, how did I get my... Oh, that's my ass. Alright. 10 seconds, and I'm starting. An SC2 key? Bro, how do you... I don't have things to give away. You crazy? A signed Wardy t-shirt? Yes. A meet and greet with Cyril. Alright. Good luck, everyone. The marbles will race. Just so you know, my marbles here... Oh, why are all the marbles... Oh, the default color is just white. Some of you guys picked colors, though. That's smart. You guys are smart. Alright. Alright, we can slow-mo as well, by the way. So if anything exciting happens, we can slow it down. I think we can slow it... Wait, I can pause it! Oh my god. Speed it up. Alright, back to full speed. Who's going to be the first out of the entryway? Hello, Zergling. Oh, no, Hello, Zergling went the wrong way. Away they go. Cosmigo. Oh, look at Wardy Marble. Wardy Marble is off and away, guys. Wardy Marble is racing. They are away. Alright, let's follow Wardy Marble up in front. So there's going to be... Oh my god, the tires! No! Never mind, Wardy Marble is not as great as I thought it was. Delphus! With all the gifted subs, he's bought himself some RNG. Look at him fly. Okay, you're not going quite as fast as I thought you were, Delphus. I thought you were going to go a bit faster than this. I'm not going to lie. You're going to hit the tires now as well. This is the problem. The first person there hits the tires and everyone gets... And then you get slowed down. You know? Activate sub boost. Hello, Zerglin. Thank you for the 102 months. Oh, Wardy Marble's back. Hello. Hello, Wardy Marble. Let's go. Farland, Hablin up in the lead. Oh, it's Slozzer going through as well. This map, man, the map I was thinking of had so much more speed to it. Oh my god, Wardy Marble survived the tires. That's not good because there's no way I survived the tires a second time. There's no way I survived this set of tires. Maybe a good angle, maybe? No? Marbles? Someone hit me! Hit me! No! Guys, I needed some backup here. Oh, whoa! Wardy Marble, go! No! I'm stuck! Oh my god, all the marbles are here. It's chaos! It's absolute chaos. We've got one stretch down to the finish line. Vraken, Jumpin' Jackson, Hello Zerglin up in front. You guys at the back are slow. I'm not going to call you out yet. Jumpin' Jackson with not realizing the whole problem of this map is the tires. Oh, what? My marble is insane, man. My marble just keeps reoccurring. Back to the front just in time to be blocked by the... Why am I going backwards? Oh my god. We just need someone to drop into the finish line. This map was so slow. D64, come on, bro. You've got this. Oh, my God. He fought through the tires for victory. Oh, my God. It's an absolute mess of marbles afterwards. Oh, my God. Landing here doesn't finish either. Oh, my God. That was a mess. Come on, Woogie. Thank you. D64 on the win. Look at that. From behind. crazy. Man, that was ridiculous. All the marbles just show up out of nowhere. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's pick a, should we do a random track? I want to go... No, I want to pick a track. I don't recognize any of these maps anymore is the problem. Oh, Death Alley! No, Death Alley. Okay, this one's great, guys. This is the one where you're all going to fly off the ramp and go everywhere. Alright, guys, also what you can do is you see the numbers on the side. You can exclamation mark play and pick a number, and it will be that marble. So I'm going to exclamation mark play... Do I have a dog? Oh, 24. I'm going to play 24. Yo, T64, thank you for the gift of sub to Mefia. Loading up on the RNG for the next run, huh? I see how it is. I see how it is. Alright, exclamation mark play, guys. If you want to get your marble on the track, this is your moment. I love how after one round of marbles, the amount of marbles goes up. That's always fun. Alright, this track's crazy, because this track, you go fast, but these things will throw you off. So we're going to sit here, and you're going to see marbles flying off into death and doom. And then you all slow down here, and then you fly through again. Now, if you really are a gamer, you can get bobbed and, like, fly across the map like this. As long as you land back in the area. Like, last map, we didn't actually have anyone dying. This map, I promise you, people will die. I imagine the marble success rate is probably, like, 50% or less on this map. Oh, we got 69 marbles, guys. Don't be afraid. Your marble does not actually die just because it's called Death Alley. Exclamation mark play on Twitch. You got 10 seconds. 10 seconds. Your marble's too young. Yeah, okay, if your marble is a newbie, maybe don't make it play on Death Alley. It's a bit of a daunting map to start off on, okay? Every time marbles, you die in real life. Alright, good luck, guys. Counting down. 77 marbles. 79, last second entries. 79, final number. 79 is the final number. Alright. Good luck, team. Good luck, everybody. How do I go down? Can I, how do I go down? I don't know. Alright. Oh no, what I want to slow-mo. So I'm going to slow-mo because everyone's starting to fly. Now, right now, it looks cool. But there's going to be someone getting bopped soon. Oh, hello, Zergman got stuck a little bit. I'm just waiting for the... There we go. Oh, there you go. Blade Rift. See you later, buddy. Nice knowing you. Bye. Alright, marbles are going to go fly. Oh my god. Loves to your antique. Is he going to stick the landing? No. Misses it. Oh my god. Shadow? Shadow? Shadow with the play? Shadow with the play? No, there's no way you are so far gone. Good try. Alright, we got Hamtaro up in front at the moment, speeding along, but you're never safe on this map because you can always fly high into the sky and just be gone, you know? So you gotta be safe right to the finish line. Alright, let's follow our leaders. Oh, someone just got bopped back. Oh, hello, Zerglin gets thrown off the map. Beasturge being chased by Crispin. Oh, Hamtaro's flying. Realize, oh, sticks the landing. Hamtaro gets back in. Beautiful marble play right there. Oh, Rascal falls off out of the zone, which doesn't even have a boost in it. That's crazy. Crispin takes the lead. Chased by Beasturge. Siru up in front as well. Top 3 marbles flying along. Siru with the speed. Entering the blockers over here. It's funny because the first marble really opens up the pathway, but Crispin is still the first marble out, but Crispin gets stuck. And now we're going to have LT Grethar taking the lead down into the next section. Marbles continue to fly off the side. LT Grethar, are you going to be okay? Taking a dangerous route. Gets hit but doesn't fly off. Oh god, we got marbles flying back over here. These guys are taking a risk because they know there's no other choice. I'm trying to think if Milo's going to land in the thing. Milo? Oh, Milo with the jump! Oh my god, we're right at the end though. Beasturge has made it through. Beasturge just needs to avoid these little, these things can still throw you off, Beasturge. Good luck, buddy. Oh, he's through. Beasturge makes it in. Somewhere Dreaming going to chase him for second place. Over the boppers, over the boppers. Oh my god! Oh, so close. Who's next to face? Honestly, Somewhere Dreaming slow. Oh no, Somewhere Dreaming survives. Up on the other side, we're going to have other marbles making it in. Simia makes it through. Meet What Here makes it through. Everyone's coming around this side, apparently. Our previous champ, D64, oh no, who's that? Oh my god, Siri gets flung off over the right-hand side. Scomra's flying as well. Yo, could Scomra land? No, there's too much height there. Oh, Deltha's just got flung off as well. Oh, sad guys. Unfortunately, just like I say, it's not a safe. Oh, Lord of the Weave just fell into the end zone, bro. Oh, E-Brick House. No, you're gone. I thought you might have landed in as well. Oh, Angry is not happy. This is a marble that's had enough. He's just seen too many marbles finish ahead of him. He's out of here. All right, who Kid is, buddy? What we're doing back here? How do I follow? Follow is view target F. I don't know how to follow. I feel like I used to type. Oh, there we go. There we go. I got you. All right, kiddies. No pressure. Everyone's watching you. Oh, he's through. Through to the finish line. Good job. Oh, no, you ran out of time. Your marble got blown up. Bro. Bro. That's rough. All right, that map's fun. Let's try and get a map that's got a little bit of drama to it, a little bit of story. I just don't. Let's try endurance test. The endurance ones are pretty fun. These ones are pretty few. How can you play? You just type ! play once we start. That's it. Once your marble is on the path, that's it. There's no magic trick. You can't make your marble go faster. Apart from obviously subscribing gets you a faster marble, clearly. But no, once you're just ! play, you don't do anything. You just sit. You just chill. That's all you got to do. A warty marble, yeah. Look, Team Doggo. Anyone remember Team Doggo from back in the day? You guys see 26? That's the base trade TV marble. Yeah, 26 is the base trade TV marble. That really is a throwback. I forgot about Boost. Yeah, that also doesn't. That's also not a real thing. It's propaganda. It's propaganda. Alright, get your plays in, guys. 64 marbles. I actually really... Look at this, by the way. Look at this streamer preference, by the way. My marble is in, like, the best starting spot. That's disgusting. Ay. Up, everyone. Let's just take a little wander through the track. I want to see... How do I... Up is E. Oh, there we go. E. I want to be pressing E. That's what I want to press. I don't know where I've gone. E's the button I want. Does Q take me down? Yes! Okay, that's exactly what I wanted. Alright, that's going to be way better now. Oh, the observing is improving, guys. The observing is improving. Alright, guys, get your plays in. Get your plays in, last chance. Boost only works if you power with bits. Yeah, that is what we used to do as well. 80 marbles, 81. We're gaining marbles every round so far. Alright, good luck, team. I don't remember. This used to be... Oh, that's the old endurance map. This is the new one. Let's, we'll just learn it as we go. Look at that dirty green moderator color. Ugh. Moderators. I'm cheering for all you guys at the back. You might think you don't have the... Wait, did I pause it? I paused it, sorry. You guys might think you don't have the best starting position back here. But you'll actually be surprised. Sometimes you take a good hit. The marbles are away as we watch the entry into the opening bowl. And the marbles fly around the outside. It is chaos. Marbles starting to convene up on the edges. A few knocks and shoves. Get down this funnel quickly and you'll be in a good position to start out of the funnel, down into the main pathway. Left and right doesn't make much difference on this map, and there's no danger on this map. This is just, you know, a little bit of a blockage, so let's go back and see who is looking to get down there first. Crispin, so I'm in the lead last time, is going to be the first out of the funnel. Crispin making a move, chased by Halifor, Darkwing, and Andreas as well. Speed SC2 over on the left-hand side, the leader on the left. As they come around a couple of turns, Marbles in the back, Siru, Yaka, this is probably the last time we're going to see you guys. Have fun racing at the back of this game. Crispin and Speed coming out early. Halifor still chasing Pabvar. So many marbles in here. Crispin navigating this first section with beauty. However, look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Going around the right and the left is going to be a slower pathway initially. So Speed SC2 and Angry SC2 going to go up into the front, but then they've got a turn to do. I think the middle is going to be a faster method overall, but will it pay off right here? We're looking to find out as the marbles turn around that corner. It's going to be pretty close coming into this converging point. Oh, but some marbles can drop through from the edges. This, guys, this is the wiper. This is not your friend. Oh, Angry SC2 with a great angle, but goes the wrong way. Is he through? Oh, Angry SC2 gets the touch. It's Mister going up in front. Yeah, this is the problem. Some of you guys are going to start going the wrong way. Yeah, you guys are not understanding the point of this wiper is to get past it, not get stuck on it. Yeah, people get stuck here all the time. You know, amateur marbles just it takes experience. All right, we are sliding down. Let's see who comes out first. I think Mister's still up in front. Sakura 94 looking good as well. Our marbles are flying around the corners and looking to enter the next section of the track. Angry still up there. Speed still up there. Jumping Jackson. A few bumps and bobbles here. We've got another wiper. Let's see what we can do. Oh, perfect direction through the gap on this first wiper here. Mister opening up a gap between him and the rest of the competition. Gets blocked this time. Slowed down. And now is completely stuck inside of the wiper. Jumping Jackson. Jumping into the lead as he now takes the lead down into this final ball. I don't think there's anything to stop you, Jumping Jackson, apart from the speed of the other marbles, but I don't think anyone else has it. Jumping Jackson is in for the win. Oh, no, Curlio goes third place as you hit the top before going into the bowl. The top 10 are decided. This is the embarrassing part. We go back here and we look at who's still a D64, buddy. You win one race and your marble just... It's a one race and done kind of marble deal, is it? Is that what we're doing here? Just one race and done? Your marble doesn't want to compete anymore? Look at this. 2 races, 1 win, and 1 dead last place. But this is not... Well, Andre's making you look better than you are, is the reality right now. The reality of this situation. The 2:14, you are 40 seconds behind second place, bro. Oh, first place, sorry. Unbelievable. Okay, let's do a random track. Let's get going. What's this one? Return to sender. Oh, I remember this map now. Oh my god. Well, these are usually teleportation portals, guys. So I imagine you teleport somewhere. Alright, get your plays in. Get your marbles on the track, please. It is time to race. I repeat, it is time to race. This is your opportunity, guys. It's now or never. Well, it might... I mean, honestly, it's been years since we've done marbles, so... Man, Slowly's going to be so mad. Slowly's in the UK right now, because she's coming to the wedding next week. She's in the UK, so the first time we play marbles in years is when Slowly is not actually at a computer to play. She's going to be so upset. I can already imagine. You guys can't tell her, okay? You're going to have to... You're going to have to not tell Slowly. You love this game, first time seeing this? Yeah, we did a lot of... There was a time... Slowly actually found our stream through marbles, I'm pretty sure. If she had passion, she'd be on the phone. Yeah, she'd win anyway. I know, it is rigged in Slowly's favor. Alright, exclamation mark plays, guys. Get your marbles in. Get your marbles in. You already ping Slowly in the Discord? No. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear. Alright, guys. You got 10 seconds for your marbles, and then we'll do the countdown. Exclamation mark play in the Twitch chat. I'm impressed no one's typed exclamation mark play on YouTube chat. YouTubers are clearly quite smart. Oh, Sugar Teats is in here. Look at this. She's got the bright pink VIP. There she is. The fiancé. Now, if this marble ain't blessed, then, well, it wasn't me, okay? If it doesn't do well, it wasn't me. Alright, guys. Good luck to you all. This one's got a bit of a funky start. If Sugar Teats wins, it's rigged? No, surely not. Alright, a little bit of a pinboard dropping. Oh, look at Alistair getting off to a good start. Hell, Zerglin quick down that right-hand side as well. Where's my marble? Oh, I'm over on the right-hand side. Okay, beautiful. Alright, away we go. Verma gets in quickly. Alright, what I'm super curious about is what happens if someone gets thrown into this thing. Whoa, whoa, we're away. Oh, you guys go over there. Okay, so you guys are over there. Oh, Alistair, what happened? Why are you off the map? What even happened? Okay, loads of marbles are going elsewhere as the teleportation zones are active. So over here, apparently, oh no, this is a dangerous place to be. Oh, I did not warn you guys. The marbles may be flung off the map on this one, apparently. Oh my god, Milo is flying. Jumping Jackson is taking their name a little bit too literally. Kitten Jedi is gone. Darkwind is gone. It's disaster. Seacode's surviving. Parabyte's dropping down. Can anyone just drop down towards the finish line and survive the danger that is ensuing right now? So many teleports coming through. I don't know what happens if you hit the teleports over here. What's happening over there? That's teleports as well. Alright, you guys are surviving. We've got our first marble vermin making it through. Maybe the first into this funneling area. Oh! Oh! Hit me, I dare you! Has teleported down, fallen off down into this area, is gonna avoid. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! I don't know where you just went, bro. Oh, you got teleported back over there. Oh, this is brutal. You've got to get past this final teleport. So even if you make it down here, that's tough. Yeah, marbles are just all over the place right now. We actually have some marbles competing to finish the track. Crispin constantly up in the front, but does he have what it takes to come through and pass the teleporter? Takes a little jump. Teleporter's going to move any second. No, no, teleporter's good. No, 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 everyone gets stuck. Oh, everyone gets teleported. Oh my goodness, Max Sparrow, Ice Cream Bobo, looking to actually finish. Can anyone get past the teleporter, though? If you get through here, you might just be good. No! we've got contenders. Soulman, Lord of the Weave, Seiko, Jebba, can you guys make it through? Yes! We have 5 marbles chasing to the finish line, but there are blocks in your way. There are blocks to stop you. Who's going to make it through? Lord the Web's going to hit blocks as well. Gets completely stuck. Sugar Teats is here. Stuck on some blocks in the back. Soulman has some speed. The blocks are dissipating. C-Code, our moderator. Sugar Teats with the speed, but she gets blocked by the other marbles. It's iToddy. He comes through. Pulsar SE2 trying to take the outside. Doesn't get there. Jebba, C-Code, everyone else. Sugar Teats on the top 10. There's a lot of marbles that are just not where they're meant to be, guys. You guys have 50 seconds to finish the track, by the way. Oh, mine fourth is just, yep, he's had enough. This marble has just had enough today. That's too much for him. He's out of here. It's a dangerous area back there, man. It's a dangerous area. I'm going to BRB 1 second, guys. Sugar Teats in the top 10's rigged. Yeah, I know. Top 10 doesn't even answer the door. Makes me go running downstairs. Incredible. Unbelievable. Alright, let's random tracker. That one was crazy, man. Mountain Pass. Oh, I used to love this map. I don't think this is the same one I used to play. I used to play one that used to be called something similar. No, this one's treacherous. It's foggy. You know, it's foggy. Only 71 marbles, rest of chat is bots. Yes, that's exactly it. Alright, players in the chat, guys. Get your marbles in position, please. Marbles in position. Man, this map's scary. There's freaking rocks. This snow as well. You have to break through the snow. God damn, we are playing some hardcore maps right now. Alright, we've got 60 marbles. Any more for any more. Opportunity to play right now. Exclamation mark play. All you have to do is type play in the Twitch, exclamation mark play in the Twitch chat. You get a marble. You know, this is your moment while the stragglers are coming in. Take advantage. Think about your initial pathway. Grease that marble up. Get it ready to, you know, really kind of push on through. You have ads in 3 minutes. The world record on this map's 2 minutes. I think I'm going to have to go. Otherwise... Oh, no, I can snooze the ads. Okay, I'll snooze the ads. We'll play the ads after this one while the next signups come in. All right, you guys ready? You guys ready? We've got 75 marbles still. Good luck. It's not easy to win a 75 marble race. Honestly, your chances would be about 1 in 75. Apart from C-Codes, he's playing a base trade TV marble. This is naturally disadvantaged, obviously. Look at that. Ugh. Alright. Some marbles very smart, starting at the edges. And trying to skip a little bit of this as we go down. And then your marbles go up into the main entryway to the track. I know. You weren't expecting that, were you? Hope you're not afraid of heights. Down, up, down again. It is not easy here. As we are going to go. C-Code, Hello Zergling, some colored names up at the front. But we are going to have rocks to contend with as we enter the drop. Meat mouse. Marbles thrown up all over the place. Oh no! Mindfall just falls off the map. What happened there? I think struck by a rock. Coming through. So what's happening, guys? How are we falling off the map? Oh my god, people are coming through at too much of an angle and falling off the sides. So not only are you getting seasick from falling down somehow, altitude sickness or something, you're also just dying. Oh, that's terrible. We've lost a few marbles here earlier than expected. Hello, Zerglin into the snow, leading the race at the moment. There's rocks battering the marbles away as well. It's brutal out here. This is a treacherous pathway, a treacherous map. Wardy Marble is trying to come through, trying to stay safe as we get into the snow. Let's go check in on our leader. Hello, Zerglin, coming around. Going to get a boost to go down into the next little section. Oh my god, what happened? Where did you guys... You guys are falling out of the map down here? Hello? Whoa, whoa, whoa. Can we get some rules put in place or something? What's going on? How are you guys falling down there? You guys just falling through the map? Hello? Gauntlet Wizard, we're going to have words about this later on because you've just bypassed so much of them. I don't even know what happened. All right, we do have boppers here. This is going to be fun. We have a massive hold up on rocks, so we're going to have a lot of marbles entering. Okay, you're leading. We're going to come back to you later. Let's watch some marbles get flung off the map. Look at this. Entry into the bopper zone. Who's going to fly first? Who is feeling like a free air trip to maybe try and speed up? It's Mister. Just going to go up and down. Nothing too crazy. Got a lot of marbles still stuck at the rocks, and they're free. It's a free-for-all marble race down into the center. Oh my god, it's disaster. Multiple marbles go flying up. We haven't lost anyone yet somehow. There we go. 2 more marbles up high. Do you guys have some tricks in your sleeve? Whoa. Hold. Hold. Oh, no, Vermeer. No. 1 marble made it back in. Or did they? Are they back off the other side? No. Oh, hold on. Hang on. We've got... He makes it. No way. It was intentional. The marble lands in. We're losing a couple guys, but you got to take risks to win this kind of competition unless you're Gauntlet Wizard, in which case you literally just have to move forward because you skipped half the map somehow. I do not know how you did that, but it is still feeling pretty disgusting. We'll talk about that one later. Gauntlet Wizard is just off and away. The rocks holding Gauntlet Wizard up, and even though he's had to solo the rocks, he will still be the first marble through. Well, maybe not. He actually has not got speed. Okay, Vermeer coming around. Low! You know what? This is crazy because Vermeer was the player who made the crazy jump to try and give himself a chance. Can Gauntlet Wizard navigate and keep the lead through the 2 dangerous poles here? No, no, no. Head first into it. Oh, he's going to knock it over. Vermeer with the speed gets around the outside. Oh my god, this is going to be a photo finish. Vermeer coming around the outside. Gauntlet Wizard takes another hit. It's not going to be enough. It is going to be Vermeer dropping in for first place. Beating out the cheetah with an impressive run. Is able to dodge, is able to come through, and we are going to have Vermeer 911 with the victory at the last second, overtaking the marble, which skipped half the map. What a crazy story, because he jumped from over here. He jumped out, jumped down into this portion of the map, skipping this entire section, making this comeback possible. Absolute mayhem. This Gauntlet Wizard's marble looked like it had it all. Oh, yeah. You rigged, by the way, guys. Yeah, look at this. It was so rigged. Hello? I don't... Buddy, I don't think this is meant to be... Oh, you just got eliminated by the Wall of Death. That's how far back you were. You're the... Yeah, okay. I mean, at least we saw the embarrassment before you got eliminated. Oh, yeah. This is better than StarCraft? Yeah, this is my future, guys. I'm going to go back to being a full-time marble streamer. Shattered Dreams. Is this the one that flings people at the end? Oh, yeah, this is also a crazy map. Is this the one that has the flingers at the on the curve? Yeah, look at this. You guys enter the final drop-down thinking you're winning? See you later. See you later. Can I show your placement? No. If you're not in the top 10, do you really deserve to have a placement? Guys, I got to run ads. We will start this marble race when the ads run. Guys, if you're on YouTube, you can turn the YouTube off because we're just dropping views. And this is obviously mostly on Twitch. So if you're on YouTube, come join us on Twitch. Hi, YouTube. Try not to destroy my average viewership numbers or something on YouTube.